Hey everybody, how you doing? This is Mr. Extrodin. I'm not alone. I'm with Rob. And surprise, surprise, we have started something new. Well, I mean, between the two of us, it's something that we've been meaning to do for a very long time. But yeah, this is the first episode of a new podcast, which is going to be called, or which is rather called, Africa in Frame. Basically, what we're going to be doing is going to be discussing films. We're going to be dissecting certain things, characters, scenes, music, directors, all those things. I don't know. We just want to share our knowledge, and we hope that you like it. Do you want to say anything to the viewers before we get into it, Rob?
Guten Tag. No, no. We want to talk film stuff. Anything film, anything writing. Try to keep things interesting. Have some fun with it.
Awesome.
See what comes.
If you're new to the channel, don't forget to like and subscribe, and let us know your thoughts on whatever we're going to be discussing today. So today, since this is the beginning of the podcast, the first episode, we just want to start with Batman Begins. Batman Begins was directed by Christopher Nolan. I believe it came out in 2000 and... Geez, when was this? 6, 7, 8?
I was going to say 5-ish. I think it's 2005.
Somewhere there, yeah. Somewhere there. And look, this is a movie that most of us didn't expect, because before this movie came out, Batman was basically a joke. And the reason I'm saying this is the movie that came before this one was Batman and Robin. And it was a very campy film, it didn't take the character very seriously. And it was just for laughs and to sell toys. It was too commercialized. And basically it was meant for kids, if you really see it like that. So Christopher Nolan just wanted to take it back to, the Batman, the gritty, dark Batman that people have read in the comics in the 80s. Stuff by Frank Miller, like Batman Returns or The Killing Joke, stuff like that. So yeah, that's what happened. I just thought I should give people some background on how this came to be. Who's in the cast? Mm-hmm. No, please continue.
Okay. I was gonna say, I feel like Schumacher, what he did was, Schumacher being the director of Batman and Robin.
Yeah.
What I think, and he's apologized for the movie actually.
Yes.
I feel like what he had was a fundamental misunderstanding of Tim Burton's vision.
Right.
Whereas Tim Burton was going for a gothic vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Thingamajiggy kind of saw it as playful, especially with Jim Carrey's Joker. Because remember, that was, what is that?
Jim Carrey's Riddler. But
Batman
that was
Returns, right?
Batman Forever.
Yeah, Batman Forever. Yeah, you're right. Riddler, yes.
That's the first movie that Schumacher did after Batman Returns.
Yes,
so
you're right.
Batman Forever, I think came out in 97 or so. Yeah.
And you can kind of see how that movie is between the gothic vision and the kind of playfulness. But then instead of sticking with the gothic vision and creating something like, what's that Tim Burton with Johnny Depp? Okay, that's every movie.
And what's
Sweeney Todd.
Sweeney
Todd. Like, you know what I mean? Where it balances dark with playful. Without being corny like Marvel, you know what I mean? Without like everyone nudging and winking at each other.
Yes.
Like
people because people die in that movie. Yeah. But it's not so dark that you get traumatized, because it's a musical as well. Yeah.
Exactly. And also, I could talk for hours about Jim Carrey's portrayal of the Riddler, because people think of it as corny, but if you actually like watch the movie again, you realize, nah, man, like Jim Carrey took that role really seriously, and you can tell that this man went from playful, well, not playful, but like
depression. He was depressed.
Exactly. You know, the ridiculous thing that Jamie Foxx did with Spider-Man, the Amazing Spider-Man.
As Electro, with glasses and whatever.
Exactly. Jim Carrey did it right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He did the perfect version of this nerdy guy who gets wronged. Iron Man tried to do the same thing with Iron Man 3 with Guy Pearce. They took amazing actors. what's his face? Jamie Foxx won an Oscar, and they turned them into bad people because they couldn't get that conversion right. I think
Right.
that Carrey was the best person to get that conversion from like
Right.
nerd to sociopath,
Right.
and while still keeping a level of consistency that makes his character unique. But we're getting distracted. Sorry, my bad. Carry on,
No,
Ryan.
no, it's okay. I mean, this is the this is part of it. This is part of it. I also wanted to say, fun fact: Jim Carrey also worked with Schumacher on. Is it the number 7 or something? You remember that movie? What's it called again?
It's 27 or whatever it's called from them.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And that was also a great movie. Great movie.
It was like the last time that Jim Carrey tried to be serious.
Yeah. So, I also wanted to say that Schumacher, it's not his fault, even though he apologized. What happened with Warner Brothers is they rushed to make a sequel of Batman Forever, and then they couldn't get Val Kilmer. Apparently, Val Kilmer was shooting something. I think he was shooting Tombstone or something. So they got George Clooney, who was still working at ER. So what he would do is when he has some few days off during the week, he would come and shoot Batman and Robin. And what's unfortunate is that, um, you know, people often say that actors can't really get Bruce Wayne or Batman right. Either they are too Bruce Wayne-ish or too Batman-ish.
Yes.
And one thing George Clooney got right was Bruce Wayne. He got Bruce Wayne right. I mean, come on.
I mean, look at him.
Yeah, Bruce Wayne. He is Bruce Wayne. He is Bruce Wayne, you know. And who's this? His co-star. Who's this guy? He played Robin.
Gosh, I feel bad now.
Chris O'Donnell. Chris O'Donnell.
It should say Chris O'Donnell. No man.
Yeah, Chris O'Donnell. You're right, Chris O'Donnell. Because there's Jerry O'Connell, then there's Chris O'Donnell. You're right. He played Robin. He was saying that look, he felt like the second one felt like a commercial, and look, they were selling toys. Yeah. And they made a lot of money. So that's what Schumacher was saying was a lot of people came in and they were trying to do their own thing and all of that, and that's why it wasn't the movie that ultimately he wanted to make. You know, that's why Batman Forever and Batman and Robin feel different. But to cut the long story short, Batman was seen as a joke again, just like after because after the 60s, so in the 60s there was a TV show, Batman, with Adam West and Burt Ward. It was too campy, very campy. Like, it was so funny. I mean, Batman had shark repellent, bro. Like, and there's a scene where he's carrying a bomb and he's running across the bridge, bro. Like, for a long time, and this bomb is not exploding.
It would be so bad, it's good. Like, it would be
exactly. Exactly. So that's when Tim Burton saved Batman in the 80s. But then Schumacher did what he did, so it needed saving again. That's where Christopher Nolan comes in.
And completely different direction, yes.
Yeah, so obviously it was like, okay, let's reboot this thing. Let's start from the beginning. Hence, Batman Begins. The movie has Christian Bale. Christian Bale is known, at the time, he was known for American Psycho. He was in, what else was he in? There's a movie that was directed by Spielberg. He was very young there. It's a war movie.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. Not Rising Sun, some weird name like that.
Yeah, something about the sun. Yeah, something about the sun. With Kevin Kline in the Joe Pantoliano. But anyway, even John Malkovich was there.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know much about that movie, but Rain of Fire before or after? I think it was before.
Was that?
Rain of Fire. For Christian Bale. I think he was also known for Rain of Fire.
Rain of Fire. Okay, I've never watched that one.
One of the Dragons with Matthew McConaughey and Gerard Butler in the same movie.
What?
Matthew McConaughey, Gerard Butler, and Christian Bale all in the same movie, dude.
The main characters.
Yeah, it's technically a B movie, but it was shot so well with so much good performances that it became an A movie that should have been a B movie. Like, it's better than it's supposed to be for what it is.
It became a cult classic type of thing, or was it a box office success type of thing?
I don't believe it was a box office success, but it was a classic. Like, people enjoy it. Yeah,
cool. Yeah, so that's Christian Bale. Then it has Liam Neeson as Ra's al Ghul.
Mm-hmm.
Ra's al Ghul is basically the villain of this movie. He was created by a few guys at DC, one of which was a guy called Neil Adams, who sadly passed away, I think, last year or early this year, if I'm not mistaken. Um, and Liam Neeson has played such iconic characters. I mean, he played that guy from Taken. I don't know his name, but we know the movie. Uh,
That's itself, yes.
he's played Qui-Gon in Star Wars Phantom Menace.
Mm-hmm.
What else did he do? He did so many things. I mean, he was in Love Actually. You know,
Yes.
he played a superhero, but I forgot the name of the superhero.
Blank Man. I think no, sorry, not the I know what you're gonna say. Not Blank Man. Not
It came
the
out in the 80s or 90s. You remember that movie?
Johnny Darko. I know exactly. Dark Man. I know the movie.
Yeah,
It's weird. It's such a weird movie, but it's
it
so great.
is. But it's good. I think something happened to him. I think he got burnt or something or whatever.
Yes, he got
Yeah,
brutally
yeah,
burned, V for Vendetta style. But then he comes back,
yeah,
gets revenge on the people that hurt.
yes, yes. No, it's a good movie. It also stars Katie Holmes. Katie Holmes was in Dawson's Creek. And she was in a movie, man, with Michael Keaton. She was the president's daughter. I forgot the name of that movie. Um, yeah, I don't know if is there any other project you can think of by Katie Holmes?
Nope.
And
But yeah,
pardon?
I'm saying I don't know why she left the first movie. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know why
Or
she
after she left after the first movie, she went to do, I think it's Mad Money with Queen Latifah and Diane Keaton.
really.
Yeah, which was a bomb. I think it bombed.
Yeah, of course it did. I mean, it wasn't a terrible movie, but no, man, that was
It's
a B.
forgettable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
B movie.
yeah. Look, it was. You remember at the time, Ocean's 11 was really good, and there were so many Ocean 11 clone movies that came out.
Queen Latifah was the queen of Set It Off. Set It Off was my
Right,
robbery movie.
right.
I would even argue it's toe to toe with Ocean's 11. It might even be better. Like, at least it's a darker movie. So I don't know. That's a good competition right there. Set It Off
It
versus
might be. It
11.
might be.
Yeah.
It might be better in a sense that it was a smaller team, and the stakes were so high that some actually lost their lives.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's true.
definitely. Basic. Everybody died. I don't know if you remember.
Except
Spoiler.
except Jada. Jada's character didn't die.
Characters like, yeah, she gets away at the end.
Yeah,
It's a sad ending, basically. But yeah.
yeah, yeah. And then you have who's this guy? Gary Oldman. Gary Oldman has played such iconic characters over the years. I mean, he plays Jim Gordon. And he was in The Professional, Leon the Professional.
Mm-hmm.
He was in Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban as who's this guy?
Black.
Um,
Serious Black.
Sirius Black. Sirius Black. Yes. He was in the Book of Eli. He was in
The fifth
yo,
element.
the fifth. Yo, we need to talk about Luc Besson's projects and Gary Oldman, because so Luc Besson took a break from the professional. He was doing the Fifth Element, and then he took a break from that. Did the
Mhm.
professional, came back and finished the Fifth Element, something like that, which is crazy.
I don't know that. That's pretty deep. All I
Yeah.
know, Valorant movie of his, I feel bad for him. Like that
Who?
did not that I feel like that killed him. The so and so of the thousand.
Valerian and the City of a Thousand Planets.
There we go. Yes, that was his baby as well, and it bombed.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that
Look, I liked it. I don't want to lie. I liked it, but I
really.
think, yeah. I think though Valerian was miscast. The main character was miscast. I think someone else should have taken that
Yeah.
role. But for me, Carla Delevingne's character, Valerie, man, she was brilliant. Carla Delevingne was brilliant. I felt like she was carrying the movie.
Mm.
Yeah, but anyway, am I missing anyone important in the first movie, cast wise? Oh, Killian Murphy as Scarecrow.
Pro, yes.
Yes. Oh, Michael Keaton. Sorry, Michael Caine as
Okay, yes.
Alfred Pennyworth, and then Morgan Freeman as Lucius Fox.
Yes.
Obviously, Michael Caine has done a lot of movies, including the original Italian Job,
Yes. The OG Italian.
and Get Carter,
Yes.
and
The nature
Alfie.
of the OG movies, yes. Huh?
Is it Alfie? No, Alfie, I think, because I think there was a remake of Alfie
Yes,
with Jude Law.
it's got a weird name, but I think that's the name, yeah.
Yeah,
What you talking about, yes.
and he was in a movie called Zulu. I think that was his first movie ever.
That was his first movie ever, and that's what made him famous. Yes, that's what.
Yes, yes,
Zoom.
and then you have Morgan Freeman who did Lean on Me, Along Came a Spider, Seven. Um, what's this? What's this movie that I'm thinking about now with Jim Carrey? Bruce Almighty. Also did Even Almighty.
Mm-hmm.
He did Lucky Number 11. Um,
Man's going for the action hits. Let's go for it.
I don't know what else to think about, but he did a lot. I mean, Morgan Freeman,
Daisy, Shawshank Redemption.
Million
Yep.
Dollar Baby,
Mm-hmm.
Invictus.
Yep.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
Yeah. It's a big thing, man. Samuel.
yeah.
Yeah.
And okay, Christopher Nolan is directing this movie. Christopher Nolan now is a household name, but at the time, was not really a household name. He had just worked on a few projects like Memento, I think was his first big one,
Memento.
and then he did Insomnia.
Yes. Which
Uh,
fame, but the thing that really blew him up was, I believe, the Prestige. I think that's the one that really got him up there. And then Batman.
yeah.
Actually, no, I think.
No, The Prestige came out after Batman Begins.
Yes. Batman
Yes.
rocketed him off, and then Prestige kind of confirmed him as like a, you know what I
Yes.
mean, a standard.
Yes.
And then, of course, the Dark Knight happened, and yeah.
Yeah,
Really,
then
yeah.
boom, he became a household name.
Yes.
Anyway, so the movie starts with I think it's young Bruce. Look, we've had a lot of origin movies in Batman movies, and I think this is one of them because he was watching, I think, The Mark of Zorro, which is an old movie. Fun fact: Batman was inspired by Zorro and Sherlock Holmes and the Phantom. So the Phantom was a comic book character. Zorro obviously is a popular Spanish uh, hero, and you have who's this again that I mentioned now? Sherlock Holmes.
Oh,
Sherlock
sure.
Holmes, yeah, who was created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The first book that was ever released was A Study in Scarlet. But anyway, Sherlock Holmes because he's a detective, Zorro because he's mysterious and he's wearing a mask, this and that and the third. Has a double identity, and the Phantom, similar thing, has it's a superhero, has a mask, and so on. Doesn't really have superpowers, just yeah. Anyway, rich and all of that. Anyway, the
Actually,
whole what?
there's a little extra I want to add on there. There's
Yeah,
one IP that you're forgetting that the whole world has forgot. One of the biggest IPs in the world. When I say that this IP was bigger than Batman today, it was bigger than Batman today. It was bigger than Superman today. It was bigger than Spider-Man today. And people don't know it, but it's called The Shadow. Basically, what it is kind of like, imagine if Batman became that was, and the Punisher were to mix together. He used to hold
yeah,
two guns. He used to have two personalities as well. Famous rich guy, dark assassin. And what he would do is he would kill people. Like he wouldn't make friends. He wouldn't take you to Arkham Asylum. He'd take
yeah,
two guns and murder you. Fun
yeah,
fact: the OG Batman used to have two guns as well, and used
yeah.
to.
Wait, was that the shadow or was it the spirit?
No, it's called the Shadow.
Oh, okay. Because I thought you were gonna talk about the spirit. I don't know if I'm mixing the names, but I know Will Eisner. Will
Mhm.
Eisner did a character called the Spirit. I think it's the Spirit.
I know
But
what you're talking about. They made a movie out of it with Samuel.
yes,
Yeah,
yes, and it flopped.
Frank.
Yeah, yes.
I think
Oh, yes, yes. The shadow. You're right. Was
the bro
was
was a mistake. Yeah.
it came out before Superman? By the way, you're right.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
So
So Superman. So, I mean, the Shadow and the Phantom. were are older than Superman, and we
Yes.
consider Superman to be the biggest. I mean, the first superhero, but technically he's not. He's
Not a-
just the most famous, I guess,
He's
superhero.
hero. I mean, truth, justice in the American way.
Exactly.
Buildings in a single bound. That didn't
Yes.
that was a thing before. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And then when
Yes.
people started to hear that, they were like, wow. And it was like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so they watch a movie, they come out late at night and they walk into an alley. We all know the story. And then Joe Chill is there, he's trying to rob them. And one thing leads to another. Then his parents get killed right in front of him. Obviously, this is a traumatic thing. It messes him up, and he tries to seek justice. Um, so what he does is, I mean, there was a point where he actually got a gun. We're talking about like maybe 20-year-old Bruce Wayne at this point. When his parents got killed, he was probably like, I don't know, 10, 11. So his parents, I mean, he tries to get a gun to shoot Joe Chill in court, because what happened was he tried the legal route, you know,
Yes.
and unfortunately he lost because, okay, Gotham is a very corrupt
Yeah.
place. The system is so corrupt that bad guys get away with murder, basically. Because everybody's bought and all of that. And this is why Jim Gordon is so important in the story, because he's trying to do the right thing in a very corrupt and dirty system. To cut the long story short, Bruce tries to kill him, but then I think Rachel Dawes, played by Katie Holmes, stops him. And what he does is he decides to travel the world, you know. Pardon?
Can I stop you for a second there?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you three questions. I'm going to ask you one question, actually. There's three events you kind of mentioned there. Which one do you think would be the inciting incident? The moment that actually kicks the story off? Is it one, Batman's parents' death? Number two, the conversation he has with Rachel, where he stops him and is like, find a better way? Or number three, the one he has with, what's the guy's name? Not Mourinho. What's the guy's name? The gangster, because remember in the gangster.
Oh yeah, because so Batman has two mafia bosses that are very, very like prominent in the comics and in Batman lore. I think it's Falcone
Yes.
and Maroni. No?
Yes, Maroni and Falcone, yes.
Yes, I just don't remember who is more powerful. I think Falcone is more powerful.
Well, I know he's in the second movie, right? Falcone's in the second one, and then Maroni's the first movie.
Both of them are in the first and the second, but Falcone I think got arrested in the first. And
Yes.
then Maroni I think then got
Yes.
because he was played by Eric Roberts, right?
Yes. The perpetual bad guy, yes.
Yes. Yes, sorry. Which one incites what? Oh, carries the story forward.
Starts the story, if you actually think about it. Which is the beginning of Batman? Like, not the opening scene, but the inciting incident that kicks the story off.
I think it's the conversation between him and Rachel. I could be wrong.
I mean, yeah, you could say that. Because that's the moment where he gives up his life of riches, isn't it? Or is that or is that with the gangster? But yeah, but it's kind of interesting, isn't it? Because he doesn't try to hurt. It's interesting because there's this one talk about storytelling that I love, where basically you get told in old school Disney stories, right, and in a lot of Broadway plays,
right.
What you'll notice, what they do in a lot of musicals, is everyone states their motivation.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So you get Maroni's motivation.
Right.
You get Rachel's motivation. You know what I mean? So it's like, this is their motto. This is her motto. This is his motto. And you kind of get to witness all of them. Because a part of me believes that, understands that I think Batman is a story of identity. But anyway, I just wanted to know what you thought about that. Like, thought about that. Like, what's the inciting incident that really kicks it off? That kicks off Batman's identity, or however you feel the story flows.
But what did he say to Maroni, though? I mean, what did Maroni say to him or Falcone?
Maroni says, you don't understand this world. You live up above. Yes, you're bad, but that means nothing to any of us. We've all gone through the same stuff as you. It doesn't mean anything. Even with your dead parents, even with everything that you've lost, you're still a fancy rich boy. You know what I mean? Still
That's
not
true. He's still privileged. He's still entitled. He's still
exactly. And that's
right.
when he decides to give up all his stuff and then sacrifice.
Yes. I think in the movie he gave up his riches for 8 years.
Yeah, he abandoned it for like about, I think you're right, about 8 years, yes, before.
Yeah. To a point where he even started stealing his father's company resources. And he
Wait,
started learning different languages. I think at a point he was speaking Chinese or something.
it's Tibet, right? So yeah, it would be Chinese, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, while in prison, he meets this mysterious guy who's also there. And this mysterious guy is played by Liam Neeson. So they get to know each other. So Liam Neeson introduces him to a secret organization called the League of Shadows. That this organization is basically training assassins, basically, who go out and, I guess, are vigilantes trying to do good in the world, albeit through very, I guess, brutal. They use brutal methods to put their point across. You could say Punisher type of.
Well, to be fair, what they do is, again, we get the third philosophy. We get the philosophy of the League of Shadows, which is it's definite. Do you know what I mean? Like everyone else's philosophy is almost wishy-washy. Their one is specific. Their one is, you have a certain amount of power. With your power, you should be able to do X, Y, Z.
Right.
And Bruce is into it. He's into that 100% until you discover that their power, that they want to use their power to help people. You know what I mean? And then when they want to murder the farmer guy, then Bruce is like, wait, what? Do you know what I mean? I love that. Like that whole, like, the cult almost breaks at that point, like his indoctrination.
Right.
What do you think?
Yeah, that's true. Because obviously, okay, Russell Gould teaches him, trains him sword fighting and all these things, different methods of doing things, how to be stealth and all of that. And you're right, it gets to a point where they are testing him that, look, this person did something wrong, we need to kill him. This is your opportunity to prove yourself. And it's like, no, I cannot do it. They're like, dude, you have no choice. This is the way of the League of Shadows. It's either you do this or you're out type of thing. It's like, you know what, I'm sorry, I cannot do this. And I think the reason why Batman doesn't want to kill or has a no-kill rule is because he doesn't want to become the same man who did the same thing that Joe Chill did to his parents. He doesn't want to be the reason. He doesn't want to be the reason that made him to be the man he is today. If that makes sense.
It does, but the question is though, wasn't he about to shoot Joe Chill in the face?
Exactly.
That contradict. So like, what is it? Is it Rachel's influence pouring over him? Is it him? Is it a part of his identity? Is it a part of Rachel's identity spreading over him? What is it that stops him from killing these people? Do you know what I mean?
That's a good question because, fun fact, Rachel is actually an original character in the movie. She didn't exist before in the comics.
Of course,
so,
yeah.
So it was, if we're talking about Batman in general, I don't really know the reason why he has a no-kill rule. But in the movie,
yes,
you could say that it was Rachel's influence.
Yeah. Oh, fair enough. Well, I mean, I know in the books, in the comics, they're always like, yeah, Batman doesn't use guns, not because he's bad at them. Nah, he could be like Deadshot right now. Just headshot. He could do that. But because he can do that, he doesn't do that.
Yes.
Sense. Yeah.
But also, Batman for me, the more I think about him, as much as I love him, he's my favorite superhero of all time, number one.
Of course.
I just feel like, don't villain eventually catch on that this guy is not going to kill us eventually?
Oh, yes. In every single interpretation of Batman, they've caught on. Even in the Dark Knight, remember, Falcone is like, not just the Joker, but Falcone is like, we've caught on to you. We know you don't kill. And then he drops him off the building and like breaks his legs, which is hilarious. But the point is, they know. Even in the Justice League TV show, which is one of my favorite cartoons, Batman of the Future doesn't kill. other Batman.
Whoa, wait, that one kills, bro. Trust me. I saw it. I saw it last year. He kills. Trust me, he kills. Batman Beyond kills. Like he killed, but obviously that's not Bruce. So.
Okay, you're talking about that. I'm talking about Bruce himself, the old man.
Oh, yeah, no, he doesn't kill. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
he doesn't.
Yeah, there's this nice little Batman of the Future, Batman Beyond Justice League spin-off where they tie together
Yes.
when they go to the future. Tell me you've watched Justice League.
I have. Yeah.
It's a masterpiece, right?
It is.
Did like 2 seasons and like did nothing for like 4 years, right? And they did the last two.
They did 2 seasons, and then season 3 and 4 was called Justice League Unlimited, where they had more characters in it. But after that, it stopped.
We should really do an episode on that because I would love to talk to you about Hawkgirl because I have a problem with Hawkgirl, but I'm getting distracted because actually we're getting so distracted. I need you to go back to the topic so I can remember what I was going to say.
We were talking about Rachel and her influence, comics, whether Batman in general is no kill rule, guns.
Whose influence is it?
Yes.
Yes, the cult. That's what I talk about.
Okay.
I think Christopher Nolan did it better in 1 hour because that movie's got like 2 sections. The movie takes a knife and like slices itself in the middle. You know what I mean?
Right.
Between section.
Right.
I think Christopher Nolan. Please tell me. I think I've asked this before, but I'm going to ask again. You've watched Game of Thrones, right?
Yes, I have.
Fantastic. All of it, right?
Yes, I have.
Fantastic. Okay. I think that 1 hour does better than season 6 with Arya going.
You didn't even finish your statement. I'm sorry. You just cut me off guard. Sorry, with Arya doing what?
Right? When Arya goes to the League of Faceless People, right?
Yes.
Think about it. It's the exact same story. Isn't it? It's the same story. Think when she signs up to a cult, gets indoctrinated into it,
right,
and then escapes the cult.
Yes.
And never keeps the skills.
Right.
To use for himself. But what is the consequence? She just gets to leave and then gets to sail the world with Arya. But with Batman, the consequence is they come to his house and they burn it down. They basically almost destroy his city.
Right.
It's an action and a consequence, which is a point of Game of Thrones. The whole point of Game of Thrones, especially if you watch the first 4 seasons, is an action, is a consequence.
Right.
Christopher Nolan understood this, which is why it's so cool when like you think, oh, is that done? And then next thing you know, they're back. I think that's really cool.
Right.
I just thought that was a fun thought to have.
No, that's a really interesting point that you made there. So let's just say that. By the way, at this point, we are made to believe that Ra's al Ghul is Ken Watanabe. Ken Watanabe has also been in another Christopher Nolan film called Inception. He's the Asian man, brilliant man, good-looking man, very tough, strong. Obviously, in there he was playing this old guy, who barely spoke. But anyway, so basically Bruce rebels against these people, and one thing leads to another. The whole place goes up in flames. They almost die, but then I think Bruce saves Ra's al Ghul's life. Yes. Because he nearly fell off a cliff. By Ra's al Ghul, I mean the original Ra's al Ghul, who is not revealed yet, is played by Liam Neeson. And they part ways. Bruce comes back to Gotham. Goes to Wayne Enterprises. At the time, Wayne Enterprises is led by one of the shareholders, I forgot his name, who had a good relationship with Bruce's father. Obviously, when he comes back, he meets Rachel, basically the love of his life. They've known each other since they were kids, and goes and reconnects with Alfred, and meets Lucius Fox. This is when we see the character of Morgan Freeman. Lucius Fox is basically head of Wayne Tech, that focuses on innovation, and I think also does military equipment.
Because like Tony Stark Enterprises, the
Yeah,
Wayne,
at a small space, on a small scale, though.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm in charge of R&D, research and development. Yes,
yeah.
yeah,
So anyway, Bruce remembers that when he was a child, he once fell from a well, I think. Oh, he fell in a well, I think.
yes, yep. Which
And
movie? Yes.
I think that place was full of bats.
Mhm.
And then
And
his
it's
father,
the theater. Yes,
pardon?
it's the reason they had to leave the theater in the first place. Yes.
Oh, because there was a
Got
bat.
bats because they were doing like this Cirque du Soleil on the roof, and
Uh-huh.
the flapping of the capes and all that stuff looked like the bats flapping around him, and that triggered him. And then the parents, being the supportive people they are, were like, let's just leave out the exit. Which who
Yeah.
actually does that? But anyway, they leave out the side exit, which leads them directly into an alleyway. And then that's what causes the shooting, which causes Bruce's guilt, which I think doubles back to him saying, yeah, let's use bats kind of thing. You know what I mean? This is the thing that
Yeah.
scares me.
And
Yeah.
where was Alfred this day?
Hey, I guess you don't invite the butler to the place. I guess he was just at home.
What I just mean is, where was the car?
See, that's a funny thing. What I think is, because I've thought about this for years. It's so funny that you say this. Why are they in an alleyway? It's a theater. Who's ever walked out of a theater in an alleyway? It's impossible. Where were they parked?
Exactly.
It doesn't make sense. The only that makes sense is if you go to a movie theater, right? There's a little door that says exit.
Right.
Which who walks through that door? That's why I think
Unless it's a fire escape type of door, right?
it's the fire escape. That's the only logical explanation. Otherwise, the movie doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
To walk out the front door to an alley, it's impossible.
Right.
Yeah, and there's no way that people that rich don't have a valet.
That's why I'm asking where Alfred was, because I'm sure he's the chauffeur. I'm assuming.
Which means the only explanation, this is my inner writer coming out to explain it, is that it was a emergency exit, a fire escape. So they were like, instead of walking through a bunch of people, they went through the emergency escape, and that will immediately lead you outside. So that kind of makes sense, even though I'm sure that's not happened. If that's the excuse, I'll accept it. Anything else, it's just going to call it a plot hole.
Yeah, but also I'm thinking they probably told Alfred to come and fetch them at a specific time. They didn't expect Bruce to be triggered by a bat scene or whatever looks like a bat. So they left earlier than expected. That's why Alfred was not there.
And then they were like, let's walk. Let's take a walk in an alleyway at night in Gotham.
In Gotham.
Yeah. Let's go chill at the concession stand. I'll buy a beer. Kid, you can have a soda. Let's just chill over here in the lobby. No. It's impossible.
Right. But look, when this storyline was created, it was possibly back in the 30s, 40s. So
it's the original one, yes.
Yes. So they just went with that and really didn't give it much thought. So it's fine. Whatever. Anyway.
Yeah. I'm agreeing with you.
Where were we? Okay, so yeah, he realizes how corrupt Gotham is, and after getting all that training, obviously he wants to do something good, but instead of you going full throttle with that philosophy that from the League of Shadows, he's like, no, I'm not gonna kill people, but I'm gonna try and save people. I don't want kids to end up like I did. So I'm gonna take the law into my own hands because the system is corrupt. So how can I do this? The only way for me to do this is to disguise myself because I'm a billionaire, I'm rich, people know me. So I have to scare the people who scare other people. So I need to scare criminals. And yeah, you're right. He remembers that he's frightened of bats, and he starts now, forging certain things.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he does the batarang. He takes the costume. He models the costume after a bat, but uses some elements that he got from the League of Shadows, like those pointy things that they have on
the shredder, the cheese graters.
Yeah, the cheese graters. And I think they're retractable. Are they not? I guess it is.
Second movie.
Or in the second movie?
That's they have
Um.
to shoot, yeah. But in the first,
Oh.
shoot.
Oh, okay. And yeah, so he goes out at night. Obviously, he's a bit rusty because, first of all, he's using certain things that he didn't use before. I mean, he uses the, what's that thing? Like a glider or something. I don't know what to call it.
Grappling hook.
Oh, grappling hook. Thank you so much. He uses the grappling hook because obviously Gotham is it has a lot of, I guess you could say it's like New York or something in a sense that there's so many
Yeah.
buildings.
Size.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, a lot of skyscrapers. So obviously
Yeah.
he's not a web slinger like Spider-Man, so he needs to
Exactly.
use something to travel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some of his missions don't go so well. I mean, I remember there's a particular scene where he crash lands into someone's apartment at night.
Yeah. When he's
Or
talking to
something like that.
first time and he hits his chest against it. He's like, oh, I felt that one. And then he's yo, I need your help, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
And he eventually meets a guy called what's that guy's name again? What's Scarecrow's name again? His real name?
I actually don't know. I just know him as Scarecrow. Let's just call him
Yeah. Anyway, this guy is a lawyer, and
Mhm.
he's actually working for Falcone, I think.
He's a psychologist, I'm correct, not a lawyer. Because how he works for Falcone by giving all these people insanity. He says, I'm a trained psychologist. These people are all mentally ill. So take them to this, so don't arrest them. That's kind of what he does.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought it
Yeah.
was a lawyer. Okay. But anyway, he has a mask that has fear toxin.
Mm-hmm.
And once he obviously releases this fear toxin, your sort of like your biggest fear sort of manifests. Obviously, it triggers your brain somehow. I think it triggers the part of fear in your brain, and that's what you see. So what Batman saw was himself, a very dark version of himself. Like if think of Batman costume, but instead of the part where you see his actual face, it's just full on black. That was a scary scene. Eh?
Yeah.
And yeah, it messes him up because obviously he's still afraid of bats.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what happened, but eventually Scarecrow leaves him, and then he calls Alfred. Alfred fetches him, and yeah, he keeps on trying and trying night after night. But at the same time, as Bruce Wayne, he's trying to basically, get to this whole Wayne Enterprises thing. He's trying to find his feet there in the corporate world. But it's tough because some of the shareholders don't like him. They think he's a spoiled brat who
Yeah.
left for 8 years
Yeah.
without. So basically, according to them, he's a loose cannon because he left his father's business without a care in the world, and all of a sudden he comes back and he wants a part of this. Yeah, like what's we're not gonna trust you. I mean, you don't even know what the company's gone through over the years. Why would we trust you? So basically, this character has two problems that he needs to solve. During the day, it's the business. At night, it's mastering this thing that he has now started, this vigilante thing. And yeah, those are two. I like that. I like the fact that what Nolan does is he creates so many villains, but all of them, whether big or small, are thorn in Bruce's and Batman's flesh. Both characters have villains that they need to
Yeah.
to fight. And that's interesting. And they're not cheesy, they're not corny, they're realistic. These
Yes.
are realistic things. But anyway, I think there was a drug shipment.
Well, that's his debut. Yeah. When he catches Falcon Moroni. Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. Obviously, he finds out about it and then goes there, stops Falcone. Falcone goes to prison. And yeah, am I leaving anything important around that time?
Well, I mean, I feel like there's deeper undertones, but otherwise, I think you're explaining it pretty well. Yeah.
That's pretty true. Obviously, he builds a good relationship with Lucius Fox
Mhm.
in the process, because Lucius Fox is the one that basically helps him develop his costumes, the one who helps him, with technology, with the Batmobile and all of that. And what's so interesting about Lucius Fox is he's very discreet. And this is something that becomes a bit of an issue in the second one, because he was so discreet that Bruce was willing to do something that questioned Lucius Fox's morals in the second one. And he was like, you know what, if you continue with this, I'm going to have to tender my resignation, because you are basically invading people's privacy at this point. But Bruce had to do what he had to do, I guess.
Yeah.
But anyway, I digress.
Forest.
Pardon?
You had to burn the forest.
Yes.
It's a metaphor from something that Alfred said to him, where he's like, how did you catch the criminal? Oh, we burnt the forest down to catch him. So that's basically the visual element of the metaphor that they were using. So when Batman basically flushed out the entire city of all its information to catch the Joker, that was him burning the forest down to catch the Joker. He was sacrificing his morals, or rather, his morals and Lucius's morals. Even if it was just so he could get this guy. Yeah.
That's messed up, bro. That just goes to show how smart Joker was.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, so I think there's a point where Rachel had to be killed. I think she had vital information about something, and then I think people
she was close. Yes.
Yes, and then that's when she meets Batman for the first time. And what was so interesting about this version of Batman, and this is something that Christian Bale did very well in this movie, not the others, this particular movie, is that he changed his voice as Batman. He didn't go too far. He wasn't like no, he was just like, people are after you. It was a bit of a whisper, but with a bit of a subtle voice, so that you don't really identify that this is Bruce speaking. And that was really smart. Anyway, so as Bruce Wayne, he loves Rachel, and he's trying to get her. He's trying to win her, but Rachel is not impressed because
to the point where it's annoying. But yes,
pardon.
To the point where it's annoying. She's so self-righteous, but yes,
yes.
Because
Bruce tries everything, bro. There's even a famous meme where it's like, no, I forgot, but there's a whole meme where it shows different versions of Bruce, or as Batman, as whatever, and and Rachel turns him down every single time.
I'm just not feeling a nigga, dude. Like at that point, what can you do?
Oh my goodness. It's a sad situation, because he never actually got Rachel in the first two movies. He never.
It ends with him never getting, it never happens.
And I guess that's messed up, because he's a playboy. He can get any girl he wants, but not Rachel.
Yeah, isn't it kind of ironic? Peter Parker is the biggest nerd in the world. Girls right in center. Mary Jane. What's the other lady's name again?
Gwen Stacy.
Gwen Stacy. You know what I mean?
Felicia Hartman.
Exactly. Yeah. Me, Batman, superstar, billionaire,
Who does he get? Selena Kyle. A thief.
Maidenless.
But Talia was hot. But yeah, that's a story for another day.
That's a third one though.
Yeah.
And using him to take over to get the nuclear warhead, and Selena Kyle in it for the money and the clean slate.
And she basically led him to get his back broken by Bane.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. But anyway.
Yeah.
What happened is I'm trying to connect the dots here of anything major that happened. Anyway.
Well, we're still in the second act right now. We're still in the build-up, yeah.
Right. So I'm just trying to get to where Ra's al Ghul.
That's more third act.
Yes.
Well, I know you described it as a 4-act structure, but let's just pretend it's a basic 3-act structure. That's a third act, maybe the midway point even. No, I think the house burns down at the midway point. No. The house burns down at the dark part of the soul. I don't know if you know I don't know if you know what I'm talking about even.
The what?
It's called the dark something of the soul. It's basically the darkest point of the movie. For example, in Guardians of the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie, when they're all like talking, they're all like sitting together and that thing, and they're all like feeling miserable about themselves before they come up with a plan to attack. That's how that kicks off the third act. Then you kind of get the final battle. I feel like when the house burns down, that's kind of everything at its lowest point for Batman.
Right.
Together as Alfred lifts him off of thing, gets the thing. I'm jumping ahead of the storyline, but anyway, this is still it's the difficult part of any writing process, the second act.
Yeah.
You got to explain a lot of stuff. You got to build a lot of stuff up before the action starts.
Right.
And kind of what's happening right now, the build up.
So anyway, people start knowing about this Batman character, even the criminal masterminds like your Falcones and whatever. Also, I think I left an important piece of information. His father had built a bridge, I think.
Yes.
Or a train or something.
A line of trains, like
yes. Because that plays a huge role in the story. But to cut the long story short, Russell Gould gets access to this fear toxin, or he's the one that gave the fear toxin. I don't remember if he gave the fear toxin to Scarecrow or he got it from Scarecrow. But he produces it at a mass scale to such an extent that that gas infects the entire city, right? But this is the fourth act, no? Or is it the third act?
Third act, yeah. Well, that actually kicks off and the gas goes off. Yeah, that's the real third act kicking off right there.
Okay, so basically, so the house burned down before, no?
Yeah, was before.
Okay, so Bruce hosts a party, and at this party, and this is one of my favorite scenes of all time. Russell Gould comes in. Totally unexpected because we didn't expect that he would be there. Because the last time we saw him, he nearly died. They ended things on good terms. They didn't agree. They agreed to disagree, basically. And then he comes and he's like, look, man, I'm not going to lie to you. I came for revenge after what you did. And yeah, let's get to it, Papa. Let's go. And Bruce is like, you know what? It's fine. You can get me, you can do whatever, but first, man, let's let these innocent people go. Right. And this is what I like about Bruce Wayne. And I think let's get to it just a bit. The ultimate question has always been, is Bruce always Batman trying to play Bruce? Okay, let me put it like this. Is he always Batman pretending to be Bruce, or is it Bruce pretending to be Batman?
Well, okay, number one, I'm going to start there with asking you a question.
Sorry. Let me add the third one, because the same thing applies to Superman as well.
Yes.
Or is he a scared kid who's trying really hard to get over his parents' trauma, and thus has created two characters to survive?
I always feel that one is cheating, but okay.
Okay.
We're saying Kill Bill. Have you seen it, Volume 2?
What's that? Kill Bill, yeah.
Volume 2, you've seen it?
Yes.
Have you seen the speech that they talk about Superman?
That Bill makes about Superman,
yes.
that he's always Superman.
Yes, and that Clark Kent's demeanor is his critique on humanity.
Yes.
That he thinks that when Clark plays a human, he's a weak, nerdy guy. Well, yes. I think Batman Beyond kind of answered this question by when the mind reading guy tried to defeat Batman, and no, sorry, it wasn't a mind reading guy, it was a shapeshifter. So what happened was he was like, how do you know it wasn't me? Or like, how do you know that it wasn't messing with your head? He wasn't a shapeshifter. He was a mind reading guy.
He was a mind reader. You're right. Yeah, I remember that episode.
Yes, and he was like, nah, you're making a mistake. I don't think of myself as Bruce.
Yeah, he said that guy called me Bruce.
Yes.
And it was like, I don't get it. What does that mean? It's like, I don't call myself Bruce.
Yes, exactly.
It's like okay. But I'm Batman now.
Bars, dude. That was like, I love hip hop so much, and to me, that was some hip hop right there. That was some, you know what I mean? That was brilliant. And in a way, I think that's And Rachel discusses this, where I think, again, this is why I say the story is about identity. I feel like it's such a deep question. But basically, technically, I would say he's in between right now. At the end of the thing, I think at that point, he's more Batman than Bruce. Because
Yes.
Batman already lost his money.
Right.
He gave up his money, you know what I mean? He gave it up, that rich lifestyle. And he was willing to use it again because he doesn't really care that much about it. But the Batman stuff he cares about a lot.
Right.
So I think Bruce is a means to Batman, is a means to an end to achieve Batman. So I think he's in between the two, but he's working himself towards Batman.
Right.
Makes sense.
Because the conversation between him and Russell Gould was basically Batman speaking to Russell Gould. There was no Bruce inside there.
Yeah.
And I want to get to this that
Batman, but yes.
I want to get to this that how he gets people out was so fascinating, and this also plays on to his intelligence because he's a very intelligent human being. That's where the Sherlock Holmes part comes in. Is that he pretends like he's drunk. He pretends to be drunk. Get out! Come here and you drink my expensive champagne. He becomes a jerk deliberately. A sober man pretending to be drunk, pretending to be the spoiled, entitled, rich guy who basically is proving the shareholders right because the shareholders were there. And remember what we said earlier is that the shareholders are basically skeptical to make this guy, head of Wayne Enterprises or Wayne Tech or Wayne Corp, whatever you call it, because they see him as a loose cannon. And this proves their point. That's why one of the guy that kept talking about, he looks at him and says, your father would be very disappointed.
Yes, actually, I was going to say, I don't think that guy was a shareholder per se. But what he was someone who was sincere, because the shareholders were all not sincere, the board members.
Yes.
But that guy was sincere. And I'm sure that hurt him. Because yes, he is giving up Bruce. That's why I say he's not completely Batman yet.
That's true.
And that wouldn't have hurt him if he was completely Batman. There's still Bruce in there who looks up to his daddy. That's why we get that scene of him in the train as a kid talking, saying this is the value of the train. See, that's what writing does. It does two things. A, it sets up the train for the final battle.
Right.
And then number two, it sets up, Bruce really looks up to his dad. He looks up his dad like a fucking like a heavenly figure.
Right.
You know what I mean? It says that's what good writing does. Does at least two things. So that's what I mean to say. Like that's so good. Yeah. But yeah. So when that line hits, you're like, okay, Bruce is still there. That's why it hurts so much. But he's do it because now he's becoming Batman. Yeah.
So anyway, he chases the people out and then they start fighting. Obviously, Bruce loses the fight. He's outmatched because, obviously, Russell Gould came prepared. He came with so many people. Alfred was basically tending to all these people, making sure that everybody's going home safely, gets into their cars. And once this happens, Russell Gould beats him to a pulp. Then he burns the Wayne Manor. And just when all hell breaks loose, just when we're losing this guy, Alfred comes to the rescue. Right. Then, that's when Russell Gould, I think he has mass-produced this fear toxin, so much so that it basically fills the entire city. So what happens to the city now is everybody is influenced by this fear toxin, so they see their deepest fears everywhere. Whether it's a horseman going by or it's a rabid dog or whatever. So, and this is what's so brilliant about Batman villains is that some of the things that they do, man, sometimes it's so hard to even trace the source of all the atrocities that might happen in one night. I'll give you an example. In the second Batman film, Joker plants bombs in two ships. One ship is filled with criminals and another ship is filled with civilians. And he gives them basically a time limit to say, by this time, you guys need to decide whether you're going to bomb those guys or you're going to bomb these guys. So in as much as it is Joker's plan, he is nowhere near any of those ships. So with Russell Gould, for instance, if people in Gotham end up killing each other because they are trying to protect themselves from whatever they are seeing, based on the fear, which is basically, it's like people killing each other thinking that they're seeing other things.
Mm-hmm.
That is brilliant, because people are killing themselves, even though he did this, but people are killing themselves because of it. That's brilliant for me. That's brilliant writing.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, Gotham is already a scary place.
Right.
So these people have been living in fear their whole lives before Batman. So
Right.
why would it change? Now it's amplified to infinity.
Yes.
And they even lock them out. They lock the people of the central Gotham out of the suburbs, basically. And they put the bridges up, you know what I mean? Like New York style. Which is crazy when you think about it. But yeah. And then that's how that kicks off the final battle, basically, as he chases down the train. I mean, there's a whole part of Gordon escaping to go get, what does he go escape to get again? Because he gets
Wasn't
to use
it access to water or something? Water pipes or something? I don't remember.
Oh. I think he went to go fetch the anecdote.
Yes, but where did he get it?
From Batman, because I remember they split up. Batman then chases after the train, and then Gordon gets in the car, jumps the bridge to go do something.
What was in the train again? Was it a bomb?
No. Remember, the way that they've been making the gas is by that EMP thing that basically creates radio waves that are so powerful that it makes water evaporate. Because remember, the thing that the scarecrow thing isn't really a gas, it's a poison, right? Poison liquid form, but it only works as a gas. So when it turns into a gas, that's what actually makes you go thingamajiggy. Right. So they're pumping that stuff in the water for weeks. It's everywhere. It's in your bath water, which is actually kind of where the jokes come in. How come no one boils water and then goes crazy? But hot shower, you know what I mean? Never happened. Right. That's one of the people that people make fun of. But the point is, the poisoned water is everywhere now.
Right.
And then in order to turn it into gas, they have to make it evaporate, which is what they steal the emitter from the Wayne Enterprises, because it used to belong to Lucius. Right. That's how they tie Lucius into the storyline. But yeah, so now the train is heading towards Wayne Enterprises, because not only do they have the biggest trains, they run the water supply in the city. Right. So below that water supply up, it's a nuclear wave of gas flying over the entire city. Jeez. It only hits the slums. So now, if it hits everyone, who knows? It's basically like that scene from what's that movie again? Samuel Jackson and the Kingsman. You know,
Kingsman Secret Service.
Yes, you know that scene where like the thingamajig makes everyone go crazy. Same principle.
The church scene.
Remember
the church scene?
It's final scene, but yes.
Yeah.
Church scene too, yes. But yeah. So yeah, they have to stop the train before the emitter hits the main water supplies. Because once that blows, there's gas everywhere.
There's no stopping that. Yeah.
Exactly.
So, there's something that the more you speak, the more I realize that, okay, I've always thought about this. I just never voiced it out, but you've made it more amplified. Commissioner Gordon always does something heroic in all these movies. So Batman and Commissioner Gordon both do something in the third act. Both of them always do something in the third act that is heroic in all three movies.
Yeah.
Lucius Fox and Alfred also do something heroic in all these movies as well.
Yeah.
Michael Caine's Alfred saved Bruce from the fire, which is something that nobody sees, by the way. Yeah. Lucius Fox helps with the technology, like you were saying, that I guess gave it to Gordon, according to explanation.
No. Okay. The gas emitter thing is something that was R&D made for the Enterprises. That was a thing that had already been made and was stolen in the beginning of the storyline.
Oh, okay.
To Batman. And then he also makes the cure. He also makes the cure for the scarecrow toxin, which he gives to Gordon in order to mass produce something like that. I can't remember. Right. But yeah. Yes.
And I think we underestimate the brilliance of Lucius Fox. He's a very smart man, black man. And it's amazing. What's this? Morgan Freeman also always makes sure to choose the right role, or a role that doesn't misrepresent the black man. For the most part. For the most part.
I was gonna say
So
driving Miss Daisy.
yeah. No, that's what I'm saying for the most part, because I'm thinking of
Yeah.
some roles that he played.
I think he represents really well. I mean, this man is
Yeah.
love everything he does. So yeah.
Yeah. No, he never. Okay, let me not say never, but he hardly misses.
Yeah. Let me put it like this.
But
Like Gary Oldman, he's the best part of whatever he's in.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Those are characters. I love stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, to cut the long story short, Bruce tries to stop the train, but he's stopped by Ra's al Ghul. They go into a fight, and eventually Ra's al Ghul, I think he dies. I just don't remember how he dies, but
Basically, Batman beats him down, and then he kind of does the Joker type thing where you're gonna have to like, what are you gonna do now? You know what I mean? And then Batman's like, well, you're right. Are you gonna? He's like, are you gonna kill me? Hmm? And then he's like, I don't have to kill you, but I don't have to save you either.
yeah.
Then he just then he bounces, and then he just leaves the train to blow up. But
Right.
I think the emitter's turned off at that point. But yeah, they get rid of the emitter so that way it doesn't blow up the water tanks.
Right, but it destroys the bridge, though.
Yes, they do destroy the father's bridge, which one could argue is when Batman becomes Batman, because it was
it's symbolic. It's symbolic, definitely, because that's the last connection that he has to his head. I mean, the house is burned down, so obviously that's also messed. It's messed up. The bridge is also gone, so it's like the things that he held dear, that his father had built, they're all in ruins.
Exactly.
And then Commissioner Gordon also gets the antidote, and he does what he does, and everybody is, I guess, Gotham is saved.
Yes.
Right? And
slum can be, but yes.
Pardon?
As saved as a slum can be, you know what I mean? There's no pensions going around.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. It's a temporary solution to a serious problem that cannot be fixed in a day. And then later we see Bruce basically looking at the house, and Rachel comes and says, "Hey, how are you doing? What are you gonna do now that the house is burnt?" It's like, you know what? I'm gonna start from scratch. I'm gonna rebuild it brick by brick. And for me, that's one of my favorite lines ever, because he could have bought new land or got another house, but the fact that he built it from scratch also speaks to his character, because yes, I'm a mess. I'm still dealing with the trauma I've experienced as a kid, but I'm building myself from scratch. I'm gonna become CEO of an enterprises. I'm gonna become a great hero, but I'm gonna do it one step at a time. I'm not gonna rush it. I'm gonna try my best to do it one step at a time. And that's, for me, that's what it meant. Yeah.
I would agree with that mostly. I'm not a big fan of the I'm still a kid thing, because to me it feels like it makes fun of people with mental trauma.
Right.
Because what you're saying is, okay, I get it, because technically there is a thing where you become stunted, yes. But you can't really say the smartest guy in the world is stunted, if that makes any sense. The most academic, business-like, forward-thinking, functional human being that will ever exist is stunted. Rather, what I would prefer we say is, what's a better way of saying it that makes sense to me? I'm trying to think. Thing is, we all have complexes, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean?
We do. We do.
I call it, there's something I feel like I'm going deep now. There's something it's called child promises. When you're a kid, there are certain promises you make to yourself that never go away, if that makes any sense.
Right.
Where it's like, this will never happen to me again. And your brain goes, all right, because your brain is a computer. Your brain is a computer that designs itself to go, it's with ChatGPT. It locks you in on something and it gets it done.
Right.
And that doesn't mean you're still a kid. It just means you have, what can you say, complex purposes that date back really far back. That's all it really means, in my opinion. So that's why I kind of feel like I relate to people like Batman and Naruto, and Rock Lee, because they all had kid promises, if that makes sense. Again, I feel like I'm like a crazy person. But all these characters in fiction, they all had these young promises that have stuck with them forever. And you work through it, and if you're well balanced, you work through it. Because when people say like the way they say it like that, it sounds like, okay, if Batman got his life together, he'd stop being Batman. Would he?
No, I don't think he would.
You know what I mean?
It helped. It helped to motivate him to be Batman, but I think it helped him to become less entitled to what he has.
Of course, yeah. The pain that he went through, definitely. I mean, especially more modern when he goes into the thingamajiggy. Definitely. I mean, that I don't say it defines you. It alters your brain chemistry in such a way that you can't re-alter your brain chemistry once you reach a certain age. If that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Alfred, I think, comes and says something to him. I just forgot what he said.
I just know it was really cool when he says, like, outside of putting things from brick to brick, what if we add a little bit of space over here? Add a little space over here. They sort of like start setting up the Batcave kind of thing. And you're like, snap, this is where it's going. Yeah.
And you know, what I like about the Batcave is they made it so interesting because there's two parts of it. There is an actual cave with bats and everything, but there's this area which is just it's like a hall, which is plain, but there's nothing in there except where his costume is and maybe a few, I guess you could say, a few counters where he can find his stuff.
Tables for all the equipment that he buys. Yeah. That's what's exciting about it. That's why I love Christopher Nolan so much. That's why I think Christopher Nolan was 90% perfect for Batman, because he uses practical effects. So if that's in a sound room, I think Batman's not as good a movie. Does it make sense?
If what?
If the Batcave had been a sound room where it's a big square, and then they just spray paint the walls, green screen, and then the Batcave is green screen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
The movie's bad now. The movie's bad. That's what I think. If they took the Batmobile and then instead of making an actual tank, they just took a motorbike and then put what's that thing called? Microplastic or whatever it's called on the case to make it look like metal. Batman's a bad movie.
Yeah.
I mean, because I don't know, you've seen the behind the scenes of the Batmobile. That car rocks. Like that car is a car.
Yeah.
But stuff like that, you can tell his love for the. By the way, we still. Sorry, I feel like I'm jumping ahead. We haven't talked about.
No. Please continue.
I think that first of all, we still talk about the writing element, but just talk about the directing element itself. The practical effects make the movie absolutely bananas. Because if Schumacher had done it, because Schumacher's movie, right? Batman and Robin, you can kind of tell they're in a soundstage. Do you know why?
Yeah.
Jackie Chan talks about the wide shot. If you want to see, if you're a professional, you want to do it right, put it in a wide so you can see. Because everything's practical, you get a lot of wides. It's open. You see everything.
Right.
There's
depth of field as well. Like you see, like you're saying, there's a lot of you see that this is not a stage, a sound stage, or like you were saying, where like in sitcoms, you cannot see the other side of the room.
Yeah. I never got that impression. With the Batman movies. Yeah. This man pulls that camera back. I thought they must have done some trickery. maybe some wires or whatever to do the actual sliding scene. But
Right.
I'm sure wherever they were, it was cold. Do you know what I mean? That was
Sure.
real ice. It wasn't fake ice. I'm sure they did something to like, I don't know what they did to like make it practical.
That's called panning, right? When the shot is basically
Yeah, panning is a good word. Yeah.
yeah.
So
When it's zoomed out and you can actually see
spins
a
around.
wider.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, panning is when it spins around.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, that's super wide. I don't know what the name is as well. But yeah, that like it's not Lawrence of Arabia, but at the same time, Christopher Nolan uses the cameras that were used in Lawrence of Arabia
Yes,
because
and it's Ben-Hur as well, right? Is it Ben-Hur or Ben-Hur or whatever?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like ultra wides. Yes, this
This is called that's the IMAX cameras, right?
yes. Well, no, I think he only. I don't know if he used it in the first movie.
I think he used it in the Dark Knight. He started using them in the Dark Knight.
The bank scene. Oh, the behind the scenes for the bank scene for the Dark Knight are incredible.
So wait, so which cameras did he use in this one?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to research that one, unfortunately.
Okay, because with for Ben-Hur, that was the IMAX.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry. Yeah, just want to make it clear for whoever's watching
yes.
this.
Mm.
Yeah.
I know. I'm angry at myself. There's proper names for all this stuff.
It's okay, man. Look, I think the amount of information that we already shared should
Mm.
suffice for now. We can't say everything. Yeah.
I won't say this though. There is one negative about Christopher Nolan that people have pointed out, and when you watch a movie again, you can kind of see it. And that's that Christopher Nolan doesn't know how to shoot a fighting scene.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
Quick cut, quick cut, quick cut, quick cut.
It's
You just
true.
see it.
You barely see anything, and
Yeah.
that's sad because when you watch a movie, and I just remembered now, it's a movie that we could have mentioned, but I think it's forgettable, unfortunately. Equilibrium, which is a
Yeah.
movie that Christian Bale did.
Yes.
The fight sequences in that movie are remarkable,
Oh,
outstanding.
absolutely.
So when you have an actor who did those kind of fight scenes, not being able to do them in this movie,
Yeah.
is criminal. I don't know. Maybe they didn't have a budget to get a fight choreographer, or they probably did, but
If they flew to Tibet only for, I just think Christopher Nolan can't do a fight scene. I think that's the problem. Think about it.
yeah.
And what's so funny is this man has learned to not lean into that, right? So then don't shoot it. Because the opening, if you actually think about the opening Batman's debut, how many fights do you actually see there? You just see this man, and then he grabs someone, then he grabs someone. It's like, where are you?
And then you hear gunshots. Yeah.
Just keep doing it like a horror movie. You don't have to
No,
show.
but you know, the thing is, people were going to complain because people watch Batman for fight scenes.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. That's fair.
But to be fair, also,
yeah,
the good fight scenes are in the third one, though, and it's all thanks to Tom Hardy. That's it. Tom Hardy makes it work.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
And also, I was gonna say to counter that, you can say people can say whatever they want about Zack Snyder, but the opening, dude, when they like thing, the Batman vs Superman, the opening where you don't know what Batman is, and you see those like this traffic, and then they're like the policeman's like thingamajiggy, and then they close the door. They're like, he's in here somewhere. He's here somewhere. And like Christopher Nolan could have done that. He can do that.
Right.
So I feel like Christopher Nolan, if he'd gone with the more horror angle of Batman, the thing that strikes fear into thingamajiggies, Batman would be a 1,000 times a better movie right now.
Yeah. Look, I don't want to lie. Whenever they show people being afraid of Batman, I never really bought it until I saw Batman v Superman. That scene where Batman is like on the ceiling and stuff, and the cops are, oh yo, bro. Jeez.
Yes. Dude.
You see when they say a creature of the night?
Yes.
That's exactly what that was, bro.
For the first time ever in the history of Batman. See, that's what I love about film and storytelling. We all make a contribution. Yeah. And that was Zack Snyder's biggest contribution to Batman, in my opinion.
Yes. But, you know, we need to be honest. all Batman projects that came after Christopher Nolan were inspired by Christopher
Yes. And people blame Christopher Nolan for the age of gritty movies.
Nolan.
If Daredevil came after that Batman, if I'm correct. And we all know the memes of like the hero on the roof looking down, like suspected. You know what I mean?
You're talking about the Netflix Daredevil, right? Not the Ben Affleck one.
I think I'm talking about the Ben Affleck one. I'm not sure which one.
No, the Ben Affleck one I think came out in 2002.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right, cool. But then the Spider-Man, because there was a lot of movies that came out at that time where like you're like, okay, everyone's trying to be gritty right now. Everyone's trying to be gritty. Everyone's trying to be gritty.
Spider-Man 3 definitely came out after The Dark Knight.
Yes.
I mean, after Batman Begins.
Yes. I'm trying to think of what the other ones were. Where everyone was trying to be dark and gritty. It's kind of like the reverse of Joss Whedon. I feel like that's what got us Joss Whedon, because everyone was trying to be dark and gritty.
Yes.
Like, let me be the opposite. Let me be.
Joss made it all colorful, and it worked for the first Avengers movie.
I would say it worked all the way up until Infinity War, even. Maybe not that far. Yeah, no, up until Infinity War. But then it got too far. It was like Doctor Strange. It was like there'd be a serious moment and there'd be a not serious moment, like next to this.
It's like, I don't know if you saw a TikTok of this guy who basically says if Lord of the Rings was an MCU film, so someone would say, quickly, we need to make sure that we reach Mordor before sundown. It's like, hey, I don't know, I'm from New York. Someone says that. Stuff like that.
Yeah. There's 1,000 orcs. I'm an elf. I've got a bow with like 2 arrows, but I keep getting more. None of it makes sense.
Oh, did you see this video that I'm talking about?
That's the scene from movie. Is it Infinite? No, when the one with Age of Ultron. Yeah, where Hawkeye says something exactly like that.
Oh yeah. I have a bow and arrow. None of this makes sense.
I feel like that's what would happen if Thingamajiggy, And what's funny is that technically, Joss Whedon is a good writer. Don't get me wrong. We can talk about that one for hours.
I mean, he wrote Buffy the Vampire Slayer. He also wrote some comic books, Marvel comic books.
Yep.
He wrote Avengers. He wrote Age of Ultron. He directed Avengers.
Yes.
And he directed Age of Ultron.
Yes.
And then he did the Justice League, which was a flop.
Yeah, that's fair. I feel like Age of Ultron and the what did you say now? Justice League movie is what destroyed his reputation.
Yeah.
And he himself finished off his reputation like a Mortal Kombat movie.
Yeah. I see what you did there.
Finished himself. Dude, it was just embarrassing.
Yeah, and that whole Ray Fisher situation.
Yeah. Did you hear what he said about Gal Gadot?
What happened?
You know, okay, the Ray Fisher, right? We all know about that, but did you hear what he said about Gal Gadot? Because apparently Gal Gadot was beefing as well.
No, what did he say about Gal Gadot?
Okay, basically there was an interview thing that went viral. Wait, gosh, I must remember the words now. He said, Gal Gadot said, thingamajiggy, something about him. And then he was like, yeah, Gal Gadot probably doesn't understand because she doesn't speak English properly or some shit like that.
Oh.
Then, yeah. The internet. What?
Oh my goodness.
You're the same guy that made Buffy. What are you saying right now?
Dude. But also, can we be honest that in saying that nobody really got Wonder Woman right than Zack Snyder?
Yes. I think, oh God, this is so complex. I think we may have given, is it Catherine Bigelow, right? I forgot her name. Am I right? It's Catherine Bigelow, right?
Who's that?
The director of Wonder Woman.
No, that's Patty Jenkins.
Sorry, my bad. Catherine Bigelow was, I think, the one with Anthony Mackie with the sniper.
Anthony Mackie as a sniper.
Police one. It had Anthony Mackie and Ryan not Ryan Reynolds.
Jeremy Renner.
No, man. The guy that plays Hawkeye.
Yeah, that's Jeremy Renner.
Oh yes.
I know the one you're talking about where they're soldiers, ne?
Yes.
Just give me a second. The laptop is about to die. I think it's not charging. But please continue. I'm listening.
Yeah, anyway, my point is, yeah, Catherine Jenkins is that her name? Yes.
Yeah, Patty Jenkins.
Remember at that point, the Superman movie had come out, so we gave her all the credit, and we gave Zack Snyder the credit for the third act because we were all like, maybe I think Zack Snyder made the act because none of us. Because remember, no one likes the third act of Wonder Woman because it undermines the main storyline if you actually think about it.
Right. Someone said that I was talking to Buck and Devil. I think it was last week, and they were saying that the third act feels like it was taken off the page from Dragon Ball, the saga where Gohan erupts and then destroys Cell. It's like she became Super Saiyan 2 all of a sudden and started fighting Ares.
It makes sense. It was unjustifiable that she just really got a billion times stronger, number one. And number two, because it was like, you're the weapon. Oh, okay. And then she blows him up and it's like, I've got the power of love. No, you didn't set that up. Number well, they did set up that they said it like 1,000 times. Guys, killing one person won't end the war. Killing one person won't end the war. Then they kill Ares, and they see, everyone on the base starts hugging each other. I thought you said killing one person didn't end the war.
Right.
So it undermined itself. And then everyone, at least in the movie circles, was like, I bet you Zack Snyder wrote that part. And then Patty Jenkins wrote all the first 2 acts.
Oh.
Only for Wonder Woman to have for Patty Jenkins to have full control of Wonder Woman 2, and then everyone go, what garbage is this?
Right. Because Wonder Woman 2 feels like Richard Donner's Superman film in the 70s.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden it's like, why are we watching a Christopher Reeve impression from Gal Gadot all of a sudden?
And it's so corny, and it's so corny and so campy and so weird. Meanwhile, if you look at the Snyder cut, you're like, I feel like, nah, dude. If you look at the Wonder Woman, the opening of Wonder Woman, you know what I mean? Where she's like, dude, those moves that she was pulling there.
At the bank, right? Yeah.
Oh,
brilliant.
Oh, dude, and they had the Bolton from Game of Thrones as the bad guy. What's it? Not Ramsey, the father, Roose Bolton or something like that.
Right.
You know it's him, right? You noticed it was him. But yeah.
I didn't actually, but now that you mention it, I need to look at that scene again. Who was it? The guy who had the bomb?
Yeah, the guy had the bomb. Yeah, the one that was running the whole show, basically. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You think about how wonderfully done and how brutal that action scene was, and you're like, I feel like. Then you think about how beautiful the Flash's moment is, along with
one of the best scenes in superhero history, in my opinion.
And then you're like, are you guys sure the third act wasn't Patty Jenkins? Are you still sure it's not Zack Snyder?
Right.
Though the hate that Zack Snyder got is honestly unfair.
You know what? Let's be honest. In hindsight, as fans,
yes,
we owe Zack an apology. And the reason I believe we owe him an apology is we were comparing him to MCU. And the biggest mistake you can ever make about DC is comparing it to Marvel, because Marvel mostly copies DC stuff.
Yes, and also they have two. In my opinion, they have two different ethos.
Right.
Core of Marvel are the heroes.
Right.
That makes sense. Right. Like Iron Man, he's an alcoholic. He goes through all the stuff. Captain America goes through all the stuff. Right. Whereas the DC, it's all about metaphors and the exterior threat. If that makes sense. So Batman. So I remember someone once said it in such a cool way. Like all of Batman's villains are a metaphor for Batman. The danger of Batman's intelligence, the Riddler.
Yes.
The danger of Batman's want for order, the Joker. The danger of Batman's strength, Bane. Does that make sense?
Right.
because of the maxed out version of Batman's overall stats, all
Right.
come together in the Batman villains. The bane of Superman's existence, Brainiac.
Yeah.
Strength matched with Brainiac. All that.
His connection with his home planet, Zod.
Exactly.
Right.
And I'm not saying it's perfect like that. I would say sometimes the in-between people are Supergirl. Supergirl, I feel like that's more of like it's dark like DC, as it should be, but it's more marvelous because it's all about Supergirl herself.
Right. Right.
So Supergirl could almost work as a Marvel character more than a DC character, but the dark universe she lives in with the ring, I feel like the ring is what makes her DC.
Right.
But the ring, the Red Lantern, there we go, Red Lantern. That is DC. But the inner turmoil of her being a victim of genocide. Do you know what I mean? Her people, Superman doesn't understand because he was a baby.
Yes.
But Thingamajiggy fully understands because she was a kid.
Right.
And she understands.
And she was like 16 or something, right?
Yes.
She was a whole teenager, right?
She was a full-on teenager. She understood her culture. She understood her universe that she was in. Right. She understood his family, her surroundings, and it was all taken away. Nothing. She understands that. Clark can't. That's what makes her unique and almost makes her better than a Marvel character in a way. I'm going to sound like a Marvel hater. But
that's the thing. That's why I'm saying DC for me, man. I like it slightly more than Marvel.
Yes. I'm a DC man. I like Iron Man, the whole alcoholic thing. I think that's cool. Cause I like pain. Let me put it like that.
Yeah.
With books.
And Spider-Man captures that perfectly because he's a flawed character. Extremely flawed.
And just the shit that happens to him.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, come on, man. Like, his inability to save Gwen Stacy because he doesn't understand, that sucks.
Yeah.
Like,
Uncle Ben.
The weight of responsibility is the main theme of Spider-Man, of course, definitely.
Yeah.
And his actions, which one could say it's moments of weakness that punish him forever. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Uncle Ben, moment of weakness. He could have stopped that guy, but they had just insulted him, which is true. And then, okay, now we've got to cross over because technically I haven't read that many comics. But if we talk the movies, then you can kind of see the individual. Yo, dude, there's another underrated director right there, Sam Raimi. I feel like we all need to talk about him at some point.
We do. Just give me a second, guys. Batman Begins. We basically touched everything. It's done. We just didn't say it, but just to say it, we are done with Batman Begins. We captured everything. The only thing we didn't say is that there's a part where Commissioner Gordon finally builds the bat signal and basically calls Batman, and then he tells him about this character called the Joker, shows him a card, and they say they'll deal with it, and then that's the end of the movie. Thank you. Anyway, back to what you were saying.
Okay, I'm sorry I got so distracted.
Yeah, it's okay. Sam Raimi, right? You were saying something about Sam Raimi?
Sam Raimi, about how that man understood Spider-Man so well.
100%. 100%.
He understood Spider-Man better than Mark Webb did. Mark Webb is the guy who did
Who did the Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2, yeah.
I don't know if he did both, but I know he did 2 for a fact. I think he did both. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
But yeah, he understood him way more. Like Mary.
And I think is it David Watts who's doing the current Spider-Man movie? Is it David Watts or Paul Watts or something?
I'm 60% sure you're right. I'm not sure. I haven't paid attention to the director that much. I haven't watched it because the reason I know the director is because I watched the movie like 4 times. You know what I mean?
Was that
So I haven't watched Homecoming and these movies enough times to be like, okay, that's a director right there. You know what I mean?
So
if you want to be a director, I feel like everyone should do that. Watch a movie more than once.
Yeah. And watch the credits. We're not crazy to check all these credits. We watch them because we want to know who were involved.
Who was it? Yeah, I haven't seen. Absolutely worth it. You see what the atmosphere was like. Yes.
Exactly. You have to know.
100%. And you can see Sam Raimi. So basically, I mean, Mary Jane is a bad singer, I think people, Mary Jane failing and Spider-Man failing are are things that, like, for example, people love Miles Morales. I really like Miles Morales. I don't love it, but I really like it. That's another discussion.
Okay.
But I would say the way Spider-Man fails is so much better in the Sam Raimi Spider-Man than even in Miles Morales.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
But okay, let me give you an example. Think about it. The people around Batman, Lucius Fox, he's the best scientist. Do you know what I mean? Rachel, the best lawyer. Alfred, the best butler. Do you know what I mean? Think about your favorite movies. Think about Stingwajiki, and you'll notice there's something. I feel like there needs to be a name for it. You can call it the best of the best syndrome. Anime does this a lot, actually. You'd be surprised. Anime, it turns out the Naruto's class, all the best ninjas. Do you know what I mean?
The Rookie 9, yeah.
Yeah. The Jujutsu Kaisen, all the best spirit guys.
Students, yeah.
This is
Curse
the best.
users.
Yeah, exactly. They say these are the best generation of curse users coming up, where everyone's the best of the best. Mary Jane got kicked out of her first debut performance on day one. They were like, get out of here.
Right.
And everything. He doesn't get a scholarship to ever. He's working in pizzeria. He's Spider-Man. Do you know what I mean? And like, for example, Captain America, the one with Anthony Mackie, what is it called again? Captain America.
Wait, you mean the movie that introduces him, the On Your Left thing?
No, the TV show.
Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Yes. With that one, they kind of show him struggling to make money. Yes. But that was a metaphor for racism. It wasn't a metaphor for him struggling, because you forget about it.
Yeah, because people are like, he's an Avenger. Why would he struggle?
Why are you struggling? Nigga, write an ebook. Done.
Despite an ebook, the government should be
funding you.
Funding these guys. Like, I mean, I remember in Hawkeye, he would go to a restaurant and they would say it's on him, it's on them. You know, even in Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania.
Yes.
They're like, no, it's okay, it's on us. Because, dude, we saved the world. What the hell?
Exactly. 100%. But then no one does it as well as Thingamajiggy. Because remember, when he gives up his powers in Spider-Man 2, his life gets better.
Yeah, you know? as Peter, his life as Peter gets better, yeah.
His life as Peter gets better, which means, and it goes out of its way to prove that, yes, there's a consequence for the life that he is living right now.
Right.
And in a way, no one has done that since. Maybe you can say Logan.
Yeah.
But then one could argue that you're kind of mentally filling in the gaps for the movie when the movie starts, and then you get to feel Logan's experience. Still a masterful movie. But still, I would say Logan, Spider-Man 2, and then obviously the studio ruined Spider-Man 3. Even though I still enjoy it, I think it's overhated. It's got many problems, don't get me wrong.
Topher Grace is one of them. And I don't blame Topher Grace because he's a brilliant actor. Yeah. It's the studio because they forced Venom in the storyline. Venom was not supposed to be the storyline.
And because he was in there, it made Sandman useless. What was Sandman? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because for the most part, he's off screen.
Yeah, he's off screen. He shows up like 3 times and he leaves. What a waste of footage.
And the other sort of villain was the Green Goblin, which was Harry Osborn. And then, so you can see that had Venom not been there, it would have ended with Harry still sacrificing himself, and he probably would have been killed by the sun. Probably.
Yeah. Or it could have been like, they could have gotten rid of Sandman and Thingamajig and just made it against Osborn. And then the mental battle that he has with his head father, and they're just going back and forth as Spider-Man's trying to help. Kind of like they did with the new one. God, that movie was surprisingly good. What's it? Spider-Man, not for Home. Is it Homecoming? No, Homecoming's the first one. Far From Home is the second one. Third one is called what?
No Way Home.
Yeah. If you think about it, it's a goblin movie. Do you know what I mean? That man steals the whole thing, in my opinion. So they could got what's his face? James Franco could have carried the villain part of that
No,
whole.
no. For me, personally speaking, he was the best part in Spider-Man 3. For me, you
Yes.
hate him, you feel sorry for him,
Mhm.
then you hate him again, then you love him again. Like,
Yes.
and someone said the same thing in Face Off. If you remember Face Off, I feel like Face Off was just basically a way to show how versatile Nicolas Cage
Oh yes.
and John Travolta were. Because
Mhm.
in the beginning, you hate. I mean, okay, in the beginning, you love John Travolta.
Mhm.
In the second act, you hate this guy.
Yeah.
In the last act, you love him again because the guy who was portraying John Travolta in the second act is actually Nicolas Cage's character, and that shows you how brilliant James Franco was because
Mhm.
you hated him when he was fighting Peter, then he lost his memory and he became Harry again, and you started loving him, and then he fell in love with Mary Jane. But Mary Jane is such a
She's
you guys will fill in the blanks in your head.
forget how bad Mary Jane actually is. Like she's the problem.
But I think, man, if you and I, you know what? I think maybe the next time we do a video, let's talk about the Spider-Man films
Yeah.
because,
Let's talk at
um,
some point.
pardon?
Remember I told you I hate Wonder Woman, but I
Yeah,
love Supergirl. I still we need to talk about that still, like really go into it. Like because I want us to talk about what is personality in film. And I really want us to really go over what it is because again, as you know, I think Wonder Woman has no personality. Where
yeah,
yeah, whereas Supergirl, of course, does. I already went over it now. So like,
sure.
you know what I mean? And like Black Widow, I would say in Winter Soldier they give her a personality.
Yes, they do.
They give her cool moves in the first. What's it? Is it Avengers? Is that the first time you see her?
No,
Yeah,
no, it's an Iron Man 2. You see an Iron Man 2.
yeah.
Personality.
I wouldn't say she has a personality there. She has cool moves, yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
But then I think Avengers is the first time you really get to see her.
yeah,
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 that she just kind of just has cool moves.
yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? But
Um,
she really
sorry,
has personality in Winter Soldier. Yeah.
sorry. I wanted to say that Mary Jane. I just wanted to get this point across.
Yes.
The reason she's so toxic to herself is that she grew up in a very toxic household. If you remember her dad, so the reason she hops on from one relationship to another, and it's that she didn't grow up in a stable home, and because of that, she's not used to stability.
I guess, yeah, that definitely. I mean, she dates the bully. That's funny. But in the first movie,
I mean, she dated Flash, then dated Harry, then wanted Peter. Peter rejected her, then dated the astronaut, John Jameson's son.
and dished him in like the same movie.
Oh, but that's messed up, eh?
Yep.
Leaving
And
someone at the altar, I can't even
yeah.
imagine what someone might go through
Now
because of
she
that.
never looked back. She never looked back.
She
It's
didn't.
yeah. You forget they don't even mention her in the third movie or whatever movie it is. Which movie is it? Is it in the second movie or is it the
It's the
third one?
no, it's the second one where she ran from the altar.
Yes.
It's the
Yeah.
second one in the end.
Yeah. The third movie you didn't even mention him.
Yo, dude, it's messed up.
Yeah. So, dude, that's its own episode right there. For the streets. He likes powerful men.
They should have. I think you're right. I think a perfect Spider movie would have been like the Harry thing, like you said. But I think it also would have carried more weight if, when Peter was going through whatever he was going through, Mary Jane started regretting leaving the altar and all of that. I think that would have made it a bit more. I mean, it would have been like a soapy, but I think it would have made it more realistic in a sense that Peter started dating Gwen, because the first Gwen we see was played by Bryce Dallas Howard in the third one, who was Topher Grace's girlfriend.
Yes.
But I think that would have worked because if you remember in the third one, Peter wanted to marry Mary Jane.
Yes.
So that would have played on well that it seems like Mary Jane is always running away from marriage.
Yes. While
type
going
of thing.
the most powerful person in the room, astronaut, billionaire, Spider-Man, superhero. Damn, I never thought of it like that until now.
Exactly. Exactly.
I feel like there's a deeper psychology there, definitely, and that could have been dug into. We get rid of Sandman. That's what 20 minutes of footage that we could
Right.
have on a character drama, and
Right.
also, and to make it interesting, what we do is we do the old bomb under the table thing, you know,
Right. Right.
because remember, Sam Raimi is a horror movie guy.
Yes.
There's scenes in Spider-Man is the Doc Ock. I call it the Independence Day scene. In fact, I think I made a TikTok about how is it me or a scientist as endangered as helicopters in movies? Because if there's one thing you're going to see a helicopter die and a scientist dying in a movie, that's like
Right.
the norm. So like when they kill all those scientists, dude. Um, so
You
this
just see
man,
the shadows.
yeah,
You don't see anything. You just see the hands going in and yeah,
yeah, and you see that
scary
one
parts.
cut it with the saw, does nothing. Yep, you kind of see some specks of blood, and it's brutal.
Yeah.
So what he should have done was maybe add some more horror to it, make the goblin scarier.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And then build it up more as okay, this is gonna go down eventually.
Right.
This is building towards Tarantino it. So kind of like you know Tarantino, doesn't matter what the movie is, you know it's about to go down by the third act.
Right.
So you set that up. This is my perfect Sam Raimi movie envisioned right now. So you got this build up between Mary Jane. Um, Mary Jane's life is falling apart, Sam Raimi style, because she's with Spider-Man. So the consequence of the storyline, consequence of Spider-Man's life is kind of going negative. Mary Jane's life is kind of going negative as well. And Mary
Right.
is feeling jealous and upset and lashes out toxically at Peter Parker.
Right.
And Thingamajiggy, who's also being toxic and is lashing out at Peter Parker as well. And then this toxic trilogy, this toxic threesome kind of like a cauldron, like a bubbling cauldron mixes together and just gets more toxic and toxic to the point where like I don't even know, dude, but like and then as the things get toxic, it feeds back onto Spider-Man's negativity. It feeds into um Hobgoblin's negativity, and then that kind of brings out the voice. You know what I mean? That brings
Mm.
negative, and then and now it becomes a battle of two voices speaking over there and two voices speaking over here. And can you imagine?
Oh, flip. That would have been interesting.
Yeah, and also yeah, no, you don't include Venom, yeah, but yeah,
But also, you know, for those who don't know, there's two characters in this trilogy who I think Remy wanted to eventually turn into villains in the long run. The first one is the professor at college who was Doc
yeah,
Ock's friend.
yeah.
That guy becomes the lizard because he only had one arm, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
And then the guy at the who made sure that Peter doesn't get in because Peter was late at the theater. That is Mysterio. That's the original Mysterio. If you remember Mysterio, the original in the comics, Mysterio was a theater something
Hmm.
something. Yeah, that was Mysterio.
Joe Cam, what's his name? I'm
What's his
not
name
Joe Cam.
again? That's the guy who was
Yes,
also directed by Sam Raimi, by the way.
yes, they're best friends. Yes,
Yeah, because he was also in the Multiverse of Madness.
that's his name. All right,
Who?
Bruce Cam- Bruce Campbell. I think that's his name.
I don't know, possibly, but
Um,
yeah, he makes sure to include it. I mean, he included him in Multiverse of Madness, and there was a nice Easter egg. Okay, well, okay, what are Easter eggs? So Easter eggs are references of something else. Maybe it could be another IP. It could be something from popular culture. It could be something from. So basically, an Easter egg is just basically teasing you. Pardon?
it could be something of my director's previous work as well. To like
Yes, yes,
universe and like that. Yeah.
yes. So to actually add on to your point, in
Mhm.
Multiverse of Madness, the guy who punched himself in Multiverse of Madness, that
Mhm.
is Bruce Campbell, and he did that in what's it? Is it Evil Dead?
Yeah.
The Evil Dead franchise.
Yes. Not the newer ones, the OG ones.
Yes, 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 yes.
Must be pointed out. Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, man. Look, guys, this is the first episode. I
Yeah.
think we covered everything before we get into 2 hours. Let us know your thoughts. Don't forget to like and subscribe and comment. And yeah, like I said, this is the first episode called Africa in Frame. Huh? Right?
Yeah.
Africa in Frame podcast. And for myself, Cam and Rob Sibeko, guys, we'll see you on the next episode. And do let us know your suggestions. We have a lot of movies to cover. We have a lot of topics that we probably will cover in the future. I mean, we've mentioned that we're going to be covering Wonder Woman and her personality or lack thereof. We're going to be talking about Sam Raimi films. And I'm sure we're going to be doing The Dark Knight at a point and Dark Knight Rises. And we're probably going to be talking about other films that Christopher Nolan has directed. And we're going to be talking about Al Pacino. Yeah, we're going to be getting into it. So it's going to be a long run.
Yeah.
Do you have any parting words before we shut it down?
If you want to support me, buy my books. That's about it. I'm good.
Okay, I'll leave a link of Rob's books in the description below with links and everything. And yeah, guys, that's it. We'll see you on the next one. Cheers. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the African Frame podcast. This is episode 2. I'm not alone. I'm with my co-host, Rob Sibeko, and we have a special guest, Zanozuko Mlambo. Last time I had Zanozuko, it was when we were doing the Africa is Next podcast. We were talking about Magneto. But yeah, we just thought we should add him on to this discussion, which is the Dark Knight. So you guys are fine.
Awesomeness.
How are you guys doing before we get into it? You guys are good?
Yeah, medium well, side order chips. I'm good, man.
I've never heard that response in my life before.
I am never topping that, so I'll just say I'm fine.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Anyway, yeah. Thanks to everybody who's watched the first one, the Batman Begins one. We really appreciate it. Guys, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to like and subscribe. And yeah, look, go crazy. Comment, share. You'll definitely not regret this. Anyway, yeah. So the Dark Knight. Pardon?
I was saying the whole shebang.
Yeah, the whole shebang, man. So yeah, as usual, I just wanted to just give people background. So The Dark Knight is basically a movie that came out in 2008, directed by Christopher Nolan, starring Christian Bale, Maggie Gyllenhaal. So Maggie Gyllenhaal basically replaced Katie Holmes as Rachel Dawes, because Katie Holmes was doing, I think, Mad Money with Queen Latifah and Diane Keaton. Then you have Eric Eckhart, who plays the role of Two-Face Harvey Dent. Then you still have Gary Oldman as Commissioner Gordon. You have Michael Caine as Alfred Pennyworth. You have who's this? Lucius Fox, who's played by Morgan Freeman. And then you have Heath Ledger as the Joker. Am I forgetting anybody? You have Eric Roberts as Maroni. You have
Michael J. White as one of the bad guys. I forget his name now.
Oh yes. Enough with the clown. And then you have and then you have who's this guy?
Ooh, and the Chinese guy.
Yeah, the Chinese guy. Yeah.
I forget his name now.
Yeah, I never knew his name. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, me neither. I just know that he was also in Ghost in the Shell. He played Togusa in Ghost in the Shell. There's someone that I'm forgetting, man. Someone important.
The bank robbery guy is pretty important. He was pretty great.
Oh yes.
You guys are dead.
He played.
He
played.
Oh, he's
Mahoney.
Mahoney.
Yeah.
Mahoney.
Yeah. In Prison Break.
Schofield. Prison Break.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there's also someone else, guys.
Ooh.
You mentioned Eckhart. You
Yes.
mentioned Holmes. You mentioned Oldman. Cillian Murphy. That's what you're thinking of.
Yes.
A scarecrow.
Yes.
Yeah,
Killian
the
Murphy.
Scarecrow.
Yeah.
Mm.
So anyway,
Fun fact.
pardon?
Oh,
Fun
wow.
fact. According to the research I was doing, he might be the only person to actually reprise his role in a sequel, in live action, in terms of being a Batman character. The first Batman villain to ever continue his role.
Yeah, because he was in all three movies.
Yeah,
Mm.
all three movies. No one else has done that. Like, that's crazy. Even the Tim Burton ones.
Oh wow.
You don't see Catwoman twice. You don't see Jack Nicholson twice.
Hmm.
Yeah, you don't see Penguin.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Even if his role was minor. I mean, look, it seems like Christopher Nolan and Cillian Murphy have done a lot of projects together. We like saying Christian Bale and who's this guy, Leonardo DiCaprio. But if you think about it, Cillian Murphy is now in Oppenheimer. He was in Inception. Remember?
Dunkirk as well. Yeah.
What's that?
Dunkirk as well.
Oh, Dunkirk. I've never seen Dunkirk, but he's in there as well.
Yeah.
Jeez. So basically, that's because I know he also includes Michael Caine in almost all his movies,
Yes.
except
He's always
Michael Caine's not in Oppenheimer, but he's in like 9 out of 10 of
A lot of directors have a guy. A lot of directors have guys. For example, what's his name? The guy that just got the DC universe. Guardians of the Galaxy guy.
James Gunn.
Yeah. Yes, James Gunn. You know the person that plays the lady in Peacemaker? The
blonde lady.
Yeah. No, the blonde, yes. That's his wife.
Really?
Yeah, that's his wife. And apparently he's in Guardians 3 as well. And now you're starting to see Nathan Fillion in a lot more stuff now.
Yeah, and Nathan Fillion is actually going to be in Superman Legacy as Guy Gardner, the Green Lantern. So
there we go, yeah.
And also the High Revolutionary. Is it the High Evolutionary? The guy in Guardians 3?
I think you're right, yeah.
He's also a maker.
Yeah, I saw that scene, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Fillion would make a good Green Lantern. He's got
He's a bit old though. I feel like he should still be Nathan Drake. I think he can still pull that off, sort of. But he might be old for Green Lantern. I don't know.
Fun fact, he used to play Hal Jordan in the animated series. So it's like
that is true.
You're too old to play Hal Jordan, so you'll play Guy Gardner, but you'll still be a Green Lantern. You know?
And when are we getting our Jon Stewart? Can't they find the right black man yet? What's going on?
I guess they're struggling because apparently Jon Stewart was supposed to appear in Zack Snyder's Justice League, but then they did the Martian Manhunter instead.
Yeah.
In that last scene. Yeah.
They just need to go to London and find a black actor. Like all the black actors are playing Americans, so they just need to go
I mean, John Boyega could do a good job, don't you think?
I'd rather get Idris Elba, even though I might be too old for it. But John Boyega is chubby faced, but he doesn't look.
Idris Elba is already a DC character,
No, he's playing Heimdall. I know that. You mean
have you watched the series? Sorry to disturb. Have you watched the series called Lioness? Special Ops Lioness. Have you watched the series called Lioness?
I'm watching it right now. Which guy were you thinking of?
The black dude with the beard, the soldier.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
He's got that whole. I am honorable and strong, and I am a good.
Yeah, he's a pretty big guy. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what his jaw looks like now, because you know, they basically hired what's his face off his jaw. The OG Superman, what's his name again? Christopher Reeves.
Yeah.
They looked at his face, they were like, this is perfection. And then they hired him. And then, of course, Coppola was like, made it a piece of art.
Superman is literally the American blue-eyed square jaw thing, so that makes sense. He's also in Designated Survivor. He's the secret agent that protects the president.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah. So you can,
Nice.
if you want to see him without the beard, you can check him on that one. I forgot his
All
name.
right.
He's got one of those French names like Matthew Lascelles, something like that.
Jeez, I don't know
All
him.
right. I will definitely go for that. I'm gonna go over it again. But I haven't
Yeah.
finished Lioness yet, so no spoilers. I'm only on episode like 4.
I'm on episode 0. So
But he's but the black dude with the beard who's
right.
part of
Yeah, it's
the
not a.
special ops guys.
That's an
Yeah,
interesting
that's the
idea.
one.
It's a very interesting idea. I thought you're gonna pick some like young blood, like Michael B. Jordan type or something. But no, that works.
I can't think of anyone like that. I think the other one I can
If
think
you
of
could
is
buck up,
the
yeah.
one in Shield, Mac, the one who played Mac in Shield, Agents of Shield, the series.
Okay, I've never watched that one. Yeah, I have to look that one up.
Agents of Shield as well.
Oh, I'm
What
trying to
about the guy
remember.
from? Oh no, they already used him. Never mind. I was thinking of the guy but they made him Hawkeye, which is lame. They should have made him John Stewart.
Oh
You know
yeah.
what I'm talking about?
Oh yes.
That guy
Yeah,
should have been
Aldous
John
Hodge.
Stewart.
Aldous Hodge.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, he would have
Oh.
been perfect actually.
Yeah. No homo, but that is a strong, beautiful man that right there.
That guy would have been.
Yeah.
He would have been a comic. No, let me not say comic. It would have been a cartoon accurate version of John Stewart from the Justice League animated series. He would have
100%.
exactly
And you can see him playing it straight, because John Stewart in the Justice League cartoon, he plays it kind of straight.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's very
Yeah.
which is why he works with her Hawk Girl. Like he's like the calm one, and she's like the wild one. So
yeah.
And ironically,
that's why I was thinking of that guy, because John Stewart's got that.
Yes.
I am solid. You can depend on
I'm
me.
stoic. Yes.
Yes. He takes his job seriously, type of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that was a 10-minute
Guys,
distraction.
it's just that now we forgot their names, man. Like I don't know if we could do the straight thing, but like physically, the dude who played Jimmy in Supergirl.
Oh yeah.
Physically, he could do that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the acting.
Didn't he play Jax in Mortal Kombat?
No. Wait, which Mortal Kombat? Yes, you didn't. Yes. The new one. Yes. I thought you meant the OG one.
No.
No. Yes, it was him.
Yeah, it was him.
So physically, I think he has the range for it. Yes,
yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's I haven't seen him in anything.
In something deep. Yeah.
Yeah. So I that's why I said physically he could play it, but I'm not sure if he could act it.
Right.
Yeah.
Ooh, and obviously Tarantino and Sam Jackson.
Yeah.
Director. And Scorsese and DiCaprio.
Yes. And De Niro.
And De Niro.
Yes, because De Niro, yes.
Yeah.
I feel like De Niro comes first, I think.
Yeah, no, he does.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, geez, when they were doing Taxi Driver, they were both still young. They did Raging Bull together. They did The Comedian. They did... what else did they do? They did so many movies, man.
Yeah.
Goodfellas.
I mean, Godfather. No, sorry, not Godfather. My bad. Goodfellas. That's the one I'm looking for. Yes.
Guys,
and then of course, Casino.
So far off topic.
Casino.
Yeah, remember the Dark Knight? Anyone remember that movie?
Anyway, it's so far off topic.
Okay, but it's actually a good segue because the robbery scene, that's how it starts, right? It starts
of course,
with some guys, they're trying to rob a bank. They come through, to on the roof, I think. And we see someone holding a mask. We don't see the face.
Yeah.
And then he walks into the bank, and obviously they get in, obviously, and everybody panics. I think that bank was occupied, right? Like there were people.
Yeah, it was full.
Yeah,
there were people.
People get out.
Triple ceiling. Yep.
Yes. But the bank owner is just tired of this. It's as if he had prepared for this day. Takes out his shotgun. It's like, no, not today.
Yeah, it's because he's mafia, and mafia don't play. They're all thugs. They've all had a gun in their face. You know what I mean? So they're not scared of that thing.
Right.
And yeah. So you can understand.
if he loses the money, the mafia will hold him responsible. So I mean,
exactly.
you have to be like, hey, bruh, I tried to get your money, but you saw I got shot, man.
Yes.
Okay,
You know,
so
I didn't just sit
so-
there.
You can't be the healthiest person there.
okay,
No,
so
you can't.
one thing that's going to be constant in our whole discussion is how smart
Mhm.
Joker is. So
Yes, I was about to get into that. Yeah.
yeah, so Joker deliberately went to that specific bank because he knows that the mafia has money in that bank
Mm-hmm.
to get their attention, basically.
Yes.
Jeez.
And he also took out the money that was trackable. So as crazy as he is,
Mm.
he's also very
Yeah, he
smart.
knew.
He's very logical. So
Yeah.
he knew step 1, step 2, step 3.
Yeah.
Not, you know, as
Yeah,
much
the
as he says
radioactive
like
notes. Yeah.
as much as he says in that scene where he's at the hospital with Two-Face,
I'm
he's
just
like,
a
do
dog
I look
chasing a
like
car.
someone who
Yeah. Who knows the plan? Yeah.
with a plan. He actually does have a plan, which is
Right.
actually very scary for
Right.
someone
Yeah.
that crazy to have a plan when you think about it.
Yeah.
Which
Because
make the funniest memes. They're like, no, not only does the Joker have a plan, he has the most detailed plans of all the Batman villains.
yeah, because it
With
seems
flow
like
charts.
Because he literally, his whole plan was to, let's see how much I can fuck up the city and let's see how it will fuck up. And how am I going to
Yeah.
start this? I'm going to steal the mafia's money, and then I'm going to use that money to lure Batman out, and then to lure Batman out, and then I'm going to use the people to turn on Batman. Like, this was levels to this plan. This wasn't just like,
Yeah.
let me steal money
Yeah.
because I want money. And then, oh, wait, there's No, it was levels. It was literally planned. All of it was to get the people to turn on Batman, and it started from the mafia.
Jeez. Okay, so anyway, bank robbery scene. Everybody's talking about the Joker, even including the people that he's currently working with. Everybody's wearing a mask, so we don't know who the Joker is. But
Yes.
people keep betraying each other the closer they get to accessing this money. And then what happens again? So the guy tries to shoot the Joker. What happened again? The bus comes in, right?
Okay, first we
No,
have
no,
to
I
go
think
over how clever the plan was. Basically, this man, the Joker, manages to manipulate the individual bank robbers into thinking that they're the chosen one, that they're the main character. So
Right.
they backstab each other. All without the Joker having to do anything. He hasn't fired a single bullet the whole time.
Right.
If you watch it like 50 times, you can kind of see where the Joker is every now and then. But yeah, which is kind of a precursor of what you were saying before about the Joker making people turn on each other. That's a precursor of how clever he is. Number one, it shows it's beautiful because it's like the Indiana Jones intro. You know what I mean? The original one where you kind of see him in pieces. You see the whip first, you see the thing, then he uses the whip, and then you see his face, just so you can see how badass he is. It's one of the best character intros to ever exist. I'm sure we can all think of different character intros that are just absolutely stunning, but that one, that is how you describe a person without having to say a word, if you actually think about it.
Right. Right.
Yeah. But then, yes, you're right. The final guy realizes after everyone's backstabbed each other that he's going to get backstabbed as well. So he tries to preempt it, not realizing what his backstab is supposed to look like, which is the bus crashing. Yeah.
that's actually a very brilliant bank robbery, because he basically, let's say they were supposed to split the money, whatever, 5 ways. Now he's splitting it like 2 ways, and he didn't really do anything. He didn't betray anyone, technically, because he didn't actually do the betraying.
Yeah.
It's like, what happened to everyone else? You didn't even look at the guy.
Right.
And also that also now kills any link anyone can have to him.
Yes.
So if one gets caught, he now is like, yeah, it was the Joker.
Yeah.
This is how we planned it.
Basically plausible deniability, but of death. Of like, like death is a guarantee that you will not say anything because you're dead.
Dead man tales, yes.
Dead men tell no tales.
Right. But anyway, so the guy can't shoot the Joker. Joker stops him, and then he reveals his mask only to notice that the guy has another mask, which is makeup. We don't really know who this guy is. So it's like a double thing of this guy's a layered character, basically. Even though they don't really say it like that, but what you get from it is there's so much to this guy, because Side note, even when he's explaining how he got his car, it's a different story every time. So this is a character who you'll never really know where he's from, who he truly is, what his motivations are. But he's just, and that's what Alfred says also, that some people just want to watch the world burn. But like I said, side note, I digress. So anyway, the other thing that is important is, okay, he gets the money, he drives out at the exact time that he knows the schedule of the school buses. So by the time he goes out, you have no idea which bus is in, because all these buses look the same. My goodness, this guy, guys.
Another element of his intelligence.
Right.
Yeah.
He literally, and he got away by driving the speed limit. Who does that? Who gets away from a bank robbery driving the speed limit?
He's not rushing, nothing.
And you see the bus again, which is funny, because you remember the hospital explosion.
Right.
They leave in a bus. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same bus. I can't confirm that, but yeah. Like, I feel like this man
Probably
is on another level. Yeah.
I think that's why I'd say him and the Riddler are almost the same person. The biggest difference is that the Riddler gets fun in Batman figuring out his elaborate plans. The Joker doesn't care whether you're figuring out his plan or not. He just wants to get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I
So
guess
that is actually a cold as, like, when you delve into it, when you watched it, you were in awe of it. You're like, wow, that was awesome. But now when you delve into it and kind of break it down like the way we are, you just realize no, man, like, all this time I just thought Joker was a homicidal maniac. He is, but he's an insanely intelligent homicidal maniac.
Yeah.
Which is very scary, because you basically have Ted Bundy with what's that lady, the Queen's Gambit. You have like a chess player,
Right,
who will kill you if you smile the wrong way.
It's basically a Joker movie without it being a Joker movie. Kind of like Infinity War. How Infinity War, it's a Thanos movie, but it's the Avengers, if that makes sense. Because it starts with the Joker, and his plan is so elaborate, is so great, that by the time Batman gets him in the end, it's as if Batman didn't really win, because at the end of the day, Joker still wins, if that makes sense. His plan still goes into motion even after he's arrested, because of the monster he created in Harvey Dent. But anyway, we'll get there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So what happens after the bus again?
Then because Batman starts, and we start to see it kind of becomes like I wouldn't say a montage per se, but you kind of get to see different cuts of him taking where's the Batman, what's happening, and you kind of see him taking out fake Batman, and like they do like the news report thing, copycat Batman. The Scarecrow is using fake drugs to take on another one of the drug leaders, the Russian sounding guy. I'm surprised they didn't use Peter Stormare. I feel like that's his natural born role.
Right.
But, they use that guy. It was like, my dogs are hungry. And that whole sequence basically happens.
Oh, the scene where
it's basically a recap and a foreshadowing as well.
Yeah.
Because now they put in the fake batsman in, which now will be used later, but they're also trying to let you know where, since the last movie, where we are with Batman now. Has the city accepted Batman? Is he still in the shadows?
Right.
What's happening? That whole thing.
Yeah, and it's like, what makes you different from the rest of us?
Hockey pants. Yeah.
I have $1 billion.
I like the scene where, so the van is basically just, okay, the guys are escaping, and Batman was also what it's showing, actually. These two scenes, the introduction of the Joker and the introduction of Batman in this scene, they both show you how smart these two characters are, right? Because obviously Batman is looking, it's like, I'm not going to catch up to these guys if I follow them, directly. Like if I'm following the car, I just need to know exactly when the car is gonna reach a certain point, and then I just have to jump, land at that particular moment to stop it. And that's exactly what he does. He jumps, lands onto the van, and he stops it. Then that's where
Okay, I actually think
interesting little thing, tidbit. Doesn't it remind you of that scene from American Psycho, where he does the chainsaw, and then he drops the chainsaw on the prostitute? It's literally almost the same thing, except it's like different. Instead of the chainsaw, it's him, and instead of the lady, it's the car.
I think they died too. I'm pretty sure you can't say they walked away from that car being crushed by Batman's boots. Right. But no, I agree with you. There's a parallel there, yeah.
That's a nice little parallel.
I need to watch American Psycho. I think we should do a review on it as well.
I haven't watched it in a while, but yes, it's
like remember by heart, man.
Quick side note: it's so ridiculous how they made a little thing that, in my mind, was insignificant, and how they made it so like, oh my word, this is so important. Like, there's a scene where they're showing their business cards, and this guy's like, I've got mine on this paper, and I've got this on that paper, and I use this font, and I use this lettering, and I use this coloring on the font. And the dude literally wanted to kill the guy because he got the best font and lettering and stuff. And he was like, oh my God, this is so beautiful. Why didn't I think of this? Oh, and you just like, dude, it's a freaking business card. But the way they shot it and the way the character exuded the importance of that thing, you also was like, damn, man, I need to be a business card.
Right.
Because the characters are so completely vain. It's such a cool metaphor. It's why the movie did so much better than the book. Because the book tried to represent the same thing, but it's words on a page, and it didn't translate well enough. So it just felt like 50 boring pages. Right. But when you do it visually like that, it became one of the greatest movies of all time. But again, I don't want to spoil too much. We gotta let man's gotta watch it first.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to the Dark Knight. I want to talk about but remember, these are two intros for two main characters, basically. So now,
well, I guess you could say the third main character is Harvey Dent, but we'll get to him because he's also introduced in a cool way.
Yes. I was gonna say that the two intros kind of tell you something. The Joker in the first intro kind of tells you that he's a thorn in the side of order, if you actually think about it. Right. The bastard normally traveling in a normal route, there's a thorn in there. The mafia's bank, there's a thorn in there. The bank robbery itself, there's a thorn in there.
Right.
Joker is always stabbing at order, whereas the Batman literally slams through chaos and creates order. If that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because you see, there's a movement. People want to create order as well, which is why you get copycats, because they see a movement of people, of us going towards the light. Which is why Harvey Dent likes Batman, by the way. It's because he sees that it's working. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And before you even see that, you see the pinpricks of the Joker. And then like you get the two intros and then it moves on. I just think that's a cool way to look at it. For the hits. But yeah.
And then I'm not sure of the timelines. I could be wrong, but I think what also happens is then there's a courtroom scene where basically Harvey is trying to clean Gotham. And the best way he's trying to do that is to take out all these crime families, the heads of the crime families. And in this case, I think he was getting rid of one of Falcone's people, if not Falcone himself.
No, Falcone's people. One of
Maroni,
no? No, I agree with you. And then the guy that he's talking to is a hitman that works for Falcone. Yes, you're right.
Right. And this guy is so much under pressure that he tries to kill Harvey, right? He takes out a gun.
I think it was a setup. Because remember, in the thing, he says, I am a witness for Harvey Dent against Falcone.
Right.
But then he changes his testimony halfway through the actual thing. Because remember, Harvey Dent's like, okay, this is what you told us before. And he's like, I never said that. And he's like, okay, what's happening right now? I want to treat the witness as hostile. And then the guy's like, oh, you want to see him hostile? Here we go. And he whips out that gun, which jams. And then Harvey Dent as a badass is like, takes it apart and is like, if you wanna get a job hit right, you better buy American. Rips the gun apart and is like as they're taking away, he's like, I'm not done with my witness.
Yeah.
And the crowd goes wild because Harvey Dent,
he's not scared.
Yes.
Yeah.
So basically, the first 3 scenes were intro scenes of the main characters.
Yes.
I guess so. I just don't know if that was the third intro scene, but I think it might have been the third intro scene.
So they introduced us to the Joker.
Right.
They reintroduced us to where the Batman is right now.
Right.
And then they introduced us to who would be Two-Face.
Yeah, to the law, basically. Because
so they literally
justice.
So they basically literally situated us on what's happening.
Yeah.
So they gave us the main characters. Let's put it that way. Not because we don't know who's the protagonist and who's, but they gave us the main characters who's gonna be pivotal in the movie.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was actually brilliant.
But you get the White Knight, which is what they call Harvey Dent.
Yeah.
And you call the Agent of Chaos, who's the Joker. So you get the 3 knights.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically Harvey at this point is working with Commissioner Gordon, who is also, you could say, another main character, even though he's in a supporting role. Gordon trusts Batman because Batman is not part of the system. And Gordon knows that the system is corrupt. Gotham is corrupt. So he trusts someone who's out of the system. Dent is a lawyer, so he's not within the precinct. He's not within Gotham City GP. But he also does not have authority to be doing the things that Batman is doing, because he could lose his license, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also he cannot be going out arresting each and every person because he will need to gather evidence, and that's where Commissioner Gordon comes in. So you see that these 3 players need each other, right? Gordon is sort of limited because the system is corrupt. So there's certain things that he'll never be able to access because some people are working with the mafia, so obviously they bury evidence and stuff like that. That's why he needs a Batman or a Two-Face. So I just wanted to explain why these 3 people need each other,
Yeah, no, and Gotham P is so corrupt, it makes South Africa look like a freaking haven. Like, I thought South Africa was corrupt, but Gotham, guys.
Gotham is bad, bro.
They do a lot of Chekhov's gun here. With the Harvey Dent and the Commissioner Gordon scene, they do, you described what Chekhov's gun is. But yeah, they do a lot of that in that scene where they set up, hey, your guys are corrupt. I can show you which ones. And then they say, hey, what did they used to call me again? Harvey Dent, what's the name they used to call me by again? And then Thingamajiggy doesn't say it. You know what I mean? That's a cool setup for a later punchline. Right. And then Thingamajiggy, half of your guys are corrupt. Another setup for a later punchline. It's doing multiple things at the same time. It's also showing why they push against each other. Right. Brilliant.
Yeah, it was good. It was good for foreshadowing because it put you in that space where there's something there, but you don't know what that something is. So when it happens, you go, "Oh snap!"
Right.
So yeah.
So basically, they were having a discussion about coming up with a way to actually arresting all these people all at once, I guess, because their plan was to arrest a lot of people, a lot of members of the family, right? If I'm not mistaken. And Batman was there, and Batman does this thing, he disappears like he normally does. Nobody knows where he went. So basically what we start realizing is Batman is still hung over Rachel. He still loves Rachel. But then we realize that no, Rachel is actually dating this guy, the cool guy, Harvey Dent.
Dinner scene, yeah.
Yeah, the dinner scene, yes. That's when they meet, and basically Bruce has a girlfriend there, or he has a girl there at the dinner scene.
No, he has a girl. Bruce don't do girlfriends.
He has a girl. Yeah, because basically he's trying to show Rachel that he's fine. He doesn't need her or whatever.
No. I get it. Still, remember that's also the persona of Bruce Wayne. He's keeping up the persona of Bruce Wayne. And obviously, when you Bruce Wayne, you're like, oh no, they will. I own the restaurant. Like.
Right.
And I think I think that's where also the Ben Affleck Batman got that little it's kind of it's a tick, it's kind of a reflex action where he just buys things and,
I
and
bought
things
the
like that.
bank.
I bought the bank. It's kind of a reflex at this
But
moment.
speaking of that, guys, how do you think those movies would have turned out if Ben Affleck was actually playing that role, the role that Christian Bale played?
I don't think it depends on the actor. Because remember, Will Smith, M. Night Shyamalan made Will Smith look like garbage in After Earth.
Right.
So I feel like that's not the person to look at, if that makes sense. Because I think Ben Affleck makes a better Batman than a better Bruce Wayne, in my opinion. I just feel like the man's suave face never really pulled it off, at least under Zack Snyder. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't be as good. I feel like Christian Bale did an amazing job because he's such a deep actor. I'm not saying Ben Affleck's a bad actor, but I feel like the action parts made Ben Affleck better. Like even in Daredevil, like I feel like Ben Affleck, his action was better than his lawyer, if that makes any sense. Like
he doesn't have the swagger. I don't think as a Bruce Wayne he would have had that swagger, that cool, like in
Yeah.
chair, bonono batwalagana ke na le
Really?
Zaga wampona Gucci, kumnandi.
No,
Look
personally,
at his face. No. His face he's got a very serious face. I think
Yeah.
old Bruce, I think he would have played old Bruce nicely.
right.
Like old Bruce Wayne.
Right.
That was fine. But I'm talking about young Bruce coming back,
Yeah.
from Ra's al Ghul,
Right.
and he's got a mission.
Right.
I don't think he would have.
Yeah, no.
He's got a very sad face, man.
I'm tired.
So,
He's tired sometimes.
yeah. So
Okay.
the reason, that's why I'm saying when he comes in as fresh Bruce, young Bruce, I don't think, but old Bruce, he pulled that off because now he's been in this game for a while.
Right.
He's doing this and it's changing, but it's not really changing that much. So he's weary. So because Ben has got a natural weary face, so it plays off better. And Bale still had that, I mean, Nangis Koko Sako. So that's why, yeah. I don't think it wouldn't have been terrible. I still think you could have carried, but I think
he was so fine, yeah.
Okay. So where are we now? Okay, so I think Rachel was also trying to catch some guy. She was interrogating the guy.
That's where they come up with that Rico idea.
What is the Rico idea again? Please, can you?
It's where it's a criminal conspiracy basically. So if we all doing crime together, we all shooting movies, and then I get caught,
right?
You guys can be charged even though you weren't there, because now we are all in cahoots.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's basically it gets you from top to bottom. So it's basically like from the guy who sets up the lights to the director, and then they catch the guy who sets up the lights. But because we are all involved in that making of that movie, then we can all be arrested.
Conspiracy thing, yeah. It's conspiracy.
And it works, right? Eventually it works because that's how they eventually get all those people involved arrested.
Well, the RICO Act is kind of dubious, if you know what I mean. Because it's borderline unconstitutional in its own way, if that makes any sense. So yes, they do use it, but it relies on the crowd support, if you understand what I'm saying. Because how unfair, because for example, if you use real life mafia and I say I want to order 5 pizzas, and then a hitman answers the phone and then kills 5 people. Technically, under the RICO Act, yes, we can catch the mafia boss. But under any other crime statute, they'd argue against that. You know what I mean? They'd be like, well, shit, you can't really connect that. So the RICO Act in its own weird way is a little dubious, if you understand what I'm saying. So if you ever got...
It is, because even if you weren't involved in that crime, but because you're part of that family, you can be charged.
Right.
So like I said, I'm shooting the movie,
Yes.
And then you guys, because you are my partners, you supply me with money. Then if they connect that, like, okay, you guys gave Zuko money, and then you didn't know what I was gonna do.
Right.
But that's irrelevant because now your money is tied to me, so you can also be charged. So that's why he's saying it's borderline, because I don't necessarily need direct proof
Right.
to also include you. I just need enough circumstantial to say that, hey,
You're part of
you're part of this.
But I guess that was the best way to arrest these crime families, because
Yes.
one thing I have realized about crime families is that they're so smart that they know that they can cheat the system in not getting arrested. Because I think in real life, Al Capone.
That's why also now the crime families, like, I'll deal with you directly.
Right.
And then you'll deal with, so there's that they create layers of separation.
Right.
So I give you the order, okay, go kill ABC. And then you go and hire someone else. You go now tell your lieutenant, like, hey man, these guys are a problem for us. And now your lieutenant is the one. So your lieutenant is involved. And now if your lieutenant sells you out, you can say, like, I don't know what you're talking about. You do the time, I'm still free. And then obviously, because we are family, then I'm like, okay, since you're gonna do the time, your family will be taken care of. Don't worry about it.
Right.
Yeah. So that's how they now beating that recourse, by creating these layers of separation. So the boss will never speak now to the underlings directly and say, we're gonna kill all these guys. They're just gonna be like, those guys need to go. And then it'll like trickle down.
Unless the cops have an informant in the family.
Yeah. Yes. Who can directly tie the order from the boss to
which
that murder.
Is possible. Because remember, even if you're undercover, there's only a certain level of crime you're allowed to commit. So if they're in the higher level, they have to kill someone. Oh, okay, then you can never have an undercover guy there.
Which is, this conversation reminds me of The Departed, and I think maybe that's also a discussion that we could have in the future, because Leonardo DiCaprio's role was basically that. Like, he was undercover, but he couldn't do certain things. And even though he was undercover for years, he was still failing to nail Jack Nicholson's character, because he just didn't have enough evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, so far we covered what the Joker was able to get away with. We also covered what Batman did. We also covered what now Harvey Dent did. So obviously this creates a problem, a thorn, like you were saying earlier on, in the flesh of the mafia family. So now they all these mafia families gather together and say, yo, we need to take out Batman and Dent, I think.
No. First, they need to take out the Joker, because the Joker stole from them.
Yes.
And then the Joker says, like, guys, I'll take out Batman for you, because I see now you guys are hiding and are scared, but I'll take it out for half the money that I stole from you.
Right.
Then I'll take out Batman.
I would say not 100% like that. I feel like the inciting incident is a bit awkward there. The inciting incident is not the Joker. Because remember, the Joker only sold like 20 million. These niggas have just lost almost 500 million.
Right.
So, the inciting incident is that once Harvey Dent enacts the thing that he does, he takes all their money. He basically attacks all their money.
Right.
And that's what sets it off. That's what's yes.
Right, because they want to move the money so that Harvey doesn't touch it. That's why they now talk to the Chinese guy who says, okay, the Asian guy, because I don't know if he's Japanese or Chinese. Forgive my ignorance, or Korean.
They took him down in China when so I think he's Chinese. Okay. When Fox goes over.
He's in the part he's Chinese. We don't know if he's actually Chinese, but yes, in the storyline he's Chinese.
Yes, because this is Hollywood, They will get me playing a Puerto Rican and a white dude in the same movie.
Exactly. So basically this guy suggests, no, it's fine. You guys send the money, wire the money in my account, in my bank.
Yeah.
Because your guys don't have jurisdiction in my country, right?
So you know where the money is. No one else knows where the money is, and they can't reach me. And then the Joker comes in.
Yes, and I like the laugh that he does because it's like he's making a mockery of the Joker's laugh.
It's in order, like it's so out of order, so out of. It's great.
Yeah, and basically he goes there armed, and it goes to show you how smart he is because he knows clearly these guys, they're after me, they're after my head. I'm gonna go there, but I'm going armed. I have a bomb strapped to my whole thing, because when it's like, hey, let's not blow things out of proportion.
That is such a Schwarzenegger joke.
Yeah,
you know, that's such a Schwarzenegger line.
Out of proportion.
Mando at some point.
I had to let him go.
What?
Yeah, I let him go. Yeah. Oh, remember when I told you I killed you last? I lied.
Ugh, man. But those one-liners were so great, though, eh?
Amazing. He killed the guy.
They had no right.
Well, on the airplane, like, think what you get. If you watch, you guys, you see the whole airplane shake. It's hilarious. Then he puts the hat in his head. He's like, please don't disturb my friend. He's dead tired. I'm like,
He's dead tired.
They had no right being that funny because they were so like cheesy. So, but like when he says them, I don't know, is it his voice that makes them so funny, his delivery, or what? But like those lines were hilarious.
Crazy, man.
Not even trying to tell a joke. See, that's ironically that's a complaint about modern movies. Is that in those days they used to tell like jokes, right? But they used to tell them in like a semi-straight way.
Yes.
Nowadays, it feels like every character in the movie knows it in a movie. So some of the jokes just don't pull off as well as those old school jokes used to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think that's why Heath Ledger does a good Joker, because he does the jokes. The jokes are actually quite funny, but he's the only one laughing. We are laughing with him, but everybody in the room is not laughing.
Of course not.
Like, let's not blow things out of proportion thing. It's funny, but they wouldn't laugh.
Yeah.
But it's like only he gets the joke, right?
Yeah.
Did someone tell that to Taiki? Is that how you say his name?
Taika.
Director of Thor.
Yeah, YTT.
Yeah, wow. Thor 4 is...
Ragnarok was like, mwah, and then and then Love and Thunder, and it was just like, dude, how do you
do this? Why would you do this?
And funny enough, when you watch when you watch Jojo Rabbit, Chef's Kiss, brilliant. So you wonder what happened with Love and Thunder, because Jojo Rabbit is like Ragnarok. It's good.
That's because he made it.
He did too much. It was too jokey. I mean, you literally have Thor coming back from a depression, and it was all jokes. There was like no calming moment. Everything was just jokes. Thor trying to get back in shape was a joke. Thor finally regaining his purpose was a joke.
Yeah.
Thor trying to find Jane was a joke.
It felt like
Jane being sick and Jane being sick and Thor trying to find a cure was a joke. Like, there was nothing serious about that whole movie, while there were literal serious issues about it.
Meanwhile, Christian Bale's out here trying to win an Oscar for no reason. Like,
and exactly that's the thing. You literally had everything was a comedy, and then you have Christian Bale coming in with as the God Killer on some serious ish. You know, there was like everything was just too light. It was
not perfectly balanced. It's like there was
no balance. Like,
it was like
look in Ragnarok, when he's stuck in Hulk's room, and he's like, you know, when he's like making that joke, he's like, we are gonna take it back, and Hulk is like, I'm not going. He's like, all right, I am going. But you can see the disappointment in his face. Right. You see he's like disappointed. He's like, okay, fine, I still got it. You know. So there was those, even though it was like a joke, because Hulk rejected him, you could still see her like, hey, he's
Yeah.
Wabon. And then when the Valkyrie, when he's trying to explain to the Valkyrie, and she drinks like a freaking 2-liter bottle of alcohol in like 3 seconds. You know, it's a comedy, but you can see, he's like, whoa, dude. And this is Thor, who like also drinks like a fish.
Yeah.
So even he was shocked at how much he drank. So you check, there were moments where it calmed down. It wasn't just all jokes.
Yeah, but don't you agree that
I think you froze there.
Yeah. Rob?
Yeah, he's frozen. We'll just wait for him to come back.
Just after asking a question, like, don't you think that then?
Yeah, I think he was about to state something about, but I think that's where Ragnarok went wrong. It just felt like a comedy.
Right.
It wasn't an action comedy. Like Ragnarok was an action comedy.
Yes.
And Love and Thunder was just a comedy with action thrown in there. So
no, I agree.
Yeah, so back to, so it's that scene, and then obviously the Joker goes like, yeah, that I know a squealer, and that one, he's a squealer.
Who was he talking?
And also,
who was he talking to again?
Remember they were having a meeting, and the Asian guy was on TV.
Right.
And then he walks in, and then he does the magic trick where one of the bodyguards of that guy
I can make this pencil disappear.
And then he does the whole blow you out of proportion, and is like, look guys, look at you here having a meeting like scared little girls. I know what the problem is. You're all scared of Batman. And then he also points to like, that guy on the TV is a squealer, because here's the thing, he's talking about jurisdiction, but Batman doesn't have a jurisdiction.
Oh yeah. So he basically, oh sorry man, welcome back. Well
yeah,
just explaining now that the Joker was just telling the guys that, look, Batman doesn't have jurisdiction anyway.
Yes.
To charge the laptop. You guys can go ahead, continue.
Okay. Do you want to finish your point on Thor before we this thing?
I feel, how far did you guys go ahead? Because it sounds like you guys ended it.
We stopped. No, we kind of just stopped, but I just wanted to see if you want to just finish that point of yours.
It was basically me just talking about how Suicide Squad, the Suicide Squad did a much better job in physical comedy, and how me and Kutso were talking about how last week, how in South African comedy, a lot of South African comedy, you can tell it's written by stand-up comedians, because there's a lot of people just talking, if that makes sense. Right. There's a lot of people just talking and reacting. Whereas in like a full body comedy, like remember the part where they go in, they're like, okay, we're gonna take down these rebels. Do you know what I mean? And it turns out the people they were killing were the good guys. Like they just do all these great things, killing all these people, and then it turns out, what are you doing? Like that level of comedy versus the Waititi level of comedy, there was no heart. That's another thing. There was no physical body movement, like in the way that they did for the other one. It was just cheesy, slim jokes, no full bodiness to it. And it felt weak.
But I guess that's the risk of giving the director too much carte blanche on something.
Yeah. And especially if he's not into it. Because there's this mentality that these directors have. The one for me, one for them, one for me, one for them.
Yes.
And that's something Waititi has talked about. The only problem is clearly the one for them was bad. Like maybe that's the problem. Because the one for, like you said, the one for me was the Jojo Rabbit, and the one for them was whatchamacallit. So
Love and Thunder.
Love and Thunder. And you can taste the lack of heart in there. It's so disappointing. But yeah.
Sometimes.
But I like that point you made about the jokes feeling like punchlines and not jokes. Like it was written by a stand-up comedian, so they feel like punchlines.
Yeah.
They're like, laugh.
Exactly.
Laugh. It wasn't like boom. And you're like, oh, that was actually kind of funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's go back to the Dark Knight. So the Joker. Yeah.
Basically, the Joker's the smartest guy in the room because he took their money. They're trying to kill him. He stops them from killing him and gives them a better suggestion. That no, don't worry, I will take care of Batman. and you guys need to pay me more.
And you will
Just pay me
and,
half. Yeah.
Like this
yeah,
guy.
and the money I took from you, you'll pay. I'll give you half. I'll keep the other half as payment.
So basically, what I'm trying to say is this is the perfect definition of self-employment, bro.
Yeah.
Create the problem and be the solution.
Right. Anyway, so
So it's basically the ANC.
They say no.
Creating a problem, and then they say we will solve this.
Yeah. So
and then they don't.
Michael J. White wanted to kill him. Like, enough from the clown, this and that.
Yeah.
So obviously, Joker is thinking, okay, I gotta get rid of this guy because clearly he has an issue with me.
Mm-hmm.
I think his name was Gamble.
Gamble or Campbell. I always forget which one, but yes, because they're like,
I think it's like,
at this point, you guys won't have enough money for a little gamble to pay to get his mother a new pair of shoes, some shit like that. And I was like,
Right. So once they decide to basically hire the Joker, we cut off to a scene. What happens again?
Then it goes to Rachel and Harvey at the dinner, and then Batman, and then they say, and then it cuts. No. I think I missed. Oh, then it's
I think
where
the dinner's already.
Yeah, and then Batman with Alfred, and then there's like, we need to get this. I don't know if it's Batman and Alfred or it's no.
It's Batman and Alfred.
It's Batman and Gordon when they tell him that he needs to get the Chinese guy. It's Batman and Gordon.
Yes.
No, wait. Remember, during the thingamajiggy, right? No, I think you guys are missing a point. During the meeting, we cut to Batman and Harvey. Well, actually, no, it's Harvey and Gordon going into the banks to go take the money to realize the money's gone.
Oh, yes. Yes.
To realize the money that they were about to snatch. Yes.
After they do the RICO, after they do the RICO.
After they do the RICO,
get the money.
They take the money and it's gone. All the marked bills are still there, but the real money is gone. And then, if you listen carefully, there's a line where the two of them fight, where the Chinaman took the money, and the Dent and Gordon fight each other because Dent is adamant that there are snitches in Gordon's crew, and Gordon doesn't want to believe that, which turns out to be massively important. But like if you're paying attention to that scene, you realize, okay, everything Dent is saying is the truth.
Right. I guess at that point, Dent was the most righteous character in that entire movie.
Yeah.
At that point.
Yeah, so then that scene happens, and then they have the meeting with Dent, Harvey, and Gordon about getting extraditing the Chinese guy.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I think in between that's where the dinner scene is, and Batman is dating now the ballerina lady, and then I think then it becomes the meeting. And then it becomes the scene where he absconds with the whole ballerina so that he can go now get the Chinese guy.
Yes.
So, the whole setup there with Lucius and then what's his face, the butler, as they set up how to do it. And that's
basically Bruce Wayne uses Wayne Corp or Wayne Enterprises as a way of he uses Lucius Fox to have a meeting.
Yes.
I think with who again? The owner of the
bank?
Asian
guy. Yeah, no, the Asian guy. Because remember they own they own a company, and then they were interested in buying it.
Right.
Or getting into partnership with him.
Yes.
Pardon? What did you say, Rob?
I was saying they've been tracking what's been happening using Wayne Enterprises.
Right. Right.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So you're right. They do like a party thing, and then according to everybody, Bruce just went swimming and he just never came back.
Yes.
Okay. Then
can you imagine how rich you have to be to abscond with the whole freaking ballerina on your yacht, bro?
Dude, dude.
And they were mid-performance. It's not a case of they were on break.
Yeah.
They were literally mid-performance, and it was just like, hey guys, let's go chill on my boat.
Tickets.
Yeah. And that pissed off Rachel in a way, because Bruce was sort of showing off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a shot. Because at the dinner scene, they were like, yeah, we're going here. We're very excited about it.
Yes. How have you got me tickets? We're going there next week.
Yeah.
Bruce was like, yeah,
exactly. But that, I guess that's his weakness there, right there, because in as much as he's smart, he's a playboy, he's a billionaire. Rachel is his weakness. He's doing dumb stuff, even though it's not really dumb. But that move is, come on, you know.
But I don't think this one was dumb because it was petty, but it played in with what he needed to do because he needed to go fetch the Chinese guy. So he needed an excuse to not be around in Gotham.
Exactly.
Yeah, petty is the right word.
Yeah, yes. So I think this one was more petty than dumb.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rob, you're upside down.
Sorry?
You're upside.
Well, you're in landscape.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Wait, you just disappeared now.
Back.
Yes.
Cool. We can see you.
Yeah, so then it becomes Lucius going to the building and mapping it with that fancy phone and whatnot.
Are we on loudspeaker? There's a bit of a echo.
For me?
Yeah.
I'm on earphones.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to earphones. I was off earphones. I'm going back.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah,
great.
the echo's gone.
So I just wanted to okay. So basically, Batman gives Lucius Fox a device. What does that device do again?
It's sonar.
Uses to mark everything in a room.
All right.
It's basically sonar.
Okay.
Yeah. Like a bat.
Right.
Hint, hint.
Yep.
Anyway, that helps Batman. He goes to the building, manages to kidnap the Chinese guy, takes him to Gotham. Takes him to Gotham PD, leaves him by the door. Basically, leaves a note for Commissioner Gordon.
Delivery.
Yeah, Gordon gets out, sees the note, realizes, oh, okay, Batman did his part. We got the guy now. What happened to your jurisdiction now, Chinese guy? You know.
And also, and what does he do? He snitches, just like who said? The
Idiot.
Joker said.
Like the Joker said.
Damn. So basically, this shows that Joker was like 10 steps ahead.
Oh yeah, Joker reads people. Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. Joker is like a chess player because like he's thinking so far. He's thinking, I'm gonna steal money. Right. This guy's already thinking like I'm gonna steal this money so that I can A, B, C, D.
Right.
So that's where he excels.
Yeah.
Are you okay, Rob?
Yeah, man. We're seeing your fingers.
For a second.
Yes, we're seeing your fingers now.
Yeah, hide whatever you're hiding.
The comments are gonna go crazy. Anyway, so basically now the wheels are in motion in the sense that the Joker's now basically saying, this is my turn now.
Wait, there's an echo again.
Yeah, I think it's Rob.
How can it be me again? Just wait. Okay, 1 second.
Can you hear us though?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, the echo's gone.
Yeah, the echo's gone. So basically, I think Bruce wanted to celebrate because he throws a party, right?
No. He wasn't celebrating. Remember, he at the dinner with Rachel and Harvey. He now promises Harvey a party for funding so that he can run for district attorney.
Oh, yes.
So when he comes back now, it's that time for that party now.
Right. And then in walks the Joker, right?
Yeah.
Fun fact, Michael Caine was not convinced that Heath Ledger was gonna outdo Jack Nicholson's role as the Joker, because he just thought nobody would do a great job. Remember, Jack Nicholson has won an Oscar for every decade, just like Michael Caine.
Oh, what?
But when Michael Caine saw Heath Ledger coming in during that party scene, that fundraising scene.
Yeah, first time they saw each other,
First time he saw him there, Michael Caine was actually petrified. That's when he realized, okay, maybe he might just outdo Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, we got something here. Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
now he's hilarious when he sees Rachel there, and he's like, "Well, hello there."
That is beautiful.
Apparently, this thing that he was doing all the time of licking, and I think, what was the story again? I think he was just preventing something from falling, from slipping or falling or something. So he was just trying to. I forgot, man. But there was something about it.
Could just be could just be the hair touching his lips. I know that messes with my head.
Right.
With my beard in my mouth, I'm like, ah. So maybe it's that. I don't know.
Oh, I think it had to do with the stitches or something. I forgot.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe actually, yeah.
Probably the stitches were irritating him or something.
Hands. Yeah.
Right. But anyway, that's when he starts the first line of, you want to know how I got these scars?
Iconic.
Yeah, iconic, because the why so serious line comes out. It says, look, my mom.
That line gave me goosebumps, brother. The first time I'm like, let's put a smile on that face.
I'm gonna pause for 2 minutes. What? I'm gonna pause for 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay.
I actually believed his story. I thought, okay, this kid's mom was being abused by his dad, and he was just witnessing this whole thing, and then the dad was so abusive that he actually caused the scars on his cheeks. Until the second time,
it sounded real. It sounded real. Like, if you hear it, nothing about it says like this is made up.
Yeah, it doesn't sound made up at all. That's the thing. But anyway, so he basically takes Rachel and then throws her off a building, I think.
No, he holds her hostage, and then Batman comes through.
Right.
And then he does. Well, Batman does a near Schwarzenegger line, a reverse Schwarzenegger. He's like, "Let her go," and then Joker's like, "Poor choice of words." And he does let her go.
And then he jumps over.
And then he jumps after her.
And then
also he does the whole in Donile, where he's like when Batman comes in, I forget, like he says a line, and then Batman is like, "Why don't you try me?" And he comes, and it's like such a cool way to come through.
Right.
And yeah, it was like perfectly timed for him to come through that way. Yeah, and then it's the whole fight and everything, and then they obviously escape.
Right.
But he saves Rachel.
Yeah.
And then oh my soul. Actually, and I want to go watch it again now. Like,
yeah, no, it's definitely something we need to watch again. I couldn't watch it before we recorded this, but look, these podcasts we just record on the fly. We and I guess it's also because we know so much about these things that the story itself just organically progresses. Anyway, I just don't know how whether I guess the Joker just assumed that he killed Batman by doing that because Batman jumped out.
No, he didn't assume. They escaped. That's what I'm actually trying to remember. I'm trying to remember what happens next.
Like how the Joker escaped from there.
I I get it. While Batman was going after Rachel, that's when he escapes.
Right.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to remember the next scene. What happens in the next scene now? It's when I think the next scene is when they use the Asian guy as bait. I know there's a scene. I'm missing a scene, but I know what follows. They make a plan,
right,
with Harvey and Gordon now to use the Asian guy as bait.
Right.
Yeah, and that's where
I think there was
epic chase.
Because there was a mayor. There was a mayor.
Yes.
I think there was a parade, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't there?
No, there wasn't a parade. I think we're talking about the third one where the mayor he needs to go to a football game or something like that.
No, not that one. I'm talking about where that's the one scene where the Joker doesn't have makeup on because he was dressed as a policeman.
Oh, snap. I forgot about that scene. What was happening there?
It was during the day. Maybe Rob remember.
Yeah.
Rob, welcome back, man.
Yeah,
You remember there was like a parade scene where we actually see the Joker without makeup on.
Yes. Well, I mean, you know what I think? It's either he has no makeup or he put on pink makeup. But yes, in my opinion, I always assumed it was pink makeup. Do you know what I mean?
Or kind of like
he was
how Jack Nicholson did in the Tim Burton.
Yes, that was always my impression. But technically, one could argue that it is no makeup. Personally, I've always believed it's just pink makeup.
What was the reasoning behind that parade again? Because the only thing that we said right now was they were using the Chinese guy as bait, but we can't figure out why.
But we can't figure the scene before. Okay. We know there's so we skip after Batman saves Rachel from the party.
Mm-hmm.
And then we know there's a scene that we're missing, and we just figured out it's the
death of the judge.
Before they take the Chinese guy as bait, where they catch the Joker. So we know there's something.
It's the 1, 2, 3 of killing. Yeah. Remember, once they take the Chinese guy, that sets off the events. That sets the Joker loose.
Right.
Yeah, that sets the Joker loose. So then you get you get the it's to kill the mayor. That's what the parade scene is for.
Right.
And then you assume that Gordon got shot. Yes. So it's a fake out of the Gordon shooting. Number one. The judge. It's also the Joker set loose. So he kills the judge. Number one.
Right.
Then he kills the police chief.
Yeah,
so it's like a 1, 2, 3.
This is when he was sending those recorded videos.
Yes.
I guess to the media so that they can do a public service announcement. Also, fun fact: Heath Ledger is the one that actually captured those videos.
Yes.
So, Nolan allowed Ledger to basically direct himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But so the rule of 3 happens. Number 1, death, poison. Poison first, then the bomb, and then as a rule of 3, you expect the pattern to produce, with the third death being the shooting. And then the third death is actually the death of the of Gordon. And then you kind of get the weird detective scene that you kind of get where you see the 2 dead bodies, and it's actually the guy's first name and the other guy's last name that adds up to Harvey Dent or something like that. And then that's how, and then you get the bullet chasing scene, and that's how you end up with the crazy guy.
The crazy guy.
The one where Harvey Dent figures out the name of Batman tells him the name of the crazy guy, I think. No, Harvey Dent figures out on his own at the parade, right? Yeah. Harvey Dent catches one of the guys.
Right.
And then that guy figures out who it is. It's actually a guy from the previous movie. Well, not really from the previous movie, but from the jailbreak that happened in the previous movie. Right. He's one of the escaped people.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And who died when, you remember there was a body that basically banged on the
That was the whole movie guy. Whole movie guy. And whole movie guy is the guy from the first scene when he's like, I'm not wearing hockey pads. It's that guy who then gets smacked against the window and is like, play me. I think there's a videotape there. Yeah. Then they play the videotape and then, then you see how he dies.
Okay, so
you should
showed us we don't have to be afraid of you.
I think we shouldn't forget something important. So when Enterprises, we get someone who finally puts 1 and 2 together and realizes that Bruce Wayne is actually Batman.
Yeah.
And now threatens to sue.
Well, he tries to blackmail Lucius.
Yeah.
With the funniest line. I swear there's so many good lines in that movie. So you think your boss is a man that beats criminals bloody with his bare hands
at night,
and your plan is to blackmail
this person?
Good luck.
Morgan killed that. He killed that line. Guy. He looked at him and was like, "Are you stupid?"
And he does it with a smile, man. You know Morgan Freeman, right? And your plan is to.
All I'm saying is Bruce Almighty came out there for a second.
Yeah. But also, this guy stupidly still continues.
Yeah, but that's at a later point for a different,
For a different reason where the joke has escalated it to a whole new level.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, precisely.
Can you get there? How does that unfold again?
So remember, it's the prison scene where where he chases the Asian guy trying to get so that they arrest him.
Right.
And then what happened? And then
I think you're jumping the gun. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, they arrest the Asian guy, and then the killing starts. That's the chaos.
Right.
No. Remember, but the first they catch the Joker before the chaos starts, and they catch the Joker by using the Asian guy as bait.
No, wait, you're misunderstanding something. Because remember, the only reason that they catch the Joker is because the Joker tries to go after Harvey Dent, and the Joker goes after Harvey Dent because Harvey Dent says, "I'm Batman."
Right.
And the reason that he has to say I'm Batman, and the reason that Batman has to try and confess is because things have already started to fall apart.
Yes.
The chaos has already started. So everything the Joker's doing, the killing starts to really take an effect. Even though I would argue this is maybe a weak point to the movie, because you never really get to see it outside of the whole movie. You know what I mean? You don't really get to see that many killings.
Right.
Yeah, but let that slide.
I think what makes those things effective is Joker was killing prominent people in Gotham.
Yes.
Even if the killings were not a lot, but he was making sure that he's taking out a judge. He's taking out. He wants to take out a mayor. He's taking out the chief of police. So he's taking out civil servants.
Yes.
But prominent ones.
Prominent civil. So that's why Bruce is like, you know what? I cannot. My hands are tied because I don't know which other prominent person is gonna. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. You don't know who he might kill next.
Even the fingerprint turns out to just be a dead end. The Joker outsmarting him even on that. And then the in between scene, that's when you get the beautiful story of the beautiful story of the mission that Alfred did.
Yes.
You know, some people just want to watch the world burn.
Yeah, because Bruce is trying to understand what's this guy's motive.
Yes.
That's where Alfred basically explains us, look, man, some people they just want to watch the world burn, bro. There's no reason.
Love chaos.
Yeah.
Chaos is not a ladder to them.
And then this is where they joke and say, because basically Bruce makes it clear that, look, I'm going to fess up and say that I'm Batman. And Alfred says something, and then Bruce says, are you kidding? I'm going to tell them it was your idea. This whole thing was your idea.
That's a good line. That is a good ass line.
No, but isn't that now
after the story?
After the story breaks, and then he even saves that idiot from trying to expose him.
No, it hasn't happened yet. That's after the hospital blows up. That's on its way. That's on his way to the hospital. So that hasn't happened yet.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Fail happens, and then then the chaos happens, And then Batman hears the story and realizes, oh, okay, I can't catch this guy. People are dying. So then he decides to confess.
Right.
And before he decides to confess, that's when he realizes the bullet leads into the crazy guy that Harvey Dent had captured and was a threat with that bullet Russian roulette with the coin toss.
Right.
And then, because remember, the coin is important because rule of three. First time you see it in the court case. Second time you see it with the crazy guy, and both times the coin is double-headed, so it's heads on both sides.
Right.
Very important for the third time. Rule of three. Every director should know it. But anyway, yeah. So the crazy guy, things are falling apart, and that's when Thingamajig is like, "You can't give up." Harvey Dent's like, "You can't give up," and he's frustrated, and that's when the press conference happens. And that's when Harvey Dent decides, nah, G, I can't. I'm gonna thingamajiggy. And that's when
Rachel take the bullet.
Yes. And that's when Rachel's a piece of garbage. I hated any people always say like Skylar from Breaking Bad is the worst. Rachel is the bloody effing worst in my opinion. She's like, let Harvey Dent do it. And it's like, and Michael Caine is trying to talk her down, but it doesn't work because it's Rachel we're talking about.
Right.
So Rachel reads the letter, and that's when the big set piece of the prison transport happens.
Let's get there. Please just remind me to tell you guys something after we discuss this piece, because it's also important.
Mm-hmm.
No, let's continue. I'll get there. I'll say my thing. I can't say it now because I have to say it at that moment, if that makes sense.
All right. Okay. Shall we go over the set piece, or there's something we think we've forgotten?
Yeah, let's go there.
Because we've mentioned the bad cops already. We've mentioned the coin. Right. We've mentioned the chaos, the tension. So yeah, I think everything's set up for the set piece. Yeah, all the pieces are coming together. And that's when, the unknown, unfaced van driver takes them off. And then they go down the road. The roads are empty. The Joker's people suddenly show up there's a burnt car, and they decide which forces them onto the bridge.
Right.
Bridge. America's a weird country. I would love to see a double-layered bridge in my lifetime. It's like what's it? 6 lanes and then 2 levels.
Right.
Anyway, digressing. So we see that.
Before you continue on that digress, the craziest bridge I ever saw was in China. They were building a highway on top of a highway.
What?
While that highway was still busy,
they
didn't stop it. They were building another one because the traffic was so crazy. They had to build another one on top. They were building, and I was just like, "Oh my future!" That would take 30 years in South Africa.
Yeah,
and then it still wouldn't be complete.
Disappear. Yeah, 2/3 of the money would disappear. Somehow the president was getting 16 million back. It would suddenly come back.
Oh man!
Back under his pillow somehow.
And it would still have potholes. Imagine something like that having potholes, bro.
Oh no, it's not possible. I bet you that bridge they blew up in the next movie will probably got fixed the same week. But anyway, back to the movie. Yeah, that's when the Joker shows up, starts with a machine gun, with an SMG. And you see, dude, this man, the fact that there are so few special effects in this movie blows my mind.
Right.
When you think about like the of when they shoot the thingamajiggy, and you're like,
the van.
Yeah, I wonder what they did to make that happen. And then, starting machine gun. Then, as he's about to whip out the rocket launcher, that's when the Batmobile comes out.
Yeah.
And takes out the truck, sort of. Yeah, no, it does take out the truck before they can throw the rocket launcher. But then it wipes itself out. The van is on its own again. Helicopters come, and they do my favorite thing in every movie, which is destroy the helicopter. Right. Have you ever seen a helicopter make it to the end of a movie, dog? It's not possible. You'll never see a helicopter at the beginning and then see a helicopter at the end. Nah, it's going down. Think about it.
Yeah.
The only helicopter that makes it is the last one that comes and picks up the people when everything is done. Otherwise, they don't make it. They all crash.
Yeah.
They all just eat ground. And then it's like, why would you get on them? But anyway.
Or the person who's trying to get on it dies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or the helicopter pilot dies immediately. Guys, we need to get here. Always. I could be shooting at the ground. It'll somehow hit the helicopter pilot. No one knows how.
Being a henchman, being a helicopter pilot, being a security, the worst jobs in movies. Like, yo, you're gonna get injured. You're gonna get injured. You're gonna get killed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or if a plane crashes anywhere, it doesn't matter if the plane didn't even get any damage. The pilot is a dead man walking. Yeah. That pilot, because he must be the first person to die as a plot element. Because if the pilot's still alive, okay, then he's in charge. Can't have that.
Or if there's a plane hijacking or something.
Yeah, he's got to go.
Oh, pilot. Bye, pilot.
Even the co-pilot won't make it, bro.
Dude, you'll be the worst one. You'll be like, I'm scared, and they'll shoot him first.
Anyway, guys, do you remember that scene in Austin Powers where he's on the ice, and then the guy's like, "No, stop!" and Austin Powers is like 30 meters away, and no one's running away, and he eventually gets run over.
Yeah.
And then they call him as like henchman services. And it's like, you said to inform me that your husband is performing his duties as a henchman. And then the wife is like, no one ever thinks about the henchman's family.
That's my dream movie. I've got this dream movie. It's called like a Harley Quinn movie, right?
Right.
When you just see Harley Quinn like behind the Dark Knight, setting up the rolls of petrol that are about to explode. You know what I mean? Or you cut a scene of a guy like being like, "Oh, I've got to get to this meeting at this time," and then Batman lands in his car, like the Rachel scene where like he catches him and then lands on someone's car. Yeah, that guy's late for a meeting. Otherwise, if you're not there, it's over. Explain yourself. Explain yourself.
Boss, Batman, Batman, photo Batman.
It's gonna be hard to prove it, yo.
Yeah, exactly. Look at you, you're fired.
You see what happened? The Hulk, he was fighting this other guy. He was made of sand, so the Hulk was even moto. Yeah.
That's why I feel like some of these characters are actually villain in some of these people's lives. Like, these movies where the cop is like hijacking someone and taking their car, bro.
Yeah. Yes, because that car's not coming back. What are you crazy? Which is funny. If you actually think about it, that's basically what Spider-Man Far From Home, or is it Homecoming? Which one is the first one again? Spider-Man, what's it called?
Yeah, Homecoming.
Yeah.
First one, yeah.
Yeah, first one is Homecoming because it's about the homecoming dance, and then the second one is Far From Home, and then the third one is No Way Home because Far From Home because he's not in America. And then No Way Home because now he can't come back.
I feel like the one that's going to come out now, it's going to be called Home Alone, but we'll see.
I would love it. I would love it.
Because Aunt May's dead, right? So he's alone now.
Of course.
Aunt May's dead. He's no longer with Mary Jane.
Exactly. So Home Alone.
He's not even with Ned. He's not even with Ned, bruh.
Exactly.
Pitch for the perfect Carnage movie. Hear me out, dude. I want to pitch this one day to people. But like, imagine Spider-Man, right? They're at one of those like outings or whatever, right? And they go to like a science facility, right?
Right.
Where there's testing being done, and Carnage is there, and Carnage gets unleashed, and now Spider-Man has to keep like 50 people alive, while Carnage is all over the place, and he can't really swing up and down, so he has to try and keep things locked in. Can you imagine the horror movie that would be?
Yo.
That's Sounds like a fun episode of something.
Dude,
Yeah.
I could do that 2 hours, man. I'm telling you, dude, that would be terrifying. And let's try and be clever, because Spider-Man's a clever guy. I'm
Yeah.
sure he could come up with some combinations
He
while
could.
fighting Carnage at the same time.
Unless if he's running out of cartridges as well.
Yes, that's another thing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, because only Toby pulled it out, you know.
yes, is that coming out of you?
Unless he's got performance anxiety.
Right. Does it come out of your butt? No.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway. Batman
Okay.
is chasing the Joker while the Joker is chasing who he thought Batman was. So basically at this time Joker realizes, okay, Harvey Dent is not Batman. Okay. But it's too late. He's still trying to
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think now he figures that Gordon is alive, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Obviously,
when
shows up, but then he's like, I'm gonna use this guy as bait.
Right.
And then he still chases after him.
And then the Batmobile somehow gets in a position where it can't really pass a certain point. It needs to be a bit narrow. That's when Bruce it got damaged. I forgot one of the two.
When he ran into a truck, you're not allowed to do that.
Right.
as much as it's a hammer, but like
It
it's still a
becomes like
car.
the bat cycle basically.
Yes.
And he still goes after the Joker. And what happens again? He manages to topple the truck, right?
Yes. In one of the most beautiful scenes you'll ever see, that truck flipping over. That's a real truck, guys. But he manages to swing under the truck with one of the coolest moves ever. Yanks the cable like a Looney Tunes character, and that truck goes.
Joker comes out, and
that was a scene straight out of Animaniacs, bro.
And then they sort of do like what's this?
Game of chicken.
A game of chicken, and Joker's like, "Come on, baby!
I want you to do it. Yeah.
No, actually, and I agree with Rob. It's actually in having so little, they actually made a lot.
Right.
Because they didn't have a lot of
special
effects and blowing up everything and
practical.
Every 2 seconds a car's flipping over. Because you know the cop cars are also being a cop in a car chase. That's very bad. The cars weren't flipping over and everything. So it was very like simple and direct, and you were just engaged because there was not a lot of distracting you, but it was also well focused.
Right.
Yeah. And sometimes you can tell, like even subconsciously, you can tell. Like, do you know what I mean? Keep in our minds, we can tell that this is fake. Like a lot of the new Star Wars TV shows got this great new technology, right? With the whole way, like you like, God, it's so cool. So basically, like you've got the camera records, and then in the background, it actually builds the CGI behind you, basically. What? So like, on the desert, it'll shoot the desert against the wall behind you and keep doing this. It's like a weird soundproof circular room. But if you notice how the actors move, they all kind of move all stilted. They don't really move around a lot.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Because they're in a room. And subconsciously, as film watchers, you may not have noticed it, but your brain did. And when you do practical in a real location, how Ian McKellen cried.
Oh yes, during The Hobbit, one of the Hobbit movies.
Yeah.
Because they took so much away from him. Yeah.
He felt alone, even though there was a whole crew. Yeah. But he lost it. Yeah.
Exactly. Look at Obi-Wan. Not Obi-Wan. The original Star Wars, when he fights General Grievous, there's a cool part where.
Just give me a second.
Revenge of the Sith.
Yes, when he fights General Grievous, there's a funny moment where General Grievous like, and he's like swings all four of his lightsabers.
Right.
And Obi-Wan is just standing like, you're not gonna flinch. Not even you're gonna stand there like you're watching TV with us. You here with popcorn.
Right.
That doesn't make sense.
Right.
So Christopher Nolan understands that there's that layer of disconnect. That's what's so valuable about real life effects.
Right.
Yeah.
But anyway,
and I think also filmmakers have become lazy because of all the special effects. They become lazy to just think of something.
I
And
guess
they always think it has to be grand and spectacular. Like
that's a
keep it
conversation
simple.
that we really need to have, because I heard somewhere that back then what made movies so great is they knew that the special effects were not so great, so they relied heavily on the story. But now it seems like it's the opposite, where they have great technology on their hands that now it's about the visual effects, the explosions, this and that over the story.
Yeah, think about something basic like a gunshot. Me
Right.
shooting in the chest. In the olden days, you got squibs, right? Or if you couldn't afford squibs, or if you didn't want the actor to hurt himself, because a squib hurts, by the way. It's an explosion happening on your body. Just so
Right.
you know. So it actually physically hurts.
By squib, you mean that fake blood thing,
Yeah,
right?
fake blood that bursts all out of a person's body.
Right.
Yeah, that's a real explosion happening against your skin. Like
So
this,
it's like paintballing type.
it's like getting hit
Yeah.
in a way. That's how much it hurts. So
Jeez.
one guy, he got hit in the head with, he did a squib thing, and he had a lump on his head for the rest of the scene. He just had this big doop, and there was nothing to do about it. So now instead, what some people would do is they do the thing where like, okay, gun pointed at him, then the gun, then splash. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now in CGI, you don't have to do that anymore. I can show you the thing, and yeah, now you get computer graphic tomato sauce as opposed to a real hole in the wall. Now they draw a hole in the wall. And before it was creative filmmaking, now it's just filmmaking.
Right.
Yeah, so we lost something.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, because also now they don't know now. Like you'll say, okay, I need to make this fight scene in this whatever high-rise building, whatever. But I can't really do that because my actors will die. How do I make it? You know. So now
Right.
they're not thinking. They're just like, okay, let's do the CGI wall and let's do it, and then we'll do it in post. Everything is like, we'll fix it in post. We'll fix it in
Dude,
post.
it's so bad that
Yeah.
I think I saw some of the behind the scenes footage of Endgame. Dude, they even now CGI hair, bro.
Dude.
Like it was crazy. When I saw who's this? What's the name of this lady? Brie Larson. The scene where I think she was landing the ship that carried Tony Stark. She had cut her hair in real life, but because it was a scene that happened before the final part of the movie, they had to superimpose her fake long hair. Dude, it was crazy.
Why not just get a wig? Like, it's so much simpler.
I don't know.
Get a wig or get extensions. Like,
But
come
it
on.
looks amazing. It's not like it looks bad. It looks great. It's just I was like,
But that's just points to the laziness of it
necessary.
all.
And that's great. Let's not forget Henry Cavill's mustache.
Oh, yeah. It's like he had a mouth guard.
Hey, dog. Oh God, that mustache. Oh
Just
Jesus.
because he
See what I
signed a
mean?
contract
All
that
you
he
needed
shouldn't
was the
see.
guy from makeup, whatever they do, and then they put it on him. And you're done. There was no need for it. Now it looks like he's got a worm on his face.
But guys, don't you think that Henry Cavill would do a really nice what's that? Do you guys remember Chip and Dale, the cartoon?
Yeah.
Yes.
Chip was based on he was based on Indiana Jones, and then Dale was based on
Magnum,
PI.
right? Yes.
Magnum PI. Don't you think that Henry Cavill would do a great Magnum PI film with that mustache?
The generation might be too far ahead. They'd be like, "What am I watching right now?" The young
There is a remake of Magnum PI already. There's a remake of Hawaii 5.0, and there's now a remake of Quantum Leap.
I'm so shocked there was a remake of Walker, Texas Ranger.
What?
It's on season 3, bruh. I was like, what? With the
the guy from Supernatural.
From Supernatural, the big one.
Jensen Ackles.
No, the brother Sam.
Oh.
Yeah, the big one.
Does he even do spin kicks? Does anyone know? Because I need a spin kick.
I don't know.
A spin kick.
If Walker doesn't spin kick, is he really Walker? Like, come on. Like, guys, come on.
Yeah, no, dude.
No, man. Actually,
there's even a Dookie Howser now, but it's getting cancelled, I think, on Disney Plus. But it's not an American thing. I think it's like a Hawaiian thing, if I'm not
no. It is American, but it is just in Hawaii.
Oh, okay.
Hawaii is America.
Oh yeah.
Hawaii is America.
Blonde moment.
Fire, you wouldn't know it was in America, but anyway.
Pardon?
The way they reacted to the fire, you wouldn't know that Hawaii was in America. Like, shit was cold. But yeah.
And then celebrities are like, "Oh, I've spent 60 million here. Why don't you donate?" Like, bitch.
Like, hey. You can't be competing with people like Oprah here.
It's dog.
And that time Oprah is a billionaire. It's not even a millionaire now.
So what's happened recently? There was a fire in Hawaii?
Yeah. Well, the fire in Hawaii, right? It was devastating. One of the largest fires in America's history.
Right.
They estimate that 1,000 people are missing, basically. Like, they confirmed about over 100 people are 100% dead. 1,000 people missing. They think that could be up to 1,000 people dead. They don't know yet.
What caused? Was it just a natural thing?
Power lines.
Oh.
It wasn't global warming. It was actually foreign grass.
Human beings.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, foreign grass. What happened was they put an invasive grass, species of grass, whatever, right?
Right.
And then that grass dried up because it's not the right season or whatever.
Right.
Power lines hit it. Fire blew up. Well, things got hot. And then government took over and a lot of people died.
So
that last part.
Who contributed? It's Oprah and because I think I saw something with The Rock and Oprah. I don't know.
That
Oprah were like, guys, please bring funds. We'll then take those funds and give them to the people that need it. And it's like, what?
Why should we trust you?
Look, I saw what happened with the Black Lives Matters one. Apparently they raised close to like $500 million.
Right.
Yes.
Not even half of that, not even 5% of that money has gone to helping people that have been wrongfully arrested, which was the whole point of that thing, to help people wrongfully arrested. Can you imagine if like 10% of that money just went to help people fight their cases? When Haiti came through, the Gates Foundation, they literally, I kid you not, bro. They built like 10 houses, donated like 100K, but they raised like 2 billion.
Wow. So this thing is okay. This thing is a human problem. It's not a South African issue. It's a human issue.
My guy, basically giving aid to these people, it's a legal scam at this point, because how have you raised funds of over $1 billion and you've built like 10, 20 houses?
Yeah. But I will say there is a difference though. Here's the difference in my opinion. It's the levels. Like, yes, Oprah has more money than probably our whole country. Bill Gates has more money than our whole country. Yes. Right. But these are all individuals. The government is the culmination of 50 million people.
Right. Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It's one thing for us to be corrupt. It's another thing for the government to be corrupt.
Right.
And that's the biggest problem. But again, we get into politics. Let's not go too deep into this. You guys
are even making me wonder whether we should have such conversations separately out of this podcast. Maybe we should.
We really should. Let's go back.
But anyway, because it's mind-blowing, bro. It's mind-blowing. Okay, so, back to Batman being awesome and flip trucks.
After Batman basically just chickens out and doesn't hit the Joker, Commissioner Gordon comes out and then arrests the Joker. And that's where everybody's all happy, and even the Joker's like, because basically what happens is Gordon did such a great thing that he was promoted same time to commissioner.
One time. Well, it's not like he was like, hey, no one else wants this job and you're the only crazy enough to do it. So
no, he earned it because think about it. He kept
Besides
on being this
that,
guy. He helped with the Ra's al Ghul thing in the previous movie. So he has been slowly and gradually earning his stripes. Yeah. And this only goes to show how brilliant the Joker is. I guess he told himself, should I get arrested? I still need to have a plan in motion anyway. That Batman didn't even think about, because like I said, Joker is 10 steps ahead of everybody.
man was
Long story short,
the Queen's Gambit, bro. Like,
yeah. He's in an interrogation room. Gordon interrogates him, and then Gordon then leaves. Lights go out. They come back on. Boom.
someone gets a phone call.
To the table. Head to the table. It's like when he opens, it's Batman.
And then he says, like, the best line is like, dude, not the head. Then I can't think straight. And then that's where Batman literally starts.
This dog just punches his hand. Fuck! Like, much
He's like,
better.
that's better.
But you see, those are the jokes we're talking about right there. That's the brilliant writing right there. Right?
It's no winking at the camera, no winking at the audience.
Right.
Yeah.
Basically.
Heath Ledger told Christian Bale to hit him for real, as hard as you can.
Yeah. So that it's authentic.
Yes, so that's authentic, yeah.
So
that dude really took that role, man, way too seriously.
He took it way too seriously, bro. And it earned him an Oscar.
Yep. Posthumous, sadly.
Deservedly so.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like, he was brilliant. Like, people are still talking about it.
And everybody who's playing the Joker is trying to outdo him. That's how powerful or iconic that role was.
And that's where I think they're flopping. They shouldn't try to outdo him. It's just like, how can where am I interpreting this?
Right.
Yeah.
Because there were certain things with who's the blue-eyed guy?
The blue-eyed guy.
The blue-eyed one. Alexandra's boyfriend. Jared Leto. There were a few scenes where you saw Jared Leto being the Joker, not Jared Leto trying to outdo the Joker.
Yes.
Like, there's that scene where he's laughing and then his hand there's a tattoo on his hand. I love that scene. And then he's like, that was nice, but then...
Yeah? Did you see the interview with the director of Suicide Squad?
Ayer.
Was that John? Yeah, David Ayer. Where it was John Burnham. Where he basically says, "Well, this is our show. We're allowed to swear, right?"
Yeah.
Imagine the girl you love being fucked by the person you hate the most. That's how he described Suicide Squad. Because he said he had the perfect, dark, beautiful movie.
Right.
That Batman vs. Superman flopped. Well, it didn't. Well, it made less money than expected.
Right.
It flopped.
Change the movie. Well, compared to this year's movies, it's a massive success.
Right. Oh yeah, I remember you're right. They had to do reshoots, right?
Yeah. No, yeah. They took the movie away from him. And then they gave to a movie trailer studio that does movie trailers to do the edit themselves. So David Ayer was kicked out of his own movie, and then that Jokey Joke movie was made. So the depressing Suicide Squad Joker was supposed to get, we only got glimpses of him. The best glimpse you get to see him, though, is of the Snyder Cut. When him and Batman are talking, and he has to hold himself together.
Yeah.
Batman says something, and he has to keep something about Harley Quinn, he has to keep himself together.
Yeah.
I think because remember, Jared Leto's already won an Oscar. That could have gotten him a second Oscar if we got that Joker.
Can we just talk a bit about directors being done dirty? This was not the first time. Okay, obviously, even fans to this day are saying release the Ayer cut, which is true.
Yep.
But also, Richard Donner in Superman 2, something similar happened where he couldn't finish his movie. Then I think later in the years, there was the Donner cut that came out. And then the guy who directed Fantastic Four, is it Tim Story? I forgot who it was.
The Chronicle guy. You talking about the Chronicle guy?
The Chronicle guy.
Yeah.
He was also
I love that movie.
he was also taken out of that movie.
Yep.
That's why that movie feels different. Like,
Yes.
it feels unbalanced.
Hair. Yeah. Every now and then you'll see that woman has what's her face has terrible hair because they had to, because her hair was different for the original shots, and then they had to give her a wig, and it was the worst wig ever.
Kate Mara.
Yeah, the one who plays the invisible girl.
Yeah.
Shit again, and you'll see the wig, and you'll be like, oh, okay, this is where they did the cuts.
Jeez. You see, that's the problem with taking. And look, I could be wrong, but I've always gotten the feeling that Zack Snyder was actually booted out. Like, I could be wrong, but I think
He was. You were absolutely right.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was.
Behind the scenes stuff. And they were done with Zack Snyder from Justice League. Unfortunately, his daughter committing suicide made their lives a lot easier.
yes.
They were
Yes.
done. They were done with it.
Yes.
Oh, guys, we gotta finish up. I got work in the morning.
Oh. Okay, sorry.
Wait, yeah.
We're almost done. So basically, okay, Joker reveals that Rachel and Harvey Dent, yeah, which is something that I wanted to say. I wanted to say earlier on, but I was waiting for this moment. There's a trope in superhero movies where the villain is given the superhero two options. It happened in the first Superman movie in the 70s, where Superman had to choose either to stop a missile. I think Lex launched two missiles from two different places, and Superman had to decide which one to stop, because he couldn't do both of them at the same time. Which, if you think about it, in today's times, he could have said both because it's that fast. But anyway,
And of course, have a Spider-Man movie without it happening. It's impossible. There's no such thing as a Spider-Man movie without him making that decision at some point.
Because in the first Spider-Man movie, he had to either choose between Mary Jane or the kids on the bus or something like that.
Yes.
So the same thing happens here on Batman.
Yeah.
The love of your life.
Yeah.
Or the White Knight.
Yes.
Right. And he chooses the White Knight. He chooses Harvey Dent.
Actually, apparently, no. Apparently, from what I understand, actually, they're saying that the Joker lied, from what I've been hearing from fans.
Okay.
Because remember, what Batman literally says, I'm going for Rachel.
Right.
Yeah. Ends up weekend. So people are saying what happened was he was going for Rachel because he loves her.
Yes.
Joker's a liar. The devil's a liar, buddy. You know what I mean? So he ended up with
Gordon was hoping to go for Dent, and then he didn't make it on time, and then Rachel died. Jeez. So Joker won here because he killed the love of Batman's life.
Yeah. And he broke. Remember, Harvey Dent loves Rachel, so he broke the White Knight as well.
Yeah. So basically, the most righteous character now, at this point, is gone. And we can see how hurt he is through the physical representation of what goes through his face, because he's never the same after that.
That was actually a beautiful Two-Face that they did. Like, they didn't give him this, special effect one, whatever. Yeah. They literally just took his skin off, and it was like, more.
Yep, and that's when the rule of threes kicks in, and you see the coin. The coin that used to have the same face on both sides gets burnt on the one side, and now it becomes full-on Two-Face in one go. And that setup is paid off beautifully.
Right.
The of the sus people in Gordon's crew setup paid off.
Right.
What else? Okay, now that's about it. Yeah, moving on. Yeah.
And then basically, obviously, Bruce is mourning the death of Rachel. Alfred is basically, what's this?
He burns that letter, man. He did the right thing.
He burned it, no?
Yeah.
Okay, he read it. He burnt it.
He read it, and then when he was about to give it to her, and then Bruce was like, she was waiting for me. This was going to be my chance. And then he was like, yeah, my G don't need to know the truth. When he burns.
That's what I know, but he took an L from a dead girl.
Right. Yeah, man, Sheba, imagine getting an L, dog, like that. Like, hey, man, Alfred was looking out, man.
Yeah. So, let's just speed it up a bit because, we still have a lot to cover. What happens again?
Then the consequences of the actions happen, and Harvey Dent kind of falls apart.
Loses it.
Continues. Yeah.
And then one of the best scenes ever happens in the hospital with Harvey and the Joker.
Right.
Where the Joker's just like, hey, bruh, you say it's my fault. Now I'm a criminal. This is what I'm supposed to do. But the people who are supposed to protect you, they're the ones who let you down. Because I couldn't have gotten to you if those people didn't like take back. So I'm not the bad guy because I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do.
Right.
But the people who were supposed to do what they're supposed to do, they didn't do what they were supposed to do. So that's why Rachel is dead. It's not my fault Rachel is dead.
Right.
It's their fault.
The line,
and then he just messes with him. And that's where now the payoff of the corruption also comes in through now. Because he's like, I've been telling you your people are corrupt and you didn't listen to me. And now Rachel is dead and now they're going to pay.
The line that Harvey did at the dinner scene in the beginning of the movie where he was saying, you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain.
Yes.
That becomes his life now because he didn't die a hero, but he lived long enough and eventually became, you could say, an anti-hero.
Yes.
Because he was going after corrupt. He wasn't just like pushing crime.
Yeah, it's not like he was going after innocent people.
He literally put a gun to a small child's head.
No, I was going to get there. No, I was going to get there. Apart from that kid, everybody that he went after was an evil person.
Yes.
Yeah.
After the cop, the lady, and the guy, and then after it Falcone.
Yes.
He went on his own man on fire, Denzel Washington run.
But I like how he tossed the coin to Falcone, to Maroni, no? And then Maroni was in the clear, but it's like, but your driver isn't.
Yeah.
Like someone gotta die.
Yeah. You're safe, but your driver isn't.
Yeah, because he tossed twice. He tossed twice, yeah.
Right. So, okay. Joker plants 2 bombs in 2 ships, one with the citizens, one with inmates from Gotham prison, and he basically gives both of them detonators from each boat. And then he gives them a time limit to say, you guys need to blow each other up within this time. If you don't,
both of you
will die. Yeah.
And it's also how it's the good people and the bad people.
Right.
The good people and on both the good people. And crazy enough, it was the good people who were like,
let's kill them. And then the bad people are like, no, let's not.
Then give it to me.
Yeah,
dude, Debo was literally what? He said like 5 lines, and I was like,
but how deep was he? How deep were those 5 lines?
They were.
I don't think it was even 5 lines. He says like, give it to me.
One day we need to do a what's that movie again?
You can't do what needs to be. You can just say I took it from you. And then he says one more line like you don't have the heart to do what needs to be done. Type or something.
Yeah.
So it was literally like those 4 lines, and 2 of them were repeated because he said give it to me twice.
Yeah. And it's because the director matters, guys. The director matters. When you put Tyler Perry with David Fincher in Gone Girl, you get a fantastic Tyler Perry.
Right.
When you put Debo next to Christopher Nolan, Debo and flipping Michael Jai White with Christopher Nolan, you get fantastic performances.
Right.
As opposed to another Friday movie or another Michael Jai White fly kick someone in the neck.
Hey man,
Hey man, those movies are awesome. Okay,
you're not saying
Michael Jai's White fly kicks.
Gary Gray is a bad director, but he's not Christopher Nolan. I agree.
Nolan. The only way Michael Jai White's getting an Oscar with one of those movies is if he shoots someone through a door.
Yeah.
That's the only way.
Michael Jai White, do you think there'll ever be a Spawn? With all the new technology, because Spawn already had...
I
think there will be a Spawn, because Todd McFarlane has been talking about directing a Spawn movie, but I don't think it will be Michael Jai White. And what Michael Jai White has said in the past is the director was more focused on the special effects than the story.
He was straight fact.
So that's what really messed up the story of Spawn.
Because that's a mega cast, fantastic cast. I think everyone did the best they could with the script they were given.
Right.
And if it was put somewhere else, I agree.
Yeah.
Even John Leguizamo did a good job.
Dude, I was just about to say John Leguizamo could be like, dude, please be a drywall, and you'll be like, yo, guys, that drywall, yo, he's like that guy can act.
Energy into it. That man's got energy, definitely.
So
I mean, just look at him in John Wick. He literally is like, well, sir, your son stole John Wick's car, and then he killed his dog. And you felt like, we didn't know who John Wick was, but we knew, we don't know who this John Wick is, but
to go down.
It's about to go down.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So
beat
Joker also, guys. No, this guy was also always. So what he does is, there was some policemen in some building. I don't remember what they were doing there. So he basically, pardon?
Hostage situation, you mean?
Yes. Oh yeah. And then he takes the uniform of those people, of the cops, and puts it on his henchmen. So when Batman comes there to try and save the cops, he figures out that, oh, flip, he actually used the henchman to wear the cop, uniform.
Cop uniform.
So when reinforcements arrive, they see Batman fighting cops. They don't see Batman fighting henchmen. They see him fighting cops. So now Batman is fighting fake cops and is fighting real cops at the same time. That was amazing.
Another indication of Joker's intelligence.
Yeah, we're forgetting about
and forward thinking and planning. Sorry,
yeah, definitely. I'm saying we're forgetting about the momentum that was created by the chaos of everything going on. Remember, Gordon is at his most desperate right now.
Right.
He's desperate. Everyone is panicking. Everyone is desperate. Gordon realizes the momentum that was caused. Because again, the Rico Act was dubious. What against it? It all relied on the momentum that the Joker was breaking piece by piece. And Gordon kind of realized this, which is why he's like, I've got to get Dent now.
Right.
I need Dent back now.
Right.
And he doesn't acknowledge how lost Dent is.
Right.
You know what I mean? He doesn't want to. Not until the guns are on his kids anyway. So that's why Batman, even though he's being reasonable to Gordon, Gordon's not willing to listen right now. He needs to get Dent out.
Right.
Meanwhile, he doesn't know that Dent is free. He walked away a long time ago.
Yeah.
Our situation. And I'm forgetting something. Oh, this is the height of the Lucius storyline.
Yes.
Where Lucius is like, you can't use this thing. We said you're not going to use it again. Right. And he's like, I just need to use it once, then you can destroy it.
Right. The technology.
Yes, I just need to burn the forest, which is where the metaphor of the burning the forest comes back.
Right.
It's set up the payoff. Burn the forest down. Yeah. That all comes together.
Because he's trying to identify where the Joker is.
Yes.
But in order for him to do that, he needs access to everybody else's cell phones or something, right?
Yeah, to create a map so we can see where's everyone.
Right.
Exactly. So yeah, he's
doing that while fighting fake cops.
And real cops.
And making sure that he doesn't kill the real cops. I think what he would do is just use like his grappling gun to just tie them together, not kill them, keep them, leave them hanging. And that was amazing.
Some shooting the hostages by mistake, yes.
Yes, and then that's when the actual cops start realizing, oh, flip, these are our colleagues, Mus.
And he gets to the Joker, yes.
Gets to the Joker, finally catches onto him, but doesn't kill him. He just manages to catch him upside down. Joker is laughing. He's laughing because it's like, dude, you make my life fun. Like without you, this whole thing would be boring, bro.
Like I was hoping no one exposes your identity, because if they expose your identity, what the hell am I gonna do? I'm a dog chasing a car. If I caught it, I don't know what I would do with myself.
Right.
But now you guys are missing the main point of the the point of the movie, the main point of the movie, which is order versus chaos.
Right.
Batman, as the intros showed, Batman is order, Joker is chaos.
Right.
Just like the scene in Zack Snyder's Watchmen, where like all the monologuing, right? The guy's giving the speech, and he's like, "I wouldn't have given this speech if you guys could have stopped me. I've already set the bombs off. What are you talking about?"
Yeah. Yeah, Ozymandias. Yeah.
Yes. And
Right.
it turns out Joker did exactly the same thing Ozymandias did.
Right.
He already won. The mission was not the boat. The
Right.
mission was not the hostages.
Right.
The mission was to darken the White Knight, which he did.
He did.
The movie's already over. He's won. And now what's happening now is Batman has to deal with the aftermath, which is try to catch Harvey Dent.
Okay, I think there's something that the people might catch us on in the comments for. There's a part where he actually burns money because he tells the mafia guys that guys it's never been about the money. All right, you guys are messed up, and yeah, so he basically screwed over the mafia. He basically like this in this movie. Joker got away with
No,
it.
doesn't he burn his half?
No.
Yeah. Underneath everyone else's half.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was just his half.
No.
I don't know why. I thought he burned his half.
The line he says is, I'm burning my half, which is at the bottom of the pile. You understand?
Okay.
Right. Right. Anyway, so that's sorted out. He's arrested. Then we discover that
Money.
Harvey Dent now went to Commissioner Gordon's home.
Grabbed his wife and kid.
And the kid is actually Joffrey from Game of Thrones. And
poor kid literally quit acting because people were hating on him so much that's how much he killed that Joffrey character.
Yeah. Oh, that was a great character.
Yeah.
That's amazing. But anyway, to cut the long story short, Bruce saves the kid but breaks his leg in the process. Which is going to become a major thing in the third movie.
Yeah.
And then basically the police basically are chasing him. Harvey Dent, I think, kills himself.
No, okay, wait. I feel like you're going back and forth in like different directions. You're like hitting a 5, a 1, and a 2.
Okay.
The final showdown is Harvey Dent is on a building, a construction site on the top floor with Gordon's kids, and it's Gordon versus Dent.
Right.
Then Batman shows up, and then before he can shoot the kid, because he's been doing coin tosses this whole time.
Right.
Coin shoot, coin toss shoot,
Right.
and then he jumps off the building with Harvey Dent. They both fall down.
Oh yes.
Dent hits the floor and dies.
Right.
Batman hits, and now the whole Rico Act thing that was dubious in the first place.
Right.
But they know that now that they know that the Dent is a criminal too, those criminals are free. There's no jury in the world that's going to convict them when the person trying to put them away is actually a criminal too.
Right.
So they know everything they've done. This whole movie, from the first scene to the final scene, is about to thrown away.
Right.
So they say, I can take, Batman's like, I can take it.
Yeah.
So to undermine the Joker's victory, they pretend that Harvey Dent died a hero. Now it's Batman that killed the cops. It's Batman that held up these kids.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's when the cops basically start chasing him. And between him and Dent and Fox and Pennyworth, they're the only ones who know the truth.
Yes.
And that's where the line that says that he is not the hero that Gotham needs, but he's the hero that Gotham deserves. Needs in a sense that Gotham needs Harvey Dent.
Yes.
But Gotham actually deserves Batman, because in order to save a dark place, a corrupt place like Batman, like Gotham, you have to be slightly corrupt yourself in a way. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because Batman is not the cleanest man in the world. He's not the cleanest character. He's not meant to be.
Exactly.
So yeah, it ends with him running from the police, and that's the end of the film.
Bat signal.
Bat signal getting destroyed. His legacy that he built up, that you don't have to be afraid of criminals, destroyed.
Right.
everything, all the goodwill he'd built up, everything gone.
Yeah. So yeah, guys, let us know your thoughts on our take on the Dark Knight. Oh, before we close, quickly, who's the best character in your opinion, and who's the worst character in your opinion?
Heath Ledger, and then Rachel.
Okay, and you, Zooks?
Yeah, no one tops Heath Ledger. The Joker
no
was
one's
a masterpiece. Harvey Dent, when he becomes Two-Face, is a close second.
Yeah.
But yeah, Rachel, because you can't like, she was mad at Bruce
Right.
for having all that money and doing nothing.
Right.
And now that he's got all this money, he's doing something, she's still mad at him. Like, man.
Rachel has always had an issue with Bruce since the first movie, guys.
Yeah, just out here beefing.
Yeah. I guess you guys are correct. That's the best and the worst. And funny enough, even though Rachel is the worst character, Maggie Gyllenhaal is a better Rachel than Katie Holmes.
True, better actor in general. Yes.
Yeah.
But I was about to say she's a better actress. So.
Yeah.
A great job playing a terrible person. My God.
Yeah. Fun fact: her brother was actually considered to play Batman. Well, he was one of the runner-ups to play Batman before Christopher Bale got the role. Yeah, but anyway,
like
he wouldn't have been bad. No.
Jake Gyllenhaal is so wonderful as an actor.
Yeah.
To me, he is white Will Smith, if that makes any sense. He's charismatic. He's wonderful.
Yeah.
Everything he does, he's the best part of every movie.
Yeah.
But being even Nightcrawler, he was charismatic.
Right.
If you know what I'm saying.
Right. No, he's good. He's really good. He's amazing. He can be funny. He can be serious.
Yeah.
He's amazing.
Yeah, I was about to say no. Then I remembered him in Prince of Persia. Even though the movie wasn't all that great, he was great in it.
You know, there's something that Michael Rappaport said once when he was being interviewed by Vlad on Vlad TV. Vlad asked him, "Have you done bad movies?" He said, "I've done bad movies, but I was not bad in them." That's Jake Gyllenhaal right there.
Yeah.
Even if a movie is not great, he's not the reason the movie is not great.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like Michael Fassbender. You can say Michael Fassbender is a horrible actor.
Assassin's Creed was boring as all fuck.
But it was not his fault.
It's not his fault.
Yeah. But guys, thank you so much. We've hit 2 hours and something minutes. And from myself, Mr. Extrodin, and Rob Sibeko, the co-hosts, with our special guest, Zanazugo, thank you so much for checking out. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And we're going to give you more content in the long run. We're probably going to do the Dark Knight Rises next week. But there's also other topics that Rob and I will come up with and do. It's going to be crazy. But yeah,
I think we must watch this one so that we can remember the things. Because we know it. But there's little minute details that we probably missed.
Right, but this is my least favorite from the trilogy. But yeah, we'll get into it.
I think if it wasn't for Bane, I don't think it would be worth watching again.
True. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. We'll definitely see you on the next one. Cheers.
Cheers, man.
All right, guys. No, thank you so much.
All right, short, man.
Hey everybody, what's happening? This is African Frame podcast. This is episode 3, I believe. Thanks for everybody who's been watching our videos, liking, subscribing, and commenting. Man, thanks again for checking out the channel. If you're new to the channel, don't forget to like and subscribe and share. There's plenty of stuff that you can check on the channel, whether you want to see how I draw certain characters, or you want to see discussions about Dragon Ball Z, or movies, discussions, or anything of that sort. But this is the African Frame podcast. It's me, Mr. Extrodin, with my co-host, Rob Sibeko. And we have a special guest today. We actually have someone who actually introduced us to the channel.
Great point.
Donovan. Yeah, Donovan. How you doing, bro? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good, guys.
Yeah, he introduced us this
funny.
was like what, 2014, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, almost 10 years, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, around that time.
Yeah, man. So thanks for joining us, bro. So we just want to continue with our, I guess you could say, the Christopher Nolan Dark Knight trilogy. Today we're going to be talking about the third film, The Dark Knight Rises. Uh, the Dark Knight, the Dark Knight Rises, I believe, came out in 2012. The reason I believe it came up in 2012 is that it was competing with Avengers, which came out in 2012 as well. And The Dark Knight Rises made over $1 billion at the box office. Avengers also made over $1 billion at the box office. But what always impressed me about the Dark Knight Rises is that it didn't have aliens, it didn't have Hulk, it didn't have a lot of other superheroes. Sure, Batman does have like acquaintances, ne? But they were not superheroes, if that makes sense. With Avengers, you had a lot of star power. Robert Downey, Chris Evans, Mark Ruffalo as the Hulk. You had Samuel L. Jackson. You had so many people. Tom Hiddleston, Chris Hemsworth. But with The Dark Knight Rises, you just had one superhero and a couple of villains, but he still made over $1 billion at the box office, and that is impressive. But anyway, before we get into the story, just a bit of background. The movie is starring Morgan Freeman as Lucius Fox, Michael Caine as Alfred Pennyworth, obviously Christian Bale as Bruce Wayne / Batman. You have Joseph Gordon-Levitt, right? Levitt. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Joseph Gordon-Levitt as what's that guy's name again? Well,
Robin.
Yeah, we'll get into that. I think it was John Blake or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and then you had Anne Hathaway as Selina Kyle / Catwoman, and then you have Marion Cotillard as Talia al Ghul, and then you have Tom Hardy as Bane. There's a cameo by he plays Russell Ghul. What's his name again?
Liam
Neeson. Yeah, Liam Neeson plays Russell Ghul. And then, am I forgetting anybody?
Cillian Murphy reprises his role as Scarecrow for a scene.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and Gary Oldman comes back as
Commissioner
Gordon. Yes. So yeah, that's basically the cast of this movie. Before we start, guys, how did you guys feel about the movie the first time you saw it?
I was happy with it. I was always surprised by the negative feedback it got, but I was actually genuinely happy. I was like, this is cool. There weren't things that were perfect, obviously, but I still think I was genuinely altogether happy with it. Yeah, you guys?
Sure. Dono?
On my end, I think for me, it ticked all the boxes of what a superhero movie should be. Because in terms of like the background, the storyline, and character development, I was very impressed. A few things out, I was like, maybe they could have gone a different direction, but then again, that's an opinion. But in terms of what the director did and execution of the movie, I think it was well made. Like it was cooked. It was cooked, if I could say.
Yeah, I agree with both of you. Look, it's not the strongest out of the three.
Yeah.
The strongest is still The Dark Knight, in my opinion. But it was still good. Look, I was scared, bro, and I don't want to lie. Like, I was in my 20s. I think I was in 2012. I was probably 24, but I was scared when I saw the film, especially when I saw what Bane did to Batman, because it sort of gave you the fear of God, in my opinion, in that scene, because you start realizing being a hero is not as hunky-dory as it seems. You know what I'm saying? Where someone can actually cripple you. That for me, it just opened my eyes to reality. So what can happen if you were to be a superhero in real life? You can actually meet your match, and this person can just take you out.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's what I think. But otherwise, it's not a bad movie at all. I don't mind watching it over and over. Yeah, so let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. But before we do that, Rob mentioned something on WhatsApp. He mentioned that it's Jason Bateman Day, so I think he could give us some background. on what he's talking about.
Yeah, no, it wasn't like in a special day. I just made it for myself, as in for like every now and then I like to like follow a director. And Jason Bateman is I won't call him a new director, but he's done a few movies on his own. The big one being the TV series Ozark. I don't know if you guys have seen it.
Right.
You also, yeah.
I think I've only seen the first 2 seasons.
Okay. Definitely watch to the end. It gets even better. Like it's one of the ones, like Breaking Bad kind of starts slow and then blows up. In my opinion, Ozark just keeps escalating. He's got a great style of directing. Very different to Christopher Nolan. It's very slow paced, but the slow pacedness produces a level of tension that is absolutely fantastic. Yeah.
And he's versatile. I mean, he's done comedy. When you look at Ozark and you see some of the stuff that he has done in the past, like when you look at something like Arrested Development or Horrible Bosses, or what else has he done? I think he did Teen Wolf 2 actually when he started. When he was quite a lot younger. You wouldn't think that it's the same guy that's doing Ozark, like that's in Ozark. No, it's not. You know, so he's brilliant.
I was asking, is the main character, is it the same person from Arrested Development?
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
I kind of noticed that, like, he's also like Christopher Nolan. I think he likes, reusing the same characters, which is like when certain directors work with certain actors for a long period of time, it's like they go-to guy. They go-to guys, like, I know you get this done. Yeah.
He actually has a podcast, by the way. He has a podcast with Will Arnett. Will Arnett, I think he voiced Batman in the Lego Batman movie.
Yes,
and he also has, I think it's Sean, I forgot his surname. He was in Will and Grace. Remember the gay guy from Will and Grace?
Oh, yes.
Not Will, but Will's friend.
Oh, Jack.
Yeah, Will's. Yeah.
Jack, yes. So the three of them have a podcast. I forgot what it's called, but they actually have a podcast together.
I saw the one where what was it? It was talking to Kevin Hart. I think I saw a clip of that one. And then Kevin Hart was like calling them out. It was just the funniest video. It was the funniest thing. Because it was like anyway. But yeah, the one thing I like about Bateman as an actor, right, is like sometimes what he'll do is he plays a straight guy in a lot of his movies.
Right. Yes.
And he's always
so.
Yes, he's either the straight guy or the unlucky guy. So like the terrible things will happen with him right now. Like I just watched a movie called "This Is How I Leave You" by starring him.
Oh, it has. I think it has Tina Fey in it. It has Adam Driver in it.
Yep. There's a few. It's got the guy from Justified. I always forget his name. But yeah,
from Ant-Man, right? The villain from Ant-Man.
No, well, yes, he's there as well, but more.
Yes.
Mandalorian season 2, episode 1.
Jeez, I haven't watched the Mandalorian yet.
But I know you guys know. Anyway, the guy who played Hitman, the first Hitman movie.
Oh, Timothy Olyphant.
Oh yeah.
Yes, yeah, he's in there as well. The guy with the
that guy was supposed to be Iron Man. You know that? Well, he auditioned to play Iron Man.
Well, that would have been interesting. I almost got mixed feelings about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the whole thing about Jason Bateman though is he does a straight man, right? But if you think about him as in Ozark and you think about him in like Arrested Development, you can actually kind of see some similarities. I like the idea of taking a similar character type, trope, right? And then you reverse the situation and then it suddenly changes the performance completely. When technically one could argue they're still kind of playing the same role, where he's like, bad things keep happening, he's kind of trying to be clever out of it. In the rest of Element, he's the same person. It's just instead of a ridiculous comedy session, it's a real life, insanely gritty drama where where in the Arrested Development, the flaws of every character ends up causing the problems, right? And then if you think about the flaws of every individual character end up causing the problems.
Right.
Yeah, I just think that's a very cool thing where you can do the same thing twice and end up with completely different results.
I guess he realized that it's working, but instead of doing the same thing by making it funny, he just thought, why not make this one serious? and it worked.
Exactly.
You know? Yeah, but you're right. There are some actors who sort of play the same character, even though it's comedy, even though it's serious. When I look at someone like Malcolm, from The Cosby Show, or from Malcolm and Eddie. It's like he plays Theo all the time, but I mean, when you look at Malcolm and Eddie, he plays the straight man, right? But he still has funny moments. It's like Kenan and Kel. When you see Kenan and Kel, Kel is the funny guy, but Kenan is also funny. But he's not trying too hard to be funny. It's just when you watch him as an adult, you'll be like, this guy's hilarious, if that makes sense, you know?
Exactly. It's like Will Smith. Will Smith sometimes just plays Will Smith. And if you put him in Suicide Squad, it works. You put him in, what's another one? Muhammad Ali, it works. But if you put him in Sounds or After Earth, where they try to undo the Will Smithness of it all, it falls apart.
You didn't like 7 Pounds?
It was all right. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't a bad movie, but I'm just saying, I think
like Concussion.
Done better. Yeah.
Yeah, I get you. Because Concussion was like that for me. Yeah. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Anyway, yeah, man. Let's get into The Dark Knight, man. Don't know. Did you catch up? I think you said you wanna check it out. Did you check it out?
No, I actually did check it out, but I couldn't finish with the load shedding. You know how load shedding is, so I was a part of that.
No problem.
But
Does anyone?
I've seen it like a dozen times, so I'm well versed.
Does anyone want to start the whole scene? Because it starts with the airplane, right? It starts with Bane in an airplane kidnapping. Like, that's the weirdest. Like, I've never actually seen anything like that in film, where someone is being kidnapped mid-air
in an aeroplane.
Yeah.
That is crazy. But you know what's crazy, Anna? What he says to his henchmen. It's like, no, brother. There's only space for one. One of us has to stay. And the loyalty to what they believe in, that's like almost crazy, bro. Like, that guy was like, okay, no, I'll be the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah.
And as he says that guy gave him that look. Was like, okay, it's and
Hello?
I'm like, no.
I think we missed that.
Yeah, I think I got.
Yeah. You were breaking up a bit. Can you just repeat what you just said?
What I said was, sorry, I got bad network around here. The Wi-Fi is just terrible. But anyway, I was saying the way the intro started, you could tell from the get-go, like the scene with Bane inside the plane, where he tells the henchman, like, listen, one of us has to stay. And then, without conviction, that guy didn't even flinch, hesitate. One of the henchmen, he didn't flinch, hesitate, or, he was convicted, like, listen, this is the objective, you stay. And from then on, I think that set the tone for me, and I was like, this is dark.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, just to give a bit of background, this is basically 8 years after the events of The Dark Knight.
Was it 8?
Yeah, it was 8 years. And at this point, Gotham was safe because Batman and Harvey Dent and Commissioner Gordon had basically come up with a way to convict a lot of members of the mafia family.
Shut down, illegal mafia, basically. Organized crime.
Yes. Organized crime. They shut down organized crime. And also, a villain like Joker was not in the streets. So I guess it was just small time criminals that could easily be taken care of by Gotham Police Department. Gotham City Police Department.
Before we go further, I just want to say, back to the epilogue, the prologue, sorry. I just want to say that I think it makes such a big difference that they did everything as practical as possible. Because I've been noticing, like Star Wars, for example, like you see it there a lot, where you can kind of tell they're in a sound room. Whereas with the Dark Knight, when
Right.
it stands, you can really feel that this is a physical room and the actors are using real space. If that makes any sense to you guys. Like I feel like that is that direct intelligence. Like it really lets the actors really, be. So I really enjoyed that. That makes the whole thing so much better. But yeah, so
I think Christopher Nolan, he likes doing that, and I recently questioned why he does that, but I'm realizing that one of the reasons his movies are basically timeless is because he tries to be as realistic as possible. Whether it's the space he uses, whether it's minimal CGI, whether it's based on situations that stand the test of time, like issues like crime and stuff like that. This is a movie that we can watch 10 years. I mean, it's been over 10 years that I mean, as I said, this movie came out in 2012, but we can still watch it today and still appreciate it. We don't feel like the CGI is weird, it's off, or you can see that green screen at the back or stuff like that. So I think his use of practical effects is good. Yeah.
Yeah, like I've noticed what he does a lot with is, especially with these movies. He keeps it as grounded, as simple, and as authentic
Yeah.
as he can.
Yeah.
That's what he goes for. And I think at this point, I would consider him the least laziest director of all. Because, like, I mean, right now, most directors, they just whip it. I get a couple of actors in there, do the scene, do whatever, get it done, boom, done. But he actually goes out the distance. Because I don't know which movie it was, but he actually bought a real plane. I think it was
probably this one. He rips the plane in half. That wasn't.
Yeah, not just that one. I think it is also Tenet as well, where he actually bought the actual plane and they ripped out the engine and everything off the plane, and like that's how invested he is when it comes to his directing. And then a lot of directors, they shy away from that. I don't know if maybe it's because of the budget, but I know with him, when he has like a specific task, trust me, he will go to the detail is in every single scene. He makes sure that like in every scene you can see the authenticity, the detail, and you pay attention. You're like, okay, this is real. You like everything he does. You can see like, okay, this was well thought of. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's actually two things that I want to say to that. One is even when he was doing Inception, you remember that scene where it shows Joseph Gordon-Levitt like falling down the wall, going on the wall sideways and stuff like that. He had actually created like I don't know what to call it, like sort of like a room that can rotate.
Yes.
Practical. He didn't use the camera. No. That thing was rotating, and the actor was actually running like that for real,
Yes.
which is crazy. But the other thing that I wanted to say was, I think two other directors that I can think of that are so meticulous when it comes to their craft is Quentin Tarantino and James Cameron. Because James Cameron, they would shoot like the Avatar film for like 5-10 years, Joe. Like 5 years or 3 years or something.
Yeah, and then they out an entire beach, and then yeah.
I mean, even with Titanic, the amount of detail that he took to do that thing, it is crazy, you know. So, and I think that's why their movies are so great, because when they come out, even David Fincher, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say
when it comes to detail, you realize that these guys, that's why their movies are so great. It's like they don't play around. They don't play around.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry guys about that. I just want to get my charger right because my phone.
No problem.
It's dying here, but there we go.
We lead ourselves back into the thing. Where were we anyway? Oh yeah, we just finished the prologue, so now it's like what's the first actual scene of Batman?
The first
Yeah, like what's the first Gotham scene? Because remember, you only find out 8 years later at the party, I think.
Yes.
Yes. Where he does the speech. That's when you kind of figure out what's happened. Yeah. It starts with the
Yeah.
speech.
So yes, there's basically a party. I think Gordon was there, if I'm not mistaken. Selina Kyle was also there.
Mm-hmm.
What were they celebrating? Were they celebrating Harvey Dent's 8-year thing? No?
Yeah, 8 years of Harvey Dent. The Dent law.
Yes, the Dent Act. Yes.
The Dent Act. Yes. So basically, Bruce was hosting, right?
Yes. Yes, it was. Was held at the.
And even though he was hosting, he was not really invested at the party. He was sort of this old man with a beard, and he was walking on a cane because he got hurt like 8 years ago when he fell. And Selina Kyle was basically like one of the helpers at the mansion at that day, but she was out for a specific was for some jewelry because she's a thief. Even in the comics, she's a thief. So she managed to get Bruce Wayne's fingerprints, I think, or DNA, so that she can be able to access the safe.
Safe, yes.
So basically, the con was she is a jewel thief, but she was not out for the jewels. She was just interested in the fingerprints.
Yes,
the jewels was just like
a bonus because she can't help herself.
Yeah.
Okay, why did she want the fingerprints again?
Because they needed they were trying to get Bruce's thingy, his fingerprints, so that they can, I don't know, something about getting the
approval for the market. Yeah. Remember, the fingerprints are needed for the transaction to go through for the stock market heist.
Yes.
Why try to the next?
Wall Street, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So basically, she was already sent by Bane at this point to go and infiltrate the Wayne Manor.
Yeah.
And do it in such a way that Bruce would not even recognize that this is someone that's out to get him. Because if anybody else would have been there, especially a man, Bruce would have seen something. But because Selina is so, how can I put it? She's good at her job. She really played it so well that Bruce didn't even realize.
Well, I think, yes and yes, I agree. I think he did understand that there was more to it, I think, because he already saw that she already had the diamonds on her, if I'm correct. So he knew that she gotten in, but she was still doing something with the safe. He just didn't know what, if I'm correct. Could be wrong.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. He was a bit skeptical about Selina, but he just couldn't put his finger on it.
Yeah. And he basically retired.
Yes. And then I think this is the moment where actually Commissioner Gordon wanted to actually reveal the truth to everybody that, guys, look, this is actually what happened. Harvey Dent was actually not really as great as we would like him to be. There's some actions that were questionable that he had done, in the latter part of his career. After that whole thing with Rachel. But he kept the speech. He didn't say it out loud. And I think, did Bane get the access to that letter at that moment, or he only got access to the letter later on?
He got access later on, but at that point, I'm just making an assumption. I think he already knew what was going on, because Bane looks like the kind of guy that, like, listen, extensive research. He knows before he infiltrates, he already knows who to target, where to hit, what's going on. He already knew what was going on in Gotham before anybody knew what was going on. There was for me, it was like the foundation that he set up, because you could see that I think this took a while, because this is 8 years after, but I think maybe he might have taken like a couple of years to get everything done, because first of all, he was working. They were under the tunnels. They were already working. They already knew where. They already that thingy was Batman, because they had already gotten his, what is this? His safe houses where he has his extra gear and whatnot, his suits. He had already thought of that before anything else. So it was just like.
I would argue that it even starts from the times of the first movie, because remember, Bane's trick Gordon. It was to destroy Gotham. So I think what happened during the pre-plans, he found out about the fakeness of the Dent Act and then built from there. Because the thing that Liam Neeson knows, Bane.
Don't know. Hello?
Yes, that's what I was about to say. That I think due to the fact that like he was under Racial Ghul's thing. I mean,
yeah.
Can you guys? So I was saying.
Yeah,
I'll be back. I'm listening. Man. I'll be back. I'm listening.
Yeah, keep going, man.
I was saying that I mean, Racial Ghul. You know, I'm assuming the guy was under the League of Shadows. So you understand that every information that Racial had, Bane had it. So I think by you saying that, you're definitely correct. From the first movie, they were already planning that, you know, it should happen to me. You are coming as my thingy, my replacement, my successor to say that anything that after that, you will follow up with your with the plan. Whatever happens, the plan must continue.
Yes, hundreds.
And I think also what we need to bear in mind is, okay, obviously all this is all the information that we don't know yet, but also I think what we need to bear in mind also is Bane was trying too hard, or he wanted to impress Ra's al Ghul so much. Not just that, but he wanted to continue his legacy. He wanted to continue the legacy of Ra's al Ghul, for the League of Shadows to still be prominent and to still, push its agenda, which is to, well, I guess, get rid of evil, but through their own methods, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah. So, obviously, this is when Bruce meets this beautiful woman, man. Her name is Miranda Tate, played by Marion Cotillard. They flirt a bit, and she's a businesswoman at this point, actually. I mean, we also see your usual suspects. I think Lucius Fox was also invited to the party, and Lucius was basically telling Bruce that, man, you haven't been coming to the Wayne Industries for a while. Because at this point, it seems like even Bruce was not even interested in the business anymore. He was just basically spending most of his time at home, just chilling, doing nothing. I mean, he's a billionaire; he doesn't have to work. But I feel like he was depressed. I think he was depressed. Maybe, I don't know if it was because of Rachel's death, and also maybe Harvey Dent's. Yeah, and maybe Harvey Dent's death.
Yeah, one of the main themes that people talk about is the lie. I think that's one of the main themes of the Dark Knight, is the failure of lying to save the truth. Because when you lie to help people, what ends up happening is you end up building a shell of falseness, which is why when you build a shell of falseness, what rots underneath explodes out. It's why it's one of the things that Selena Kyle says, where it's like, you guys thought you could live so rich. But what she really means is you can live so rich off the lie. So if you think Gordon's theme is the lie, Gordon's theme, of course, being the Dent Act, and Batman's theme is the lie of Rachel not having given up on him, when actually in actuality she did.
Right.
And, Alfred has to eat the punishment of that lie.
Because he didn't say anything about the letter, right?
Exactly, and Gordon has to eat the punishment of that lie as well.
So anybody else that's not living a lie is basically still living their own lives. Like Lucius Fox was honest from the get-go. He told Bruce that, look, even though he terminated his contract, I think, in The Dark Knight, but I guess he came back. I guess Bruce convinced him otherwise.
Yeah, because remember, he said, I won't stick around as long as that thing is still here. And Lucius self-destroyed it. So Lucius stayed the whole time.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Okay. So Batman hasn't been active for all these 8 years. We've mentioned that before. Anyway, what happens next? Sorry guys, my memory is a bit foggy. I know that
we follow Selina Kyle after he knocks the walking stick off.
Yes. Yes.
That was like one of the most brutal things that she's ever done. Like she kicked the hell out of that stick. I was like, yo,
crippled the problem. Yeah.
I was like, no.
Yep.
And where does he chase her to? Where did they end up?
They ended up at
at
her apartment, and then Bruce was pickpocketed by the friend, and she didn't realize like, yo, this is Bruce Wayne that you're pickpocketing. But you know, Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, guys. So the conversation went on about like this is Bruce Wayne and basically what, and then I think Bruce told her the truth. Is like, listen, I know what you did. I know who you are,
right.
And I know who you're in bed with, and these people don't play.
Right.
And then that's when it kind of hit her. It's like, yo, this guy is not just your average billionaire. How?
Yeah, he's a detective.
You know what I'm saying? So
right.
That's when she realized, and I'm like, okay, maybe, you know, the ice is running thin, because if this guy could detect all this information about me just over me coming over, stealing jewels, and who is this guy? You know what I'm saying? So sometimes she was intrigued, but she took note
That's a
of
good
what.
point.
Yeah, she was.
I think so. She started getting interested in knowing who this guy is.
Yeah, this enigma of a man, but you realize, Bruce comes with a lot of darkness in his life.
Yeah. But I think we're missing the scene. I think that is this before or after the intro of Bane? Because I think it's before. I mean after. Because remember when Selina Kyle takes the thumbprints to Thingamajiggy. First of all, she kidnaps the senator sexually.
Yes.
Yes. Oh yes.
Yes, she kidnaps the senator sexually and then takes him to this bar, and then she snitches on herself so that the police are coming in case something goes wrong. And it turns out, when whoever she tries to make a deal with, it goes wrong. So she ends up having to run away from the situation. And that's when Gordon finds about the underground city. And then, Gordon gets. And that's when you meet Bane for the first time, Thingamajiggy. And then, this scene happens afterwards.
That's so he got caught. So Gordon got caught while trying to investigate. And they take him to Bane. And Bane, I think he was still busy with something, and Gordon manages to escape. And this is one of my favorite scenes.
Love that scene.
Gordon escapes, and then the guy looks at Bane, and Bane is like, "What are you here? What are you still looking at me for? Go after him!"
And they shoot him and drive off the thing. Follow him.
Yes.
It was a great scene, and then he washes up and he's found by Jason Gordon-Levitt.
Yes, which is John Blake. But I think we're also missing a scene, because I think the first time they introduced us to John Blake, Bruce had gone to the hospital, I think, to get some meds or to do a checkup.
Yeah.
On his leg, and I just don't remember how John Blake was there. Oh no, I'm wrong. Because I think Gordon was also at the hospital, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, so we are right. We are on track. Gordon was at the hospital, and then was Bruce checking Gordon, or was he going there for an appointment?
No, he was checking Gordon, but he came in. Oh. He had to put on the mask, and then he basically just told Gordon like, yo, after what Gordon told him, is like, something is coming, or someone. Right. And we are not prepared for what we're about to face. And from there on, I'm not quite sure. I think my memory gets foggy a little bit, and then that's when Robin meets Batman, and that's when Thingy goes to Thingy's house and tells him, like, listen, I know that look. I've seen that look before.
Exactly. He goes to his Batman. Absolutely.
But why was he going there? What was the reason for him to go there?
The money at orphanage.
Yes. What? Oh, Bruce stopped contributing to the orphanage, no?
Yeah, yes. Bruce stopped contributing to the orphanage, but at the same time, he knows who Bruce was.
Yes.
So he was like, okay, listen, I need to inform you because you're not informed about what's going on outside.
Right.
So basically there was warnings all around, especially with Commissioner Gordon as well, and then for Robin as well. So it was one of those things where it's like, okay, now three things are all happening at the same time. There's something is coming, something big.
It does something really good. It ties everything together. First of all, it does multiple things at the same time. So it by proving that Batman and Gordon are both Batman and Robin are both orphans, and that's how they see each other. That's how he sees Batman, and tying the orphanage and the use of his money, because something's obviously wrong in Denmark. Something smells rotten in Denmark. I think that's the expression. So there's that clue. Then there's the connection. Right. Yeah, it's like a nice, good writing. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's what Christopher Nolan does well, where things don't just happen. When people meet or they speak, it's usually because of something that happened before. That there's a reason why something is happening like that. There's a reason why Bruce went to the hospital and he was wearing a mask, even though he had not seen Gordon in 8 years as Batman. He still had to wear a mask. He couldn't go there as Bruce Wayne. He had to go there as Batman. If that makes sense.
Because it makes sense, because Gordon has never met Bruce Wayne in that capacity, but he has met Batman in a different capacity where...
Yes. He wouldn't have had that conversation with Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, it would be like weird. It would be like, and then what's
exactly.
up? Is like, yo,
exactly.
But you're... It's like, let's say me meeting, I don't know, like somebody famous, and I'm like, yo, there's a problem coming, and then it's obviously it's gonna look weird, but because as bad know him, it's like, oh, okay,
it's you.
That looks very dope, by the way. That looks very dope, Rob. It's like,
yeah, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
I like the like. I think every time you do when you do like interviews, I think that should be your setup. Just get like a nice cup. Because it looks like something out of a movie scene where somebody's sitting there and just speaking. You could just move back and disappear into the dark. Nobody would notice.
I think it's better than talking to a black shadow.
Yeah. That's actually it.
Yeah. So basically, he makes it clear to Bruce that, look, dude, I've been following you since I was a kid. I know how you move. I've seen your patterns. You are Batman. There's no way you're not Batman. I've seen it, and that also plays to the character called Tim Drake in the comics, who is the second Robin, the first being Dick Grayson, the second being Tim Drake. But they played to it because Tim Drake in the comics is not an orphan, right?
Yeah.
But Dick Grayson is an orphan because Dick Grayson's parents died at the circus.
Yes.
But Tim Drake is the one who was able to deduce that Bruce is Batman. So it's like they took two characters and fused them together and made him a police officer, which I always found weird. But I guess at the same time, I don't know if it's true. I heard that Christian Bale said that if they were to introduce a Robin in those movies, he was not going to be part of it. So I guess they had to now create a new character and give him a different name so that it doesn't look silly that Batman is running around with this kid.
Well, I guess, but I don't think what's his face, Christopher Nolan would have put a kid in there. And to be fair, the man's a grown ass man. You know what I mean? But I hear what you're trying to say. It would have changed the dynamic.
Yeah.
But as for mixing characters, you'd be surprised. A lot of people do that. Like for example, Game of Thrones. A lot of the characters, there'll be one character with like 2 personality traits, and it turns out it's because what they did was they took one character, put it with another character, then made one solid character that does 2 things, as opposed to I think like 47 characters in a TV show. So it's a common thing that writers do to screenwriters, not book writers, but that they do.
Yeah, I guess you could say they're avoiding to have the characters be one-dimensional.
Well,
yeah. And they're saving costs.
Yes, they don't have 27 scenes. Rather have one scene that does 3 things with that would have happened with 3 different characters.
I heard this the same thing with comedy as well. I think Skumba was saying that, let's say Trevor Noah has like 5 uncles. What Trevor Noah would do, instead of talking about all those 5 uncles in his comedy show, he just take all those 5 uncles and make them one person.
Yeah. It's kind of like that joke.
I actually heard that as well this week. Funny enough, what you're saying, I just heard it this week. Because apparently it builds like a solid character. So you can, with you fusing those people together, it builds one solid character instead of making them all. And it also gives the attention to that one particular person, as opposed to all guys that you can't keep track of. And then you have one character that has all these traits.
Yeah, otherwise you're just going to have one person saying one line throughout the whole movie.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah. Sorry, you wanted to say something, Rob?
No, it's fine. Never mind. It's cool.
But guys, I wanna ask you about the Robin character. For me, like I know what Christopher Nolan was trying to do, but how, like, when you look at him, do you think he portrays the qualities of a Robin, as to say?
No. No, he didn't.
Well, he's a lot less naive than other Robins, that's for sure, while still being helpful. But what I like about it is, I think what's nice about it is that he snuck him in. Like, he was a Robin that you only found out at the end, so that's why he still got his cake and got to eat it too. That's what I like about it. So, like, people that think he's a bad Robin, well, you didn't see a Robin until the end of the story. Do you know what I mean? And people are like...
And I feel like it was forced because none of the Robins' real name is Robin. Robin is a moniker.
Yeah, Robin.
It's not anybody's real name. But you're right. You only see it at the end because he inherited that part of Batman, right? Yes. And also, I think what was so great about this particular character is that he was the glue between Gordon and Bruce. You could say that he was he filled in the space of Harvey Dent, but not being a lawyer, but being a street level cop.
Yeah, he fused the 2 plots together because you get the Batman storyline, you get the Gordon storyline, and in a way, they almost don't meet each other if you actually think about it. Like, everything that happens to Gordon happens to Gordon. Everything that happens to Batman happens to Batman, and they only see each other 3 times. You need.
But I think because remember in the previous one we did say that the 3 main characters in the Dark Knight are Joker, Two-Face, and Batman. But I've mentioned that Gordon was the 4th main character there. But in here you see that you could say he's the 2nd main character, and Bane being the 3rd main character in this one. Yeah.
The story of Gordon, Batman, and Bane.
Yeah. Anyway, I believe we get to a point where they show Bruce going to Wayne Industries, and because he's trying to figure out why they don't have money anymore, and he's realizing that even the company now is losing money, and he's busy asking Lucius Fox, who is the CEO at the time now, like, what's happening, and Lucius is like, yo, you just stopped being involved in these things, And it's not like I wasn't trying to tell you these things. I have been trying to tell you, but you were just not paying attention.
But yes, there's actually a very specific reason.
My question is,
reason. Question?
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you. I got glitchy there for a moment. My question is, so for me personally, it didn't make as much sense. It's like, okay, I'm the face. I'm not the CEO. I don't run the business. But yet the business is losing money because I'm not showing up.
Yeah, there's a reason. Lucifer says, you can't spend $400 billion on a project and then cancel it. And then be like, there's still money. There's no such thing. That's what Lucius Fox says. Because what happens is Batman spends ridiculous amounts of money to build his own Tony Stark perpetual energy machine, right?
Right.
He cancels the whole project because someone in Russia, who happens to be the guy that Bane kidnapped, wrote an article saying, if someone ever made this, I could turn it into a nuke. It was like 3 easy steps. And then Batman read the article, freaked out, canceled the whole project, and there goes his money.
Oh.
Do you think, was that article deliberately written because they knew that Batman was working on it? Because how is it a coincidence? Oh, okay.
In my opinion, I think what happened was, because remember, the guy's a scientist. He's not trying to challenge Bruce is, but he's like, this nuclear technology, technically you just go 1, 2, 3, and then this nuclear energy becomes a nuclear bomb. In real life,
and I guess it gave Bane the idea to actually access that, because Bane was aware that Bruce was actually doing that.
Yes, because
even though it was discontinued, it was still active
in the thing. Yeah, Miranda was an investor in the thingamajiggy. What's it called? The energy
in the project, right?
Which is, he keeps asking about it.
So one would say the scientist was the snitch.
Yeah, you can almost say that. Yeah.
Because if the scientists didn't have any, if the scientists kept quiet, they would have had like renewable, energy.
Yeah.
But it also would have been dangerous anyway. Someone would have written an article anyway.
So
because the person they got, the scientist that they got, was the person who created it, was it not?
No, he's just a scientist that thought to himself, I bet you if you did XYZ, you could probably convert this nuclear power station into a nuclear bomb. And then Thingamajiggy was like, oh, never mind then. And then canceled the whole thing.
But why did Bane kidnap the scientist then? That's the part that I don't understand.
Because he's the only one that knows how to convert it into a nuclear bomb.
Oh.
And to be converted to a nuclear bomb.
Okay.
That's why.
Yeah, we covered quite a lot actually so far. Even though we're all over the place, but we covered quite a lot. Yeah. Please continue.
Yeah, no, I was saying, if Bane at the football stadium says only one person knows how this bomb works. And then because only that scientist. So Don is right. If that scientist had said nothing, because no one else could think of how to do it, right? I mean, I agree with you, Kutsa, that on some level, yes, eventually someone will figure it out. That's what Batman probably realized. But at the same time, only one scientist actually knew how to do it in the end, which is why when Bane killed, there were no other plans. They could only just let the bomb go off.
My question, why would they keep it? Why did he keep it?
Hey, I have no idea.
He probably didn't wanted to end in the wrong hands, I think.
Yeah, then destroy it.
But then you could have just dismantled it, piece by piece.
But you know how Bruce is. Bruce probably thinks of contingencies. He's probably thinking, should there be a threat in the future?
Who's the threat? Superman.
I don't know, but you know how he is. Like I remember watching a film called Justice League Frontier, and he met the Martian Manhunter for the first time, and he went to his house. It's like, okay, let's work together. They agreed to work together, and then just as he was getting out of the window, he looks at him and he says, "Listen, I just forgot the number, but let's just say I have $500,000 worth of kryptonite for the other alien. With you, all I need is a box of matches." It's a box of matches. I'm like, yo. Yeah. So he's always got something up his sleeve.
Yeah, that's true.
Weakness.
Pardon?
I'm saying it's the worst weakness ever. Yeah.
Yeah, it is no, but it's not as horrible as Green Lantern's weakness. But yeah, it is a horrible weakness. Yeah. So anyway, I just don't remember what happened, but Bane ends up going to Wall Street.
Yes, that's the follow-up scene. Yes.
How did that happen again? How did they? Because I know basically this is where Bruce now starts shaving, takes his role seriously, dresses up as Batman, and is given the Bat plane. We'll call it the Bat plane. I don't think that's what they called it in the movie, but
It's called the Bat. But anyway, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So basically, he was just chasing down Bane. I just don't remember what happened for that to actually happen in the first place.
Okay, so what happened was, so Bane. Firstly, that's when we actually initially like see Bane in action. So basically, he sent his henchmen to the bank. So what they were trying to do, they were trying to what is it called? They were trying to tank the market. So basically, they were trying to get a lot of money in a short period, in a short space of time. So they were trying to short the market. After that, it was great because they had isolated everyone and they have taken whatever they need. And that's when that scene, that's one of the dopest scenes also, where this guy comes up like, we have no money here. And then he says, well, then why are you guys here?
Then what? Then what are you doing here?
It's like, then what are you guys doing here?
It's like, yo, you might not have the physical paper, but you have money. You know what I'm saying? You are the guys that make the money.
That influence.
That steal the money. And that's a nice scene where like the cop explains why it matters actually. The cop is like, oh, okay, well, the one guy's like, the FBI agent is like, we need to shut this down. And then Thingamajiggy is like, oh, this is why I keep my money under the bed. And he's like, okay, well, if this falls apart, that money under your bed is not going to be worth anything.
Yeah,
But I was going to say one thing. I would add specifics. This is basically step 2 of the grand plan. Remember, step 1 was the fingerprints. They took the fingerprints. Then, because I think you need fingerprint verification to be able to make deals. So they took Bat Fingerprints, who's basically the leader of Wayne Enterprises. Then they bought a bunch of junk stocks that were going to fail anyway. That belonged to Wayne Enterprise.
So they were deliberately making him broke or making the company broke.
Yes. So this way, the guy on the inside could get him voted out, which is step 3, which we're going to get to.
My goodness. So the board of directors can actually say you've been making you've been buying bad stocks.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's tanking the business.
Yeah, it's Mengelson.
And on that, I think it was part of the plan because once the stocks tank, it's chaos everywhere. Have you noticed, like, if right now, if they said we're going into a recession, but like a deeper one than the one in the 60s or the 50s, it would be chaos everywhere. So basically, they were like
you're breaking up, huh?
Yeah, did you?
One.
Part again. You have to repeat that.
So I was saying, it was basically part of the steps because once the market tanked and everything goes down, there's chaos everywhere. So their objective was like, you know what, we're going to cause chaos within the city because once the chaos, that's when they can move about anywhere without being recognized because now there's chaos. You understand? Yeah. So basically that was his plan, which like if once, because as you think about it, like it's so diabolical to the point where you're like, when the market collapses and all this is down, the stocks are down, the island or the town is gonna go into panic. And once
Yes,
things go
because
into panic, that's when the looting starts, the riots,
yes,
all these things.
yes, because
Yeah.
you're hurting you're hurting their pockets. You're not killing them every night, or you're not kidnapping them. No, 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 no. You're hurting where it hurts the most, their pocket.
Exactly. So,
Okay. Mhm.
and that's when I think there was a chase, and there was a shootout in the bank, and then there was a chase, and then that's when we see Batman. I think about 5 minutes in, that's when we start seeing Batman.
That's where the chase happens. Yeah, the new head chief of police, well, not the new commissioner, but the chief of police uses every single policeman to ignore the bank robbers. Because remember, the plan to screw Wayne over hasn't finished yet. It's still being done.
Right.
So they need to waste time. And the places, they cut the power now. So they can't use the power inside the Wall Street. So they must use Wi-Fi and then run around while they're completing. And then Batman ends up accidentally being the problem because they end up chasing him. Yeah. And then that's when they go into that dark room, the alleyway, and they're like, we've got him now. There's nowhere to go.
And then we see the bat.
Huh?
And then we see the bat for the first time.
Yep. Oh, dude. You have to watch it in the theater. You can't use home speakers for that. And then the lights turn on and it goes out. Dude, you can't use home speakers for that.
So basically, Batman unknowingly helped them with their mission because he became a distraction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ironically, the power of his own lie ends up making him the biggest problem. It ends up being the lie being used against him if you actually think about it.
Yeah.
Right.
There's no more crime. Who cares about that one guy? Let's go after the Batman. Now that's big. So that ends up being used against him. But luckily the bat is there. And just visually stunning, great directing. I just want to add one. Okay, no, yeah, that's it. Never mind. Carry on.
No, please mention it.
Right. Now, I was going to say the next step of the plan is, of course, the chaos, right? Sowing the chaos is number one. Then number two of the plan is, remember, they don't know where the bomb is, right?
Yeah.
They don't find it, but it is a part of Wayne Enterprises. So they force. Now, it's a two-pronged attack. He can either let the company go bankrupt, right? And then and then what's his face? Mengelsohn ends up taking over the company and he gets access to the bomb. Or Batman has to give it to someone. And who has just weaseled her way into Batman's life right now as a quality investor?
Miranda Tate.
Batman, not realizing the game, ends up giving her the entire project.
And funny enough, have you ever noticed that Lucius Fox has always been offended by any choice that he made regarding Miranda Tate? Because Lucius has been loyal since the first movie. He's the person that he can trust. He's been keeping his secrets for years. But then just because he's whipped by this woman, he's trusting everything to this woman.
Power.
You know? You know, I always paid attention. Every time I watch that movie, I cannot not see Lucius Fox's disappointment each and every time. But he's still there anyway. He's still there. Yeah, he's still there anyway. And Miranda plays it so well because you trust her. Like, I was trusting her the entire time.
Right.
I was like, well, at least this thing is in safe hands. Because I remember there was a scene where they were in a room and then obviously it changed. And then Miranda was like, whoa, what's happening here? That's when they were revealing the bomb, yeah.
And that's when
and I think he made a CEO, didn't he?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, he made her like a buyer basically. So she ended up buying Wayne stocks and gave her the access to the bomb. Yes.
Yeah.
Like I said, P-power.
Yep. But you know what's about that scene is as soon as he does that, right, you'll notice that Mengelsohn suddenly becomes useless. And what happens like the next scene? The bad guy, board of director, Mengelsohn. He ends up, they're like, do you have power? Do you think you have power?
I remember that, yeah. And that's the actor who was also in Pacific Rim, right? The first Pacific Rim. He was actually walking on a cane in the first Pacific Rim.
Yes, you think yes? It's two guys. It's him and then the guy that plays the Skrull from Secret Wars / Mrs. Marvel.
Oh, yes.
Basically, yeah. Because the one you talk deals with Catwoman, and then the board member is the one that deals with Batman. But they're both together.
Oh, the one I was talking about is who?
The one you're talking about is the henchman, basically. But
yes.
Yeah, so he deals with Catwoman. And then
yes.
He ends up dying on the water.
Yes. And then I think this is where Selina Kyle, speaking of Catwoman, I think now she starts intervening and saying there's someone who wants to meet up with you or something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Top fight, yes. And are you in charge? Once that all gets done, yes. She's like, I can help you find Bane.
Yes. What were they fighting? Who was Batman fighting again? Actually, what happened at the rooftop? Can we just get into that quickly?
Okay, basically what happens is Selina Kyle goes to Mangelson's place and being like, okay, I did everything you wanted. Give me the key. And then Mangelson's like, the key. What's it? The clean slate. There is no clean slate. Someone brought it up and then deleted the whole project. And then I don't know who that someone is. Anyway, then Selina Kyle is like, you guys are not going to help me. Then, because this is the second time she gets screwed over, by the way. So before she's about to get attacked, Batman joins the fight, saves her basically. And then his reward is being sent down that passage, basically. They team up.
Before we get to the passage, can we just talk about how she got screwed over twice already?
Yeah. Basically, after the fingerprint thing, right, she goes straight to Mangelson's like, look, man, I did everything you wanted of me. Now give me my clean slate. To which Mangelson is like, hell no. No, thank you. And then she has to run away. And that's when Bane shows up. And then Bane is like walking in. He's like holding his things on the side, marches in. Selina Kyle runs away. Exactly. Selina Kyle runs away. Batman and Bane fight. And then they become friends. And then Bane sticks around in the building because he's going to take care of Mangelsson while Catwoman and Batman run away to the roof. And that's how they become like partners for like 10 seconds. And yeah.
and she steals his bike, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
And I like how she used the goggles to sort of form cat ears. That was pretty cool.
You just know that was Batman being clever. I mean, Christopher Nolan being clever, yeah.
Yeah. And then, you want to say something, Don?
No, I'm saying it was so subtle, but yet it had so much significance. Like it was like an Easter egg of some sort.
Yeah, 100%. Because he's trying to make everything practical. He doesn't want. Why would she be wearing cat ears for what? So rather, let me make it look like this, and then it forms a cat. And obviously, they get to the passage, and then.
Wait, there's a scene before then. I like to call it it's the Alfred sets up the bad guy scene. In the first one, it was the Joker. I once had a village Nondondo. You remember that? Where he sets up the Joker. Then there's a scene with him and Alfred before they go to the passage, where Thingamajiggy is like, look at the way Bane's fighting. And he's like, look at the way he's fighting. This man is different. This is the Thingamajiggy resurgent. What did they say nowadays? He's built different. The Alfred's like, this man is built different. Don't go into this too easy. And that dealt with these people before. Don't you worry about it. And then that's when the passage scene happens. Yeah.
That's when he got his ass whooped.
Yeah. So basically, the gate closes behind him, and then Selina is on the other side of the gate or the door, whatever you want to call it. That's when he realizes that he was screwed over. And this is where we get the most iconic scene of the entire movie.
No, but I you know what, ne? To be honest, I know she was naive, but at one point there was no way that she didn't know that shit was gonna go down. She knew what she was doing.
She knew what she was doing.
That's because, and then he still ends up going home with Batman. See, when you're a lady, there's different betrayal.
You know what? If there's one thing we can learn in these 3 movies, is that Bruce cannot choose a good woman to save his life. Like Rachel was not his person at all, and she denied him every single time.
No.
Miranda Tate was double agent.
Yeah.
And Selena Kyle helped him getting his back broken. So horrible choices, bro. Horrible choices.
That was a good ending. For all you know, it could have gone a lot worse.
What?
Now,
yeah.
I'm saying, Rob, it will take another event for her to switch again, because you never know. Even at that state, even after that happily
ever. Once, if she can do it once to you, to that degree, to that extent, she can do it again, bro.
Yep.
She can do it again. But anyway, they fight. Batman fights with Bane. We see that he is outmatched. I mean, there's even a point where he was pumping himself up.
And then Bane hits him with that line, "Your fight was nothing held back." What did he say again? Brave, but mistaken. And then
brave, but mistaken. And obviously Batman doesn't know what else to do. Then he switches the lights off. He's like, you think darkness is your ally? I was born in the dark. You see, you merely adopted the dark. I was born in it.
By the time I saw the light, it was nothing but blind. And he hits him.
Did you? The fist that came with those words, bro.
Hectic. I mean, to a point where his mask cracks. And everybody's watching. And you can tell that the people his henchmen, Bane's henchmen, felt sorry for Batman. That's how bad it was. Imagine feeling sorry for the person that you're meant to screw over.
Yeah, it got quiet.
You know it's bad. I know it's bad.
Yeah, quite real quick. You was like, "Yo, listen." I think that fight was not even. Oh, it was less than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It was less than 2 minutes, because that guy, Shema.
Yeah, dude.
I think for me this is usually when you watch a movie or you watch a cartoon, there's a part where this villain makes a speech and tells the hero what he's gonna do. But I feel like this is one of those moments where the villain is telling the hero what he's gonna do and actually does it and actually comes to fruition.
Yeah.
Because he says, I'm gonna take your what did he say? I'm gonna take your gadgets.
And
use
then
them.
I'm gonna break. Then I'll break you.
Yes. And then I think that's when doesn't he set off the bomb at that moment? And
yes,
then
he does.
And then the Batmobile falls down from the sky. It turns out they're at the main tower, which was crazy.
We're actually underneath the Wayne Tower. Yes, you're right.
And then that's kind of where the A plot kind of takes a break, and then the B plot kind of takes over at that point, which is all Gordon, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, which most of the time is Gordon, because at this point, Batman cannot do anything.
Yeah, he's KO'd at this point. So now we switch back to Gordon with the whole where he's like trying to convince the police chief, yo, man, this is going down. And what are the individual scenes? Okay. Jason Gordon-Levitt figures out the circle, the tunnel situation. Gordon then convinces the mayor that this is where they are. And then this is when they convince the police that they must all go and fetch this man.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they get trapped. It's like Bane knew that the cops were going to come after them. Then the cops get trapped underground for days.
Yes.
But my question is like...
Yeah?
My question was like, it's very... These guys, do not care to just use one entrance? What?
20,000 police.
Dude, 100. I think it was over 100 police. That's like half of the city. That's like 90% of the city squad. 100.
But you see,
No, it's about 8,000 police. They actually say the number, which is actually funny enough. According to New York, there's a certain amount of police you must have for a certain amount of population. So if you actually measure the amount of police there are versus the New York figure, you actually realize that Gotham is actually like a population of like 7 to 8 million. So I think it's like 100 police for every, like, I forgot how many thousand population you need. But it's kind of interesting, kind of fun with statistics.
Oh yeah, because it's apparently New York has 8 million people there living in.
Some 6 to 8, yeah, over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you guys are saying is very profound because you're making me realize that in The Dark Knight, Batman, Harvey Dent, and Commissioner Gordon were able to, get rid of organized crime. In this one, Bane is able to get rid of the police. Which is something, in both cases, it's crazy how they were able to do that. And what do you do with a lawless city? What would happen in a place where you know the cops are not around?
But funny enough, there was so much order because people were indoors. It was like COVID.
But they were afraid. They were afraid.
Of course, fear. But look at this. Let's just put it in a sense where, dude, like, there was no crime. There was no crime.
The only crime that was being committed was committed by Bane.
Yeah. So
remember when they destroyed the rich neighborhood? But in the areas, it was dead. It was like there was COVID.
It was COVID, basically. COVID,
yeah, you're both right. Because don't also mention the COVID thing.
That the food supplies that you have are the ones that are gonna last you because the military is coming. UNICEF is not coming.
Yeah. Because it was basically Gotham was basically closed.
Yeah.
It was basically what's this word that I'm looking for? There's a word that I'm looking for.
It was isolated.
Isolated?
Not really isolated. The lockdown. There was a lockdown, basically.
Yes.
Because no one from anywhere else could aid them.
Yeah.
Nobody could come in. Yeah.
No one comes in, no one goes out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's when basically Bane now gets access to the letter and then he makes a speech about Harvey Dent and what Gordon did and what Batman did. So basically people now realize that Batman was actually not a villain all along. Like, you know?
Yeah.
But that breaks Gordon. So Batman was broken physically because he said, I'm going to break your spirit, then I'm going to break your body, which he did both. But with Gordon as well, he broke Gordon, even though he didn't break him physically, because Gordon loses his wife and kids. Like, it was crazy.
Not at that moment, but during the 8 years, yes.
Yes. Oh, it was during the 8 years.
Yes.
Oh, was it because of Harvey Dent?
Yes, it's that whole thing I was talking about, the lie. You know what I mean? Because remember, yes, you can lie to yourself, but that doesn't mean you can cope with it mentally and emotionally. Yes. So he couldn't cope. So it ended up affecting his family life. He ends up and then but again, I would call this section of the movie the moment of truth. If you think about it, the truth about Alfred comes out, the truth about Gordon comes out, the truth about everything comes out at this point.
Right.
So now Gordon is stuck in his bed. What's his name? Jason Gordon-Levitt looks down on him. He's like, I was trying to keep your hands clean. And he's like, well, your hands look pretty dirty to me, which is a pretty ill line from, what's his face? That was a pretty ill line. And then, who
said that? Who said that again?
It was Gordon versus Blake or Robin.
Oh.
Robin says it too. After they find out the truth, he finds out the truth. Yeah. Nice moment for Gary Oldman, was great actor.
Yeah, so it's like, that's what I'm saying. John Blake was not just a sidekick to Batman; he was also a sidekick to.
Yeah, he was also the morality of the story in a way. Like
because he was the only one who was not giving up, bro. Like, no matter what was happening, no matter how bad the situation.
Yeah, now he was doing the groundwork. He was like, at one point, I think we shifted from everybody from Batman, from Gordon, and he was the focal point of the movie, because without him, let's not get it twisted. Without him, things wouldn't have like without him. I don't think they like things would have went down as they did because
Yes.
Yeah.
he was like I think was you I mean Kim who said he's the one that glued everything together
Yes.
because he's the reasons why the cops were out. He's the reason why they could find where these tunnels are. He's the reason why uh yeah, all this information, the traveling, the knowing where the whereabouts of certain people of certain things. Yeah.
His orphan buddies that were washed up on the tunnels. So he knew them already from the orphanage, which ties the orphanage back to the main storyline. Absolutely. It's kind of like, you know, those disaster movies or movies. There's always that guy on the ground floor running. You know what I mean? Like if it's what's his face? Independence Day 2012. There's always that one guy. That's basically who Jason Gordon-Levitt is. You get the above ground view, then you get the ground view, and that's kind of what he is.
Because I remember he was sending letters to the cops, like means of communication. He was basically the one who was going back and forth, you know, with letters and stuff.
Even telling the cops when things go down. Yeah.
Yeah. He was basically updating them on whatever was happening on the ground.
Was the Wi-Fi down?
No, remember the cops didn't have access to anything because they were trapped.
Yeah.
So
was Wi-Fi died. Phones have died.
So nobody could send a text like, "Yo, let's do it old school. You got a pen? You got a paper?" Of course.
The iPhones would have gone down first.
And at this point, anybody who's trying to go against Bane would be sort of judged by Scarecrow because they would have to line up, and Scarecrow would make his judgment, which is already a prejudgment anyway.
This is exile. It was exile.
Pardon?
It was exile. You were exiled.
Death, yeah.
Yes.
Kangaroo court.
And then what would happen then is that they would take you to some icy, outside.
Yes.
Yeah, hence the exile thing. And that was cruel punishment.
Yep.
Because they would make you walk, and obviously the ice would crack, and then
exactly. And then you see that guy from before dying. Yeah. The guy you mentioned. Yeah. And then I would say that the plot ends. Not Charlie's Angels.
Pacific Rim.
Yes. That's where you see his ending. And then, as I was saying, the B plot ends. We go back to the A plot. We're back to Batman now. And then we see his people in the ground. And we kind of get the story of who we think is the new Ra's al Ghul. We think is the story of Bane. Yeah.
Yes. But also, just to mention that Bane wanted to kill Gotham, if I'm not like the people of Gotham, if I'm not mistaken, apart from what he was doing through Scarecrow. I think there was a bridge. Wait, no, not a bridge.
Yeah, there was a bridge.
Yeah, there were bridges with the army.
The stadium.
The CIA guys who try to break in.
And then and then when the nukes on the bridge.
No,
they bombed the bridge.
There were bombs on the bridge.
Yes, there were bombs on the bridge. Yes, but they weren't set up by the bad guys. They were set up by the good guys.
Oh,
by the military.
Okay.
But that says a lot, eh?
But why did they put bombs on the bridge?
Because they were trying to keep the bad guys in the island because they can't go anywhere. But at the same time, it's a smart move because now you've isolated the people, and they were ready to shoot the people.
Right.
They were ready
take care of the few to save, I guess,
the many.
The rest of America, I guess.
But that says a lot. That says a lot about these guys. That's why it's scary things.
But anyway, sorry, we're coming to Bruce. Basically, we start seeing where Bruce is. We actually don't know where in the world he is, but we do see him in an underground prison, and he's watching the news about what's happening in Gotham.
Guys, I got a question. How do they get those people in the underground? Did they throw you because you die instantly?
Bro, I don't know. I think they use like that cloth that can take you down.
Yeah.
Because my question is,
and
what is it, like an official prison, or is it like a I don't know, like villain prison?
it is remember where they are is in a dictatorship. If you remember the story of Ra's al Ghul, they talk about how the great dictator, so and so, and then Ra's al Ghul married the wife, the daughter, or something like that, or took the wife or the daughter, and then as punishment, they sent it. Yeah, at first you think they sent Ra's al Ghul into the thing, and then or Bane or whatever, but then it turns out in reality, the wife.
Is it called the Lazarus Pit?
Yes, yes, it's a very clever play on words, because the real Lazarus Pit is supposed to rejuvenate you. So in a way, it rejuvenates Batman.
I guess you would say it's not the exact Lazarus Pit that we are familiar with in the comics, because the Lazarus Pit in the comics basically is called the Lazarus Pit because it can bring you back to life.
Yes.
And that's what keeps Ra's al Ghul young for the longest time.
Yeah.
But in this one, it's basically like it's as if you are dead because nobody knows where you are, nobody can trace you, whatever. And if you if you are able to get out of that, you're basically reborn, I guess.
Yeah, you come out of the brand new person, as we saw.
Movies tend to do this. Yeah.
No, I'm just not continue.
Okay. I was going to say movies tend to do this with drownings. So if a character nearly drowns, well, it is a metaphor for rebirth. And in its own way, that's kind of what's happening here. It's a reuse of the metaphor of the reborn after drowning thing. So, like, remember Arcane when that guy, what's his face, the one that sells the drugs? I don't know if you guys know Arcane. I mean, everyone should know Arcane, right? You don't know the cartoon Arcane? It's a masterpiece. Even you, Kutsa.
Cartoon.
League of Legends, they made their own cartoon called Arcane. It's one of the best films. It's better than Invincible. Do you legit not know?
No, I don't know it. It sounds familiar though, but I don't know.
Ever. But anyway, it's a masterpiece. But anyway, but the point is, in a lot of movies where someone nearly drowns, basically it's a metaphor for the character being rejuvenated. So it's that kind of the metaphor they're going with the Lazarus Pit. That's in my wow, I see it. And then Batman comes out new. So
Mm-hmm. But that was some serious training that he went through because he struggled, and at least he had a doctor there. There was a doctor there who, I guess you could say, figured out that he was Batman, even though he didn't really know who he was. But the fact that, because at that moment, there's no time to be pretending that you're not Batman, bro. You can't move. There's no pretending like you're a jerk, or I don't know if I'm making sense. There's moments or situations where a hero has to reveal his identity because there's no time to be pretending to be weak or goofy. There's no time to be pretending to be Clark Kent, bro. This is your moment to be Superman, whether you like it or not, whether people can see you or not. It's like Spider-Man. Remember in Spider-Man 2, where Spider-Man was stopping the train and then he took off his mask because he was so much under pressure. And after he stopped, the people of New York put him in the train, and then they were like, just a kid. I mean, that was Joey Diaz. You know Joey Diaz, right? Oh, he's just a kid. But there's a moment where your secret identity doesn't even matter anymore because you need help.
Yeah, the purpose. Yeah, because you're saving lives.
Yes. So anyway, Rob basically just summarized it. He goes through some stuff. He tries to get out of the thing. He fails the first time, and then the second time he does it again. And man, even when they were narrating it, like there was a moment where the scene was quiet, where he jumped,
Yes.
And the whole thing was quiet. We were anticipating, like, is it gonna make it this time? And he
Mhm.
did. And even the prisoners were like, yo!
No, but Rob, there's this part where they were chanting. I don't know, I forgot the word. I used to
Oh
chant
yes.
yes,
Mm.
yo, bro. So those chants, bro. But at the same, I
In
was
that
thinking
in
about
that language, no? In that language, what were they
yeah.
saying again?
I don't know.
But they were basically saying rise or something, no? In
Yeah,
that language.
Like that, yeah.
Yeah,
and
that was pretty
apparently,
cool.
that's actually how people die in that prison.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
If you
trying to escape is how you die, basically.
just you can't be holding that rope. You gotta let it go, which is a nice metaphor. Like you gotta let the baggage go. You gotta let go
Yeah.
of the safety. You gotta let go of the baggage, and you gotta come out of it new. And that's what he does. He has to let it go, and he has to let go of the
Yeah,
rope.
but that was
Yes.
that was a huge risk, though. Hey.
Oh yeah, it was a one-way trip. There's no connection.
But I guess that's a philosophy in life. You know, there's certain things in life you just have to go all out, man. And whatever happens, happens. You know, you either do
Yeah.
it or you don't. But it's that
Yeah.
one moment where it's a life or death situation. I guess you could say women can relate to that when they're giving birth, because I hear it's one of the most dangerous things. It's risky, you know. But once you do it, it's like, you know.
I mean, in the days of Jesus, it was a lot more risky. There was a reason why you had 4 wives, because chances are one of them wasn't going to make it.
Oh,
Yeah,
flip! I didn't
I mean,
know
so
that.
better now, but yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. So I always ask myself, where the hell did he go after he got out of there? Because they cut the scene.
Funniest memes where they're
Did
like, "This is like catch a plane."
I probably walked for like
It probably worked for days, for like days. And I always wondered, did they take out all the prisoners out of that thing later on?
I don't think so.
I think we don't know.
Yeah, I like to think some
Yeah.
of the reason. Not everyone in Robben Island was a political prisoner.
Yeah, because I don't know. I always felt, for my own sanity, I just felt like Bruce came back for some of them and took them out. I don't know.
Maybe the doctor, but technically a lot of remember they murdered Talia Al Ghul's mother. Like, remember that?
Yeah.
The reason Bane's face was damaged because they were trying to get to her. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, the reason
Yeah.
that kid had to escape was because they're trying to get to the kid. So I'm sure there are actual innocent people in there, but there are monsters as well. So that's what I've
Yeah.
always seen.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, so basically we get to a point where Gordon is now put on trial and Scarecrow makes
Yes.
his obvious judgment. And I'm glad that the Joker was not in this movie, because I feel like they would have forced him in those moments. He would have been, because
What?
if you think about it, almost every villain that was in the first 2 movies
Yeah,
is shown in
shows
the
up.
third one. Yes.
According
So I
to
think,
Nolan, yeah. Yeah.
sorry.
I said, according to Christopher Nolan, there was a scene where they were going to let Joker out and he was going to be like, no, thank you. And he was going to stay in prison. Kind of like
Oh,
Eisen, when they're like, I've never watched the
yes.
whole, oh, in Bleach, where they go to Eisen
Thousand
with
blood.
the twins.
Yeah,
Yes.
thousand.
But
Yeah,
he's like, nah, good, thanks. I'll wait it out.
yeah.
Apparently that was going to happen. That was what was going to happen if the Joker had, if he
Oh,
was going to wait for his own opportunity. He's like, nah, this is for you guys. Yeah.
yeah. You have back. You have back. Eish. Yeah, bleach is something else. But anyway, yeah, just as they were about to get shot,
Mm-hmm.
the better ranks sort of get rid of all the henchmen,
Exactly.
and we finally see Batman and Gordon again.
Yes.
But the way he reveals himself is that he lights up like the bridge, I think, or a
Mhm.
tower or something.
From like Central Africa. And then he takes some time to buy some gasoline. I'm assuming from the Joker.
That must have been a barrel of a thingy, bro. That's a lot.
Oh,
Yeah, no, that's a lot of gasoline. That's a lot of gasoline, dog.
Yeah.
And then he basically does his own bet symbol,
mm, mm.
and Commissioner Gordon just figures it out. Oh, flip! All right, it's time now.
Yeah, it's time.
And what does Batman do? He goes to the very same person who betrayed him and says, "I need your help."
We've all done it. All forgiven ladies, guys. You know you have.
No.
And he also does the same thing to Miranda. He goes to Miranda, remember, as Bruce.
Yes.
Yeah.
What did he need help with what did Miranda had to do?
They were going to because Batman knows there's like 5 trucks that are spinning around the city. One of them has the bomb. So Gordon and Miranda and Lucius have to go find which truck has the bomb. So each of them gets assigned to a truck with the bomb detector.
Yeah. Even Gordon, right?
Yes. And then I think Miranda. Why was Miranda at the bank again? Oh no, I think she changed her mind. She just shows up at the bank, I think.
No.
Why was she
No. She still wanted to activate the nuke, but she just wanted Batman to see who, because this happened after Batman got stabbed. Remember? Well, no, not after Batman got stabbed. After the fight.
You're right. You're right. So he doesn't meet Miranda then. I think he doesn't meet Lucius and Miranda. He just goes to Catwoman. And then he goes to Gordon. He goes to Catwoman. Then they open up the cops, and the big attack happens. I think I'm right. You guys, what do you think?
Yeah.
Am I right?
Wasn't Lucius there?
Yeah, Lucius is in the bank with all the rich people and Miranda.
Oh, okay.
So they attack the bank with all the cops.
Right.
Yeah. Then the Bat takes out the Batmobiles. And then, that's when that... I wonder how many extras there was. In any other movie, it would have been 50 people, the rest are CGI. But nope, not Nolan.
Yeah, because at this time, the city is fighting back. And Gordon had convinced the chief of police that, dude, we need to do this. And the chief of police is trying to remind him of his wife and kids. Gordon is not having it. It's like, dude, dress up. Because, he had already spoken to the guy's wife. The guy doesn't want to, he had given up.
My guy, when you let your wife speak for you.
It's over, bro.
When you don't have the cojones.
But eventually he does. Unfortunately, that's where he dies, actually. But he did show up,
Kind of dude.
Shut up.
How can you say you wanted to be a cop?
Yeah, and that's where basically Batman defeats Bane. But just after he defeats Bane, which for me, I feel like that's that's probably one of the most disappointing parts of the movie, because it's like after he beats Bane, or after he damages that part of Bane's face, Bane becomes irrelevant now. But it's fine.
To be fair, as soon as he comes out of that hole, one could argue he's irrelevant. Because Bane is a symbol of Batman's baggage. And as soon as he loses the baggage, then Bane becomes irrelevant, yes. If that makes sense.
So it does. So after defeating, that's when Miranda stabs him. And then he starts realizing, she's like, look, it was never Bane. I'm actually the daughter of Ra's al Ghul. And then she gives a whole backstory. And what happens again? I think Catwoman comes in.
Because what happens is Bane's about to die, and then Talia's like, well, like any good Batman, like any bad guy, she's like, I'm going to leave you in a bad situation, and I'm going to leave. I'm not going to shoot you right now. I'm going to go to the bombs. Leaves her there with Bane, and then Bane is like, well, I'm not going to let you live. And then before he can shoot him, Catwoman's like, yeah, here's a giant shotgun. Here's a giant Batmobile gun, and guns him down.
And I guess that's the redeeming quality of Catwoman, because after betraying Batman,
she comes back because she could have left. Yes.
Yes, she comes back and saves him.
Yes.
And this is where, for me, Commissioner Gordon also becomes a hero. Remember, I told you that in all of these movies, Commissioner Gordon is also a hero, while Batman is also a hero. Because if you remember, in the first one, Commissioner Gordon, I think he tries to stop the
gas.
the gas from spreading, right? In the
Mhm.
second one, he arrests Joker. He also helps with the whole organized crime thing. Then he becomes commissioner. In this one, he has to stop the nuke. That's not something that Batman was supposed to do. It was Commissioner Gordon's job, you know. And yeah, he really tries his best. Eh? I mean, he goes onto that thing. He almost falls down. He tries to open it up. It was a whole thing. And they were running out of time. But eventually he detonates. No, he stops it. He didn't detonate it. He stops it just before it detonates. And Marinda actually had the
remote.
What's this? The remote. But I think what happened to her again? I think
she dies.
Was she fighting?
Yeah, it was hilarious. No, I think she dies in the crash. She dies in the crash. Remember the truck like crashes.
Oh yes. But who was she? Was she fighting with Gordon, or what happened?
She was being chased by Gordon.
Oh yes,
and then
yes.
Go down. I think Batman shoots the truck and crashes, which screws up the bomb, because now they can't defuse it and they have to go to the water. Can we just take a moment to laugh at how Miranda died? She was like, "It's too late." Like she just like was like, "Okay, what?"
But also, I think I'm not sure if it's that specific moment or after, but after all these years, Gordon is like, "Who are you, man?" And then Bruce says something
on the bat. Yes,
he says something that basically gives it away. Obviously, yeah, he was taking the bomb, the other bomb, right, on the bat.
Mm-hmm.
And but what was that other bomb though? Wait, I think I'm losing something.
No, it was actual reaction. So what he says is like when something about when I was you gave 12 about 20 something years ago, you gave a little boy your jacket. Something about
he says
that.
it
I forgot.
He's like what's his face? You know, you should always be willing to help everyone, even if it's a little boy putting on it, even if it's by putting a jacket on a little boy who just lost his parents or something like that. So it's like a
little boy. Put on a jacket.
Bro, that will always be the most iconic Batman voice ever.
But yeah, so he puts 2 and 2 together, as obviously he's a cop, he's a detective or whatever. And then it finally clicks. It's like, Bruce?
Right, yeah. Mm.
And obviously Bruce then takes the bomb. I just can't put the 2 and 2 together. I just don't know where that bomb comes from. Was it from the nuke?
Yes, it's the nuke. The bomb is the nuke.
Oh, so Gordon couldn't stop it. He couldn't stop it.
Yes, he just had to find the bomb. That was his mission. Because there were 4 trucks at the time, and they didn't know which truck was the bomb.
Okay, so Batman takes it, runs away with it, and as they were talking, we see Lucius Fox. They were basically just talking about how he was never able to fix. There was something wrong. It was faulty. The bat was faulty. I think. What was the issue again?
He was not able to fix the autopilot on the bat.
Oh, the autopilot, yes. And then one of these people tells him that no, Bruce fixed it. Fixed the autopilot thing. But I feel like that line actually flew over a lot of our heads, because at that time we were just worried that Batman is not gonna make it. You know, it's after like a second, third viewing that you realize, oh, so this is what this basically means is Bruce actually ejected before time, and the thing exploded. Then everybody okay, so basically Batman gets back his reputation as being a hero, which is great. People know that he did that selfless thing. Oh, by the way, you know, there's something very important that we never mentioned. Alfred, obviously, he was breaking down and was telling Bruce that, look, you know, one time, Master Wayne, it's just because he said I'm quitting. I'm quitting, I'm leaving because, dude, you are so depressed, whatever. It's like, you know what, Master Wayne, one day I just picture myself being somewhere having breakfast and I'm just turning around and I'm just seeing I'm just seeing you somewhere having breakfast as well with some nice lady from somewhere and whatever. I just don't know how he says it. But
And then
David Beckham.
all you was just I know.
what did you say? What did you say, Donald? What did you say, Donald?
I said David Beckham.
It's like one day in Paris at this restaurant where I'd turn around and I'd notice you and you'd be with a nice young lady, whatever.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't have but not. And you would just acknowledge it and I'd be good. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah. 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 So basically, what happens is Bruce is declared dead, and he basically turns the Wayne Manor into an orphanage, which I still think is one of the most selfless thing that you can ever do as a human being in life. And then I think David John Blake also gets he gets told that, look, there's something that was left for you, which is the Bat Cave and all the gadgets. And then Lucius Fox, what did Lucius Fox get?
I assume he stays CEO. I would assume. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so too.
Is there his adventure?
I think we covered everything. Obviously, they go to the cemetery. I think it's Alfred, it's Lucius, and it's the first time we see Morgan Freeman and Michael Caine together in this movie.
Yeah.
And who's this? Commissioner Gordon? No?
Yes. You see all of them. Yeah.
Yeah. And then basically we go to a scene where Alfred is in Paris, which is something that Christopher Nolan likes doing anyway, because people are still debating about it to this day. He did the same thing in Inception. He did the same thing now in where he wants people to be talking about this thing for years because they don't know, did this really happen or was Alfred dreaming? Like, we don't know. But I think the thing that makes us know is I think the thing that makes us know that it's not a dream is the autopilot line.
Yes, that's it. Yes.
Yeah. So we basically, we see Alfred in Paris holding a newspaper. He's about to have his breakfast, and then he looks over his shoulder and he sees a happy Bruce. Guess who he is with? Flipping Selena Kyle, bro.
When I believe, she's traveling.
Men don't learn. Men don't learn.
Oh my goodness.
You know that girl they took away from. That girl they took
that's the girl to go.
And you still go
back. But can we be honest though? There has not been an ugly live action Catwoman, guys.
Oh no.
Of course. Pfeiffer, Halle Berry. You can say her movie is terrible. She is.
Pardon?
I'm saying you can say Halle Berry's movie is terrible, but you can't say that Halle Berry is terrible. It's impossible.
Exactly. So yeah, guys, that is The Dark Knight, man. There's just two things that I just want us to just focus on. Best character, worst character, and then the other thing is your scoring out of 10. Yeah. Maybe we can start with you, Don.
Best character. I'd give it to Alfred.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Shout out to Alfred. Because basically he was always trying to be his moral compass throughout the whole movie.
Yeah.
And he was protecting him from further heartbreak or depression by not telling him the contents of the letter. Okay, cool. And then out of 10?
Out of 10, I'd give it a solid 8.5. There were things where I'm like, we could have, they could have just pushed the envelope a bit better in certain scenes where they give us more detail. I felt like at the right at the end, especially with the who's this the Bane scene and how Bane dies and everything else, and also what's her name? Selena, what's her name? Miranda Tate. I feel like they could have just pushed it a bit further. They could have just gave us something, because the movie, for me, the movie starts off very dark, and then it goes and it has it peaks, and then it dips, and then it peaks. But at the end, I think they could have just pushed the envelope. They could have. For me, personally, I feel like they could have killed someone else. They could have just killed another person. They could have killed Commissioner Gordon. Oh,
I agree with you. It becomes a bit underwhelming at the end. The third act is not the strongest one.
Yeah. I think you know what they should have done in the sequence. Been the first one if they were in that order.
Yeah.
It would have been crazy.
No, that's true. Oh, wait, please just repeat what you just said there. You lost me for a second.
Okay, so I was saying, personally for me, I think the third one should have been the second in my order. I think it would have been the third and the second. If they were in that sequence, they would have, I don't know, they would have been that movie. They would have been that movie for me.
Right. And you, Rob?
Okay, I would give it a solid 8. I actually agree. I would say in terms of actors, right? In terms of rating actors as a director myself, I agree. Alfred is actually the most convincing character throughout the entire plot, throughout the entire storyline. I think you really do follow Alfred's heart throughout the whole thing. It really does impact you. It never pulls the storyline. You jump straight from the second movie to the third one. Doesn't matter what the gap is, and you can feel what he felt at that time coming together. So I think in the end, Alfred actually does carry that weight of the emotional thing. I think it gets because of a lot of what Don said actually is absolutely correct. I would say though, problem is the story. Okay, first of all, I think Christopher Nolan genuinely didn't know that there was going to be a third movie. I think he said that at one point.
Yes.
I think it affects the storyline. That is actually something. So what ends up happening here is, I think. Wait, sorry guys. Okay, wait. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. What ends up affecting the storyline is, what ends up happening is, if you actually think about the plot lines and the plot beats, this story is smooth. It is slick. It is a flippin' masterpiece, right? But if you actually look at the individual fight scenes, Christopher Nolan doesn't do good fight scenes. I think that's a mistake. I think he does. It's always quick cuts. There's an elbow there, quick cut. Right in everyone's face. So that is unfortunate. Again, the way Talia dies is hilarious. It does in the second act, definitely. I think we spent a little bit too much time with Jason Gordon-Levitt because, again, even though he's ground level guy, the emotional attachment to him, like, who is he as a character, really, like, emotionally?
Yeah,
like,
right.
You don't get to sit with...
There was a bit of a disconnect there, yeah.
Exactly. There's function, but no heart. So I would say the story's heavy, but not emotion heavy. It's only... Think about it. All the things that happen, who really breaks down? It's Alfred. You know what I mean? Like, when he gives the lessons, like, I know that we can never come back from this. Me lying about Rachel for 8 years, we can never come back from this. And then at the end, where it adds up to him thinking that Batman is dead, brutal. That's the heart of the storyline. But the other stuff, it's almost like, for example, Catwoman, when she's like, we're going to eat the rich. If you think about it, you see one chaotic scene, and that's about it. That whole storyline doesn't really flow, if that makes sense. We can get it, see the car, you're rich people, but you're about to leave on a first class flight out of the country. You suck.
Yeah, she's a hypocrite. She's a hypocrite, basically.
She's and like on paper, it's brilliant, but in real life, it doesn't hit what it's supposed to hit. So there's a problem. Anyway, that's what gives it an 8 instead of a 10. That's me. Yeah.
And then
worst
character. Talia Gu.
Is I think she's the worst.
About to say that, I'm like Talia. I'm like, no, she's.
She was a good actor, but she's not the one. Like, she's not the chosen one. I'll explain it to you.
She's not him.
Yeah, I think the idea to make her the ultimate villain didn't work for me. It still would have been great if, let's say, she was Bane's girlfriend, right? And Bane was doing this out of revenge for the girlfriend, and then we find out later on that that's the girlfriend. But he still had these motivations all along. He still wanted to, to carry the legacy and everything. It's just that he basically fell in love with that little girl, and the little girl fell in love with him. It still would have made sense. It would have been a bit creepy, yes, but it would have made sense narratively, right?
Sorry, I'm saying I personally, at one point, as I looked at it, I thought we were getting Raisha Ghul back. I was so excited, and then they gave us that. Like, if we had Raisha Ghul back, I was like, that you see, master of deception. That guy doesn't die.
See, I think yeah. You say doesn't die?
I was saying if they brought back Raisha Ghul on the third one, because there were points where I thought he was really coming back. I was fixated. I'm like, no, Raisha Ghul is definitely coming back. There's no way that they could be leading us to this part, and then he doesn't come back, and then they just didn't.
See, the reason I got stuck on that, in my opinion, is because if you think about the Dark Knight, what's his face? Aaron Eckhart. Is that his name? No?
Aaron Eckhart, you're right. Yes. I made a mistake last time. Yeah.
Aaron Eckhart.
Aaron Eckhart, yeah.
When he becomes, because remember, Miranda's technically a twist character as well. It's two twist characters where you don't know who they are until you know who they are. So when he does, the transformation is so smooth, and he fills up the room. That to the point when he goes up against the Joker doesn't overwhelm him. You know what I mean? His presence.
Yes.
Whereas Talia is overwhelmed by the end. She dies silly. She's not even the point. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's the actor's fault or the director's.
And you don't have enough time to hate her.
True.
Like because all this time you were basically liking what you were basically looking at her from Bruce's point of view. You know that she's an ally, and so. But there was not after she stabs him.
With
of course,
time?
you're like, huh? Yeah, Talia, you're like, huh? But you don't have enough time to hate her, if that makes sense.
She should have shot more of the police. Maybe she should have picked up a gun and shot her way through the police. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That just give her something to be like, oh, this is not a small person at all.
Or like what Donovan said, if she had killed Commissioner Gordon, maybe we would have been like, yo, look.
Exactly. You know? Or even Jason Levitt. Just end his character before he even had a chance to start.
I think she should have done both of them. I think she should have just done both. That'd be like, no, I swear, that would have been like, oh, snap.
Yeah.
Instead, we watch her play Gran Turismo 7. She just drives a car, cool. The end.
Yeah.
Thanks.
The end. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, guys. I have another recording after this, but to be quick about it, I would say I agree with both of you. It's an 8. It's not a 10. It's not perfect by any means. It's lower than Dark Knight, but slightly better than Batman Begins, I think. Bane, for me, really, I think for me, is the best character. For me. And the reason I say he's the best character is he is the one that turns the whole thing upside down. It turns all that 8 years worth of work upside down. The only thing I didn't like about Bane, like I said, is the end. At the end, how they got rid of him, for me, didn't make sense. I don't think that was executed well enough. You guys mentioned the fight sequences. You guys mentioned the third act being weak. I agree with everything you guys have said. Worst character, For me, I think it's John Blake. I wouldn't say it's Talia. I think it's John Blake because the difference between John Blake and Talia is with Talia, I really felt something initially, whereas Bruce was entrusting her with certain things. And maybe I'm biased because I have sort of like a mini crush. I have a mini crush on Marion Cotillard. Pardon?
You saw the love interest. You got
yes. Look, if I was Bruce, I would have gotten stabbed and everything. Like,
you're like, look, I stabbed first. Like, you get a turn.
I stabbed first.
But like on the real though, I didn't feel anything for John Blake. It's not Jordan Gordon-Levitt's fault. I just feel like that character. I don't know. He was for me. He was.
I think it was my.
He was only interesting in 3 scenes throughout the whole movie. The first time where he spoke to Batman, when he was talking to the police, and I guess at the end where you saw him embracing those bats like Bruce did. But apart from that, he didn't really do much for me. And I just like the fact that he was supporting both Batman and Commissioner Gordon, and he didn't snitch. He didn't tell Commissioner Gordon that it was Bruce. Commissioner Gordon found out for himself, so that was admirable. Yeah, but yeah, that's it, guys. Thank you so much for watching. This is the Dark Knight Rises, and thanks a lot for Donovan for being a guest and for actually introducing both me and Rob. Otherwise, this podcast wouldn't have existed. And yeah, man, you can tell that this guy is also learned in the arts and film. Where can they catch you, bro, if they need to check out anything that you're doing on social media?
Well, currently I'm studying, but my social media account has been deactivated. But it is Donovan_DT. Yeah, that's about it. I don't have Twitter. I don't have TikTok. I don't have Facebook, but fortunately, Instagram.
No, you're a better man than I am, because wow, I am still a junkie, a social media junkie. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Do share this and check out some of our other videos. Thank you so much from myself, Mr. Extrodin, Donovan, and Rob Sibeko. We'll see you on the next one. Cheers.
Peace.
Bye, my boy.